Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Barrel's Garage. Looks like it's another Saturday night. Who all we got in here so far? Let me get back over here. Dusdale O'Brien, great to see you, man. ASO Auto Salvage Outlaws, always good to see you, brother. And Landon the Coronet Kid. This guy right here, if you haven't checked him out yet, go check him out. He's a younger guy getting into it, and he's got one heck of a nice looking little coronet. So, Robbie, always great to see you as well, man. And later on, we'll all jump on over to Dust Devil here and we'll check him out, see what he's got to talk about today. So, how's everybody been doing? Envious Car Creations, good to see you, man. I hope everybody's projects are coming together a little quicker and a little easier than mine is. it's been a little bit of a rough go here. We've had some extremely cold weather, and I've been chasing frozen pipes and everything else that goes along with this nasty, well below zero weather. Midnight Auto Repair, great to see you, man. You finally made a Saturday night. Deborah Loving Life, great to see you. Always good to see you. Anyway, topic of tonight's live, and I'll kind of dabble into them every now and then to try to help all you guys get your channels up and going, and hopefully see you all at the No Name Nationals this year. Frank G, good to see you. I put new lug nuts on my car a few minutes ago. That's always good. Landon, always good to see you, man. Terry, great to see you, man. So anyway, I've kind of put together. Well, it's kind of what started all this pickup live kind of thing. I used to do little videos to try to pass on some advice and stuff, and I decided, well, let's just incorporate that all into the Saturday Night Live. So let's just jump in and I'll show you some of my tips and tricks on how I title my videos and stuff that I look for in all of that mumbo jumbo stuff that's in this YouTube stuff that took me a dang while to figure out. And I owe a lot of it to Buzz at Roadkill Customs. This part of it that I'm going to show you, most of this comes from the advice that Buzz give us. But anyway, let's dive right in here. And while I'm doing this, I can only see one screen at a time because I got a super slow computer, but we'll dive in here on how I title my videos and everything and things that I look for. This is my home page. Everybody knows, everybody can see that. Let's see, content. We'll just open one up here. We'll just dive right into this one right here. All right, there we go. I think you can see her there. Okay, and as I'm doing this, I'll kind of jump back and forth to the comments because, like I said, when I'm reading this screen over here, I gotta kind of dive over and check it out. But anyway, so the first thing that I do when I upload the video, you know, and this stuff right here all comes up. It's all blank when it first starts, and you're looking down here at the timer that's going on, and you're waiting for your video to load up. Well, the first thing I do is I start right here in my title. As Buzz put it, that right there is prime real estate. This is what the algorithm uses to find out where to put your video and where to pop it up for people. So depending on how I want this video to come up is how I'll place these things, like uh, full year make and model. That's a big one because the first thing YouTube, the algorithm's going to look for is 1965 Dodge Dart GT budget build, Weight Watchers special. It's all about where it's at. Blah 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 blah. You can read all that. And I've got 100 characters that I can put in here. I've used 86 of them. Generally, I try to use all 100 of them, but you don't want to jumble your title. You want it to, kind of in the title, you're looking for both ways for it to come up in the algorithm, so it'll push it out there for people. Plus, you want it to be able to people to be able to look at it and read it, and you want to catch kind of the human aspect of it. Anyway, so I jump into it with my keywords. 1965 full year, make and model of the car. So if anybody types in 1965 Dodge, this video will come up. If anybody types in uh, Dodge Dart, that'll come in. Dodge Dart DG, anything that they're going to type in their little search box up there when they're looking for a video, I want this one to pop up somewhere over here in the suggestions or, anywhere that might come up. I want that video to pop up there and give them the choice for it. The Weight Watchers, uh, that's a little bit of a word trick, I'll admit to it. It's because this video I put out in January. Yeah, everybody's got New Year's resolutions. Everybody's thinking about diets and Weight Watchers. So, yeah, there's a little bit of wordplay in there. And I know if somebody types in Weight Watchers or weight management and stuff like that this will pop up, but I made sure also you can kind of tell in the thumbnail that this is about cars. And I made sure I put it in my thumbnail there that it's most definitely for cars and hot rods. The last thing you want to do is piss people off by showing them stuff that you don't have in your video. So that's kind of a cheeky keyword in it, but it's in there. And then this part is only to grab the human part of it. So I kind of broke it up into the segments in the title, and I'll play back and forth with that as to how I want it to come out. But number one, I've always got these ones in there, mostly because everything I do is a budget build, so it fits everything that I do, and I've always got full year, make, and model in there. So that's the title. And depending on how I want to push the video, say if Weight Watchers was a little better, I would have put that first and then 1965 Dodge Dart build over here after it. Sometimes you can play around with that, switching them around, because like I said, the first thing the algorithm's going to catch is right here. Anyway, I hope that works for you. Then you only got 100 characters to put into your title. So everything else you put into the description here. Then you can see I've already switched it in my description because about this much of it I can see on when I open it up with my phone. I can only see about that much of it. And then it goes ... and then you got to open it up and finish reading it. Or in all the thumbnails and stuff like that. That's all that I can see is just that first line, that highlighted part. So I want the human that's looking at it to see that first, and to kind of maybe direct them to this is a good video to watch if you're looking how to drop weight or on this particular one where weight is in a car. After that, anything past that that's all the way out here, what I'm doing there is I'm putting all the keywords I can think of that go along with that car, but I'm putting them in sentence form and paragraphs. You can see it all on there. Uh, any words I can think of, like uh, this has got a 225 inline slant six. That's also the Charger slant six. I know Charger is a key word. Everybody looks for Charger, even though this is kind of it's a Charger by sticker only. When, this is 65 before Charger actually became its own car. But they did have the Charger Dart, and it just so happens to be a Charger Dart. What's it mean? As far as I can tell, absolutely nothing. It was a sticker on the air cleaner. But I made sure that that word is in here, because the way the algorithm works is, like I said, the first place it looks for is up here. Second place is right here in the description. It goes there. Well, I got to do it with the mouse here so you can see it. Goes here. Second place is here. Starts with the first word and works all the way down to the end. And then it goes from there to all the other places, like your hidden tags and stuff like that. And I'll get into those here in just a second. Okay, so I've got all of my keywords that I can possibly think of down in here, and I place them in the order that I think that people will pick them first when they're typing into the search box up here. Yeah, go away. That's the wrong search box. This will search my channel, but you know what I mean, the search box for YouTube. So I try to keep everything, the important stuff, from about this highlighted area here. I try to put all my keywords right up in there, as from there down. The white part up above up here, like I said, that's for people just, catching the human eye. The white part up here goes with your thumbnail on getting people to actually click it. Everything else is for the algorithm, but you got to word it in a way that it doesn't look like you're just spamming words in there. You didn't just pick a whole bunch of words out of the top of your head and just pile them in there. YouTube doesn't like that, and they'll bury it if you do stuff like that. So just try to think of sentences, paragraphs, and any way that you can possibly think of to stick all of these keywords, like 225 slant six. Here I have 65 Dodge Dart. Just in case somebody types in 65 Dodge Dart, it'll still pick that up because it doesn't have the 19 after it. If it was a Chevy I was working on, probably in the title I would put Chevy, depending on how many characters I got left. Chevrolet takes up a lot of room, so generally I'll put Chevy here. But down here on the first line of my description, I'll have Chevrolet in there if Chevy is up here. Does that make sense? So the algorithm is always catching it. And again, if I'm not seeing your comments, I'm sorry. When I'm looking at this page, I can only do this page. My computer's good at multitasking as long as I only let it do one thing at a time. So with that, I'll jump back over here and then we'll see where we're at in the chat. And did anybody have any questions about that or anything? There we go. Turbo Tom, good to see you. And anybody else that I missed in the chat while I was going through some of that, thanks for stopping in. You guys are great. Hi all. We had a fake Charger on our lot. I called it the Faker Shaker. My video, Fake 392. I'll have to check that out. Yeah, and on that charger, I guess back in the day, it was marketing is what it was. They slapped that sticker right on the air cleaner. It says 225 charger. That's all it was. I can't tell anything else that was special about it. And until 66 when they actually, made an actual car that was a charger. Keep pushing midnight. And I think you're already there. If I remember right, you're already there. All you got to do is register and show on up. And don't get discouraged on it. You got lots of time. This stuff I'm telling you in here about how to just, title your videos, what to put in your descriptions and stuff like that. It's only stuff that helps. But if there's no video there to, to do all this stuff to, the key thing is just get out there and hit that red button and film everything that you're doing. So we'll dive back in over here and I'll show you a little secret thing that my good friend, my friend Pete at DIY Auto showed me. I actually got a chance to meet him. I just went over there to his shop to shake his hand and tell him, hey, thanks for all the videos and stuff. We've been watching you. And we end up spending almost the whole day. And he pointed me to these, and I didn't even know they existed. And to tell you the truth, I read it as YouTube puts it up here, so I didn't put a lot of thought into it. Tags. Now, there's a difference between a hashtag and a tag. What I'm showing you here are the hidden tags. Now, they're like the last place that YouTube looks, but YouTube still looks at these. Like I said, after it goes all the way through your description here, through all 5,000 characters, then it trickles down to here. Now in here, these ones right here are my defaults. So no matter what video I put up, I have these set, well, right here. These ones right here are all set as my defaults. So every video I do, those ones are in it. And if you notice there, number 1, I put my name in it. Because a lot of times people, and this really works if you're having, if people are having troubles finding you, put your name down in your hidden tags in this section. Again, they're not hashtags. Hashtags are a totally different thing. And you can see I spell it every way I can think of that people will spell it. Here, I got a space in between it when actually my name, there's no space, but I spell it out that way. And wow, you guys are really hitting on it. This is something that TubeBuddy does. TubeBuddy's my I started out with the free version, and the free version will give you this stuff too. And I'm actually one step up on the TubeBuddy from the free version. But I'll dive into what TubeBuddy does for you too. But they give you the ranking. This is where it rates as on people hitting it and checking it out. And this one and this one, actually, people are looking for it. That blew me away. Anyway, those are my defaults. Anytime somebody types in any of these words here, it'll pop up. And it gives you up to 500 of them. The reason they did this is because they didn't want you, like I said, up here in your description, just coming up with random words and typing them in there. So they they put a spot for them, and it's all hidden. You don't see any of that stuff. It's just hidden keywords that you can put in there that YouTube will grab a hold of if they're not in your description, if you forgot to put them in there or whatever. Now, one of the things I like about YouTube or TubeBuddy over here is it gives you suggestions and it fills your, again, I have the one up from the free. If you get the free version of it, it'll only give you, I think, 3 options. And then you got to refresh it and it'll give you 3 more, or you can refresh it and you give it 3 more. You can see here some of them kind of hit and miss. All you got to do is click this and it'll stick it up there in that. Yeah, there's a good one right there. Dodge Dart, 65 Dart. I'll click on that and you see it'll stick it up there in there for me. So anytime somebody types in 65 Dart, I got it there. I got it in my description. I got it in my title. So it helps to push it up into the suggestions whenever somebody looks at that. So, like I said, I got the one step up version of the TubeBuddy. It gives you hundreds of them, and a lot of them don't fit. It also gives you the little ranking number over here. Kind of tells you where it ranks, and if it's got one of these ranking numbers, it's doing pretty good in the search results. But old school music, the video has absolutely nothing to do with that. So don't put anything in there that doesn't have anything to do with it. So all of this stuff that I'm showing you right now, when I upload my video, you hit the little button over there and you're waiting for the percentage to go. That's when I'm doing all of this stuff. And I'll go through and I'll do my description and my title. Now, you have to have a title and a description first for TubeBuddy to find out what tag suggestions to give you. But you can go through there and, like I said, classic Mopar. This is a good one. That's one I wouldn't click on this one. Personal. If I have classic Mopar in there, in my eyes, that puts it more to a restoration project. And the stuff I'm going to do to this car, I don't want to emphasize that on these videos, so I don't want that one in there. Muscle cars, it's a Dodge Dart, a 65 Dodge Dart. It's not really a muscle car, so I'm not going to put that in it. Anything that I see in the tag suggestions there, and I gotta, you gotta kind of think about everybody who's going to be typing on that. I don't want to piss anybody off. Does that make sense? So, classic Mopar, if I was doing a restoration, I would probably click that. But it narrows the build in too much. And it's going to be very far from an original build when it's done. So that's the tags. Like I said, these are all hidden. You never see them. And they're just keywords that help the algorithm figure out where to put your video and who to suggest your videos to. So like I said, I go through and I mark as many as I can up to 500. Anyway, so we got that done. Always, 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 and I have this set as my default. No, it's not made for kids. If you click that your videos are made for kids, nobody will be able to comment. It shuts your comments off, and it'll really hinder you on your growth. So make sure that that's set that way. Uh, let's see. Paid promotions. My video doesn't have any paid promotions, but if I was doing a commercial, I would probably click that. Automatic chapters, I always click that, but it's yet to have done it. And probably next week, I'll get into how I break my videos up into chapters and what videos I do as chapters. Chapters will help you immensely on your watch hours because it improves your retention rate on them. But it has to be a video that you can break up into chapters. We'll go into that next week. Places, don't really bother with any of that. The languages, all of that stuff. Licensing and distribute. I always allow embedding. Uh, it's okay by me. What that means is it's okay for YouTube to run ads and stuff on them. And also, like Buck has explained to us many times, if you ever wonder what this stuff is, just hover your mouse over on the question mark there and it'll tell you. Short sampling, I always allow that. And sometimes if you catch the right spot on your thumbnail, um, it'll work toward your title. So when somebody's scrolling through to look for something to watch and they move their mouse over to your thumbnail, it kind of does it like a half a second or 2-second little preview of your video. If you allow that, sometimes that really helps. I have experimented back and forth with that, but everyone that I have done short samplings with like that always does better than the ones that I don't. Unless you're in the middle of a reveal or something, and you don't want, and if you scroll over to it, it gives, lets the cat out of the bag. Stuff like that, maybe I would disallow that. Category. All my videos are auto and vehicles, so I have that set as my default. And that's kind of the very bottom place that the algorithm groups everything into. It's, for as much as I can tell, it's all it's all crapshoot. But this is the bottom. But I always put it in there because it keeps everything together and organized and how the YouTube pushes it. So no matter how small it is on the algorithm, always use every advantage you can with the algorithm. Let's see, live chat reply. Yeah, I allow all of this stuff. Anyway, so jump back over here. I wouldn't say so. Dancing with Alone with Reynolds. But if you got like something long going on, uh, yeah, it's a good time. You can throw a little timestamp in there. So if people do start to get bored, they can skip to the next section of it where you might be talking about things in a little different way or in a different aspect of it. So your retention rate will kind of drizzle, and then you'll see where they're skipping to the next chapter, and it'll pick up, and it'll drizzle, and it'll skip back up, and it'll kind of keeps it going so you get more watch hours out of it. Dudes with wrenches. How's it going, man? Good to see you. I love that. Hey, first responder, good to see you, man. Irish Outlaw, good to see you. And with that, I'll hide that. I'm tired of looking at my ugly mug too. And I'll let's see, stick the invite up here. And anybody who's want to come on in, come on in. If you have any questions on any of that stuff or uh, anything in general, we're all here to really help all of you get to the No Name Nationals, and we're all going to get there. There we go. Hey, Travis, how's it going, man?
Pretty good. You probably just got a big dump of viewers because Buck just shut off his live.
Oh, did Buck just shut her down? Oh, sweet.
I was over on his and he had to take a break, so he decided to shut his down. And sure, everybody got shuttled over here.
Me and Buck, we've worked together for quite a while, experimenting around with this stuff.
So what you been up to?
Oh, dealing with frozen weather. Oh my goodness, it's been brutal cold this week.
Well, we got a baby ice storm down here. I call it baby ice storm because it was only like 3 days of it. A few trees around my neighborhood fell down. I'm glad I got the tree cut down in my yard.
There I am.
It didn't mess anything
Buck.
up, did it?
There I am. I heard.
No.
Here,
Oh, we were just saying
here's
what the
burning.
Hello, everybody.
What's up?
No, like I said, I'm glad I got the tree cut down when I did because I don't think it would have lasted through the ice storm. It
Did
would
it
have
take
fell
any
on the
shingles
house.
or anything?
No, I had it cut down before it could actually fall. It popped and leaned off to the side, so had it cut down and it was dead in the middle.
Yeah, not last year, but the year before, I had 46 trees taken off of my place.
Wow.
All deadfall. They were all dead cottonwoods, elms, mostly elms.
Mm-hmm.
So not last summer, but the summer before, I was, oh man. And I still got a mess back there in the back pasture to clean up.
Now, did they pay you for the wood, or did you have to pay to have them removed?
A logging company that I used to work with, doing maintenance and stuff with,
Mm-hmm.
he came in and did it for the firewood. So,
Okay.
but he left all the limb. He limbed everything, and yeah.
That stinks.
But some of them, they were going to charge me like $3-4 grand a piece.
It was $2,300.
$2,300.
It was $2,300 for me to have my tree cut down and hauled off.
I even told him to high stump them. You know, when you leave the stump about 4 or 5 foot up, because then I can just hit them with the backhoe and pop the stumps out and grab them.
Right.
I was gonna say mine just fall. I just worry about it after they fall. As long as they don't fall on one of my cars. Yeah. Well, maybe the Dodge. It can fall on the Dodge. Just don't fall on the rest
of them.
Okay. But that took me all summer to clean up.
I'm sure it did.
Hey, cousin Mike said he was going to make Landon Custom Classics underwear.
Ooh.
I don't know if I'd wear that.
Yeah,
I got a dog hat.
Are they like pre burnout on them or what?
I was just gonna say that.
They're color coded. It's brown in the rear and yellow in the front.
Okay. That way you can't see the burn marks.
Yeah, skid marks.
So how you been doing, Irish?
Oh, playing with semis instead of cars. I had to take $1,000 Uber ride home on the back of a hook.
Oh.
And I called a bunch of different shops because the plan was I was going to, get the truck home, get it to a shop, and then the company I pull trailers for, I just rent a truck off of them. And then, while my truck's getting fixed, well, everybody said it'll be next Wednesday, be next Saturday, be this, be that. Well, what's it going to cost me to swap out that rear end? Oh, you got to figure probably be around $4,000. And I just kind of, you what? And I said, no. I was literally in the truck with the tow truck driver who I've known for years. And I gave him this look and he's like, what? I said, take it to the house. Take it to my house. I'll do it myself in the damn driveway. I used to work on big trucks. So it just sucks doing it on the rocks.
Yeah.
On the rocks.
Huh.
Yeah. Center
Especially
section
doing a diff.
And I got it home the next day. I just started tearing it out. And then they had one for me in Terre Haute. I went over and got it. I videoed all this, by the way.
Keywords right there. If you want your channel to go,
you video everything. I mean, I've got a car or two that are just mine that I don't want to. I just want to crank up the system in the garage and just wrench. I've got a couple of those, but I videoed the whole thing. I took the Ranchero, loaded the rear end in the back, and drove it 80 miles, 75 miles, and back. And I had it all back together yesterday. And drove fine. Everything works, but it was still kind of wobbly. And whenever that rear end broke, it took out the damn carrier bearing.
Ooh.
So after I got done, I took it to this one shop that would do small stuff, and they got it done. I got it home. I just brought it home just a little while ago. But it probably, if I would have had the parts on hand, I could have had that thing swapped out in, I don't know, a couple hours. Didn't take me very long. There's a rear one, so I could just pick it right up out of I didn't even have to really get underneath,
Okay.
Just a couple.
Well, I mean, it's still just a rear end, though, right?
Yeah, it's just center.
Yeah, I mean, ain't nothing.
But they're huge.
It's just a lot bigger.
Eaton RS 404, so she's probably about that big around.
Yeah.
Probably weighs about 400 pounds.
Yeah, you're not putting that one on your chest, Travis.
Yeah, do any of yours have the lock in them?
Huh?
Do any of yours have the lock in them so you can lock them into posi?
Just no. All you can do is hit the power divider that makes the front axle lock in. Because it runs the rear one, and then when you push that power divider, it locks the gear in the front axle. That way it runs like. Yeah, then it's technically two-wheel drive. Because whatever wheel needs the power doesn't get it.
Yeah.
It goes to the one that's spinning. But it's done. It's out here.
For that logging company, I used to have to put those in. Yeah.
I'd done a ton of them. Matter of fact, the last job that I did as a mechanic before I got talked into driving instead of working on them was a front one with the hog nose on the front of it. So they're not that bad. It's I actually took it apart and it didn't even have axle seals. It just had RTV on. I was like, no, I'm putting seals on there. But no, it's fine. I did that.
I feel for you, man. Working on that heavy stuff is backbreaking.
Well, it is, but it's like altogether after everything, me going to get my own rear end with exchange, and then going and having them put the carrier and one more U-joint in, and I changed the pinion nut on the front axle. I went ahead and put it because it was kind of loose, so I said we'll put a new nut on it and make sure it's tight. Everything, the whole job cost me $850, and they were going to charge me $3,000 to $4,000 to do it.
Wow!
Dang.
the bad side of this is every day those wheels ain't turning.
It's
Yeah.
costing you money.
$1,500. So I lost, you know. Well, I guess it's more like 1,100 to 1,200, but I lost all that because I only worked
Yeah.
one day last week. So then I got Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. It really does work like that in the trucking industry. You lose $1,100 a day. So, but hey, that's just part of it. But I just
That's funny you mentioned the skidder. I just rebuilt a John Deere 54B skidder. It took me 3 weeks to get that thing all together. Totally rebuilt the motor and everything. And the guy that he had running it, man, those skidders, they only move in high gear. You can lock the throttle, get off of it, and walk around it 4 times and get back in it. They're so slow. But he over revved the crap out of it and blew that thing completely to pieces.
I had when this happened to me, I was cruising down the interstate, and I was actually, well, I'll just say I was talking with Dalton, and I hit my 3,000th subscriber.
Sweet.
At this bridge, and I was like, "Oh, hey, I texted him. I just hit 3,000. Boom, dead in the water." So my celebration got like super quick, and I was like, "Man,
dang."
Well, as a matter of fact, I was going to text you, Kim. I got my monetization through last night.
Sweet.
They had it done in less than 24 hours. I got accepted and checked, and out of 213 videos, that's including the one I just let out tonight, out of 213 videos, only 2 of my shorts got restricted. Other than that, all mine, they didn't get restricted. Because when you go and you look at your little dollar sign, it'll be yellow or whatever, and it was only 2 out of 213 videos that I total have.
But they only restrict it, which means that they'll only put it to people. If it's for language, it's only to people over 18. So
yeah. Well, what it is it'll still be monetized on the watch with your YouTube Premium. It'll still be monetized. That I'm alerted, man. I had to, I got a hold. It was going to be this video I just put out was going to be my first video that came out after monetization. So I hurry up and I got a hold of Buzz. I said, "Buzz, help."
I did the same thing.
The crap that I can do. And he goes, "Well, send me what you got." And he put it back. And I was like, "It's perfect." And I'm getting ready to send. He goes, "Wait a minute, I got a better one." I was like, "Okay, give me that one." He's been a big help here lately. Geez, Dalton's been one little video, man. That's all it took. One little video. And then transmission, the GOAT's transmission is done. I got to go get it. I'm going to go get it tomorrow. And that's really all it was. Is he just kind of brought me over. We worked on that truck, and then I grabbed that transmission and come home. Of course, I like that video of me and Zeppelin making that trip. It was a lot of fun. It was just me and him. So, plus,
good Lord, that tranny looked like it was at the bottom of the Mississippi when you pulled it out.
It was bad.
Oh Lord, it was full of mud.
But Tony said he's seen 10 times worse. He says most times you'll come in and they'll be so warped that you actually do have to take a torch to the case. You're just going to use it for parts, You take it to
bust part,
break the case, or he says this one but that transmission builder that he brought that thing to didn't even take the pan off, dude. How can you tell anything's bad you can't tell by just taking the pump out? You got to get down in the nitty gritty of this, and all the seal places were all good, were the pump seats, all that stuff. We ain't exactly sure, don't care. All we know is it's done, and that's a good thing.
Yeah.
If you haven't checked out Midnight Autos, he's got what year is it? 53 Buick Beautiful car that he's been working on. Go check him out. It's a beautiful
Who's that?
car.
Midnight
Auto Repair.
Oh, okay. Oh,
Yeah.
I wasn't even looking at dang comments.
Yeah, somebody has his link up in there, up above. Yeah, Ari has his link up there. Yeah, I just subbed to him. I'll check it out later.
Good guy, good channel. He's one of
Cool.
them that I just found by a total 100% fluke.
Mm.
And next week I'll show you that trick. I probably pulled about 150, 200 subs off of this little trick. It's no trick. It's what YouTube wants you to be doing. So I just did it. And it's easy. You just watch other people's videos and you read the comments that other people are doing, and then you comment on their comment.
Hmm.
And 9 times out of 10, they'll sub you for it.
Oh, wow.
Interaction. It's all interaction.
Yeah.
And the
Yeah,
guy's video that you're watching, every time you leave a comment, it boosts it a little bit. So
Right.
you're helping everybody out doing that.
I was just talking about that. Leave a like if you like it, and make sure you leave a comment too. Even if you don't like it, just leave a comment at least.
Oh,
comments
Right.
keep it going.
I tell people that in my videos. I don't give a damn if you like it or dislike it. Want to cuss me out, attack my dogs, which has happened, and I don't care. I'm equal opportunity here. You can say whatever the hell you want. Well, unless because I had somebody say, I put a comment on there. Why'd you take it down? I was like, I didn't take anything down. YouTube did. You must have said something pretty stupid.
Well, I've had that happen a couple of times, and it was harmless content or a comment. YouTube's axed it.
A lot of times they'll do that and they'll stick it in your. Oh, here I think I can show everybody.
Oh, the held area.
Yeah. Go back. Let's see. Where's it at? Yeah. Cancel. Undo changes. Yeah. See, I can screw up on live TV.
That takes practice.
Oh,
hey, I can screw up when nobody's watching, Barrows.
Oh, comments. Here we go. Held for review.
Yeah.
A lot of times they'll pop up into there.
Yeah, I try and check that all the time.
And anytime you've used the, what is it, the @ or the A circle thing, and you put somebody's name on it, they pop up here in the mention spot.
Right.
There we go. I'll stop sharing that garbage.
I've noticed there's a lot more people this year I got to catch up on. I've been busy. I hadn't been able to get on YouTube much.
I try to keep up, but I'm so busy with my own crap right now that it's especially with this truck being this way and a javelin in a million pieces.
And it starts getting a little tough, when you get 2,000-3,000 subscribers and everybody's commenting. It takes time to go through them.
Yeah.
And I try to leave a real comment. What's that?
Well, I find it easier to look at the comments on my phone. I got the studio app on my phone.
Uh-huh.
And it's easier to look up the comments on my phone than it is on the computer.
Yep.
Because they're in order. And it's not just per video, it's all of them.
Uh-huh.
Because they got a button on there that says comments. You click on that, and then you can scroll down through and see what everybody's commenting on each video. you don't have to go through each and every one of your videos or wait for notifications or whatever.
Right. Yep.
It makes it a lot easier on the phone.
On the phone, I have troubles with the phone, especially because it's cracked and busted on the screen right now.
Well, stop trying to weld on your phone.
Yeah.
Now they don't sell new ones in Idaho.
No.
My problem is I'll have it in my pocket or my coat pocket, and I'll go to crawl underneath the car and forget.
Yep.
And I'm working on rocks.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
So then it'll fall out and I won't know it, and then I'll roll or scoot across it.
Or you got it in your pocket and you reach on the tailgate of that pickup to pull that transmission out, and you hear that crunch.
Crack.
I have the Steer-on phone fixture, his actual phone number. That way I can call him and get his butt coming down to help me while I'm filing a claim on my phone. I got insurance on my phone. So, because I'm on my fifth screen on this. And now I got the Gorilla Glass thing on it, which is supposed to be unscratchable. It's scratched to hell.
It's scratched.
That tells you, exactly how bad it is when you brand new phone. You just put the new cover with Gorilla Glass, and it's scratched. So
I have grinding spark divots in my
divots.
Yeah, that's what I got that on mine too.
Right
from video and grinding.
Right there, I've got one at the. You can see it right there.
Yeah,
that's for using the torch the other day.
Yep. A little spark touches that screen. Boosh. Yep.
But that's on that case glass, so it's fine.
Well, indirect connection. I use the computer because it's easier for me, but some people use the phone. It all depends on what you're comfortable with. Just try both.
Yeah, I got editing software I use on my computer.
For me, I have my own room now set up, and I found that helps. And in fact, I want to go to a desktop, so I'm restricted to this room for it. That way I can clear my head. I don't have a TV going on. I don't have I can focus on my title, description, and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's what I kind of do. I put in, I'm still in the living room, but I put in my headphones. I actually put on my headphones and plug them in, so I'm immersed into the computer and what I'm doing.
Anything you can do to just clear your mind for a few minutes as you're doing that. Well, it just really helps.
I don't know. I enjoy the chaos.
And some people work better that way.
The video that I put out tonight, I literally edited today. I sat down and edited it.
There we go.
And
oh no, time for me to go.
What's up, Brian? But I sitting on the couch and or on my chair, and I'm leaned back, and I got the computer up in my face, mouse on the rich Corinthian leather, I'm sitting there going like this, and we got this cat that's like a few months old. It jumps right up, lands on the computer screen. Everything goes crazy, and I don't know what he pushed, but he erased like 15 minutes. I was like,
wow.
You're a dead cat. I'm going to kill you. And,
just watch one cat videos.
I about killed the cat, but then I just pushed undo, and it all came back. I was like, oh, thank God. Oh, we're going to have a dead cat.
That's funny there.
But, yeah, I don't know. I do it in there while I'm watching TV or, messing with Zeppelin, because I'll go look at him. What do you think about this? And I'll turn the computer, and he'll watch it. If he laughs, I'm hoping it's good. He has before told me that no, that's dumb. But
how about you, Brian?
Oh, I'm doing good. I was just mounting a shifter. So, Irish.
Yeah.
Got a question.
Yep.
How many cars do you bring into No Name Nationals?
How many do I have planned, or how many will make it?
How many will make it?
At least
one. I got one.
At least 4.
Okay.
I plan on having the square body done because I'm going to pick up the motor tomorrow. It's ready to be picked up. I've literally got to go there with my cherry picker and yank it out. He's already got it loose. Big block 402.
Oh, nice.
And then the transmission's done for it. The ambulance,
Yeah.
the only thing it needs is the title stuff done, and we can drive it. And then the Javelin and Blanche, my Ranchero.
Blanche. I actually I actually had some time and started watching everybody's videos. I got a really good look at Blanche.
How's that?
I like that. I like that truck.
The thing.
Yeah.
It's a Ute. It's a 2 Utes.
It gets
It's kind of street freaky too. I like that.
It is.
Yeah. That
I-
exhaust just makes it.
How ready is Blanche going to be to go down the drag strip?
He's one wheel peel, man.
Well, I'm kind of getting at something here.
One wheel peel with like 290.
One really gets you there.
She's long legged. I was doing 75, 80 mile an hour down the interstate yesterday or day before yesterday at 2,700 RPM.
Damn.
Wow.
I mean, all I need is a center section with gears to swap it out. It's a 9-inch.
Yeah. Well, see, I was
Well, you
just wondering how you would feel about another street freaky type car calling you out.
I could possibly be done. I'd be fine with that.
You know, I kind of got a street freaky type car right back there.
Yeah, I know. It looks like it has to sneeze.
I always just asked for 330 and
The sneezing car.
She looks hungry.
Is what it reminds me of.
No, it ain't hungry. It ain't even awake yet. Don't try to say it hungry. Believe me, it ain't gonna be fast. I ain't calling you. I ain't doing that just because I think it's fast in the least.
Blanche ain't fast at all. She's
No, this thing, it's mostly looks right now. But I figure it might be a fun, neat looking race.
It would be neat.
I'm not expecting you to be like, yeah, let's do it right now. We can talk about it.
Knuckle dusting the Blanche.
Hey, we can meet up someplace and talk about it. We live close enough together.
Yeah,
We're
you guys
only
are
about
right
60
next door.
miles apart.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll be driving out past you here in a couple of weeks going to Indy.
Oh yeah.
Oh, well, do you know where Olney, Illinois is?
Yep. Very familiar with it.
I drive out there all the time. I got a buddy out there, Mopar guy, sells me parts.
What
Hey,
the
Layden.
Yeah, I used to hang out in Alton or Olney all the time. Matter of fact, we got something down there in Olney. I was supposed to go look at the damn car in Olney, and I didn't go. But my bands used to play down there all the time. We had I got a couple friends that live there.
You're still in a band, right?
Oh yeah,
You
No, I'm in
still play out stuff? You still do gigs?
2 of them.
oh yeah.
Oh, you need to let me know because you're close enough. I can come see you play. I
March.
love live music. I used to run sound for a couple different bands. I have fun with it. I love running sound.
The band that I'm playing in right now, one of them is country and a little bit of rock in it, but it's a young kid. He's only 20, 26. He recorded in Nashville. He's a hell of a guy, and it's me and the 2 guitar players and me are all in our 40s. Well, the one guitar player is in his 50s, and then the bass player is 24, and the singer's 26. So, but it's just about everything. I mean, it's mostly country.
No, I don't care. We'll come out and watch
Mark,
it. I love supporting local bands. and
Local
stuff.
bands.
One of my big things.
And then the other
Music
band
needs to go back to that.
I have zero musical talent, but I found out that I heard what sounds good, and I get on a mixing board and I make it sound good. So
There's a lot to be said about a good sound man.
That's
there is.
the extent of my music what's talent ability. Yes, I can make bands sound good. But yeah, I'll come out and watch. I'd love to come out and watch you guys.
I think it's in. I'm trying to think when our next gig back. We took a break because we played so damn much. With No Name Nationals coming up all last year, I only had a few Saturdays to work on the cars.
Yeah,
Because I was playing every damn weekend, but they also helped pay for the cars. So,
yeah.
But I think we're playing. Where the hell? I don't even know. I'll have to look.
I get in touch with you on Facebook or something. We'll figure it out. Me and the wife are always looking for reasons to go do something. Hell, I had Big Mike in the shop yesterday. Was it yesterday?
I seen that.
Yeah, I was gonna come down, but with the truck happening the way it did.
That's your money right there, ain't it?
What's that?
That's your money, right?
Yeah. Well, it was.
Well,
Now it's basically I just got to pay a bunch of bills with it. You used to make money at that, didn't you? Nope. Truck driver. I don't even know what my damn schedule is. No. Still don't know who that chick is, but
Yeah, cousin Mike's quite skilled on the kazoo. That guy's a riot. Unfinished project, skilled on the wazoo. Oh man,
how do I not have a? Oh, wait a minute. Duh. I have one too many sips of one beer.
That tends to happen every now and then.
yeah.
Don't
I
have
remember there was one time, Iris, you were talking about music, and I think me and you got this, a lot of the same taste in music too, because you were talking about Motley Crue and.
Yep.
Yeah. I love 80s music. That's when I grew up, though. So 80s,
Me
early
too.
90s.
Sleaze metal was my
Motley
thing.
Crue, Def Leppard.
I'm actually a weirdo. I like 80s music, and of course I'm a fan of hair metal and stuff like that. But
Yeah, I love hair metal.
I'm more of a Waylon Jennings, Johnny Cash, Buck Owens.
I'm with you on that. That's the stuff I grew up on.
I listen to all kinds of stuff, though. I listen to rap. It just depends on what kind of mood I'm in.
Well, I listen to 80s and 90s rap. But too many other, like I grew up on, when I was little, my grandmother would say I was the easiest child to babysit because I was so into the music, like every kind of music. Oh, the Cult is awesome. The Cult,
Yeah, they are.
but my mom would drop me off, and my grandma would already have a bowl of popcorn, a Coca-Cola, and she'd have the doors to her old school stand-up hi-fi set open. And I would sit there and go through all her records, Carter Family, orchestras, different stuff like that. I'd Keep on the Sunny Side and all that. I love that music, like all of it. And then the first time that I really liked rock was probably I found my sister's Boston 8-track, the original first Boston album.
More Than a Feeling.
Yeah, and when I was about 4 or 5, I was walking through the hallway past my sister's room, and I heard this noise coming, and I eavesdropped. She was in there with my brother-in-law. Now she's my brother-in-law. And I eavesdropped, and I heard this song start, and it's just dun 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 dun. It was Running with the Devil.
Yeah.
Van Halen. And I was like, what is that? I'm 4 or 5 years old. I'm just sit there and I listen. Well, after they left, my brother-in-law, Rick, he left that album on her record player. I stole it. I still have it. It's out in the garage. I listen to it all the time. He never knew what happened to it. I've had it, and I ended up telling him later on. I said, "You remember that Van Halen 1 record you had?" And he goes, "Yeah." I said, "I have that." And he goes, "You little shit!" And of course, that's what we're gonna do about it. I got it, but I do. I got my record player with that big old system I got in the garage. I got I don't know. It's real watts. It's like 5,000. And I have my record player set on a bunch of foam, and I'll play albums, like old albums on it. And I play a lot.
My uncle had a reel-to-reel player.
Oh wow!
He would listen to ZZ Top on it. He had ZZ Top recorded. He had a bunch of stuff. But yeah, my first was Black Sabbath. My dad loved Black Sabbath. That's what I grew up on. But I remember the first cassette tape I ever bought was Poison, Open Up and Say Ah. That was the first one I ever bought, and then it's just been hair metal ever since, forever.
Yep.
Now there's somebody I got to turn you on to if you haven't heard his newer stuff. Is Everlast.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You listen to his newer stuff.
Not the new
like
stuff.
White Trash Beautiful, and you look it up. I really think if you like country and stuff like he's got a version of Folsom Prison Blues that is really neat.
Yeah.
But yeah, you should look up some of his stuff. From he was House of Pain, Jump Around. Remember that back in the early 90s? Yeah. But yeah, he's evolved his music.
I was just listening to Gangster's Paradise.
Mm-hmm.
I was listening to 1, 2, 3, 4.
Isn't that Gangster's Paradise song? Isn't that just such a good song?
It is.
It's weird. Even people that don't like rap like that song.
Well, even Weird Al's version.
Yeah.
Can't remember the name of the band that just redid that song, and they made it metal, and it is awesome.
Really? I have to look that up.
It's I can tell you what it is right now. It's I've listened to it so much, it's like on my thing here.
Is everybody getting backfeed?
State of Mind.
We got a little bit of backfeed going on.
Yeah, it sounds like somebody needs to mute their YouTube browser.
Me, mine's off.
Yeah, mine's muted.
Yeah. Travis, State of Mind.
State of Mind, okay.
Mind, Gangster's Paradise.
Everything horsepower, is that you?
Is he on?
Is that it?
There.
No, still there.
Oh.
Still there.
Yeah, I think he needs to mute the browser up on his, or just get out of it.
If you mute them, Barrows, you'll find out.
If you're on your phone, click that thing where it shows all your programs.
There it goes.
Find the YouTube and close it.
There it goes. Right. Sound check. One. Yeah, there you go.
There we go. Okay.
It still might be there a little bit, but who cares? It ain't hurting nothing.
So how's it going? Everything?
Oh, we can't hear him.
Uh-oh, it muted him.
Yeah.
I think you're muted there.
Hold on a second. I'm getting a phone call.
There went your monetization on this one.
Yeah.
Hey, they can't say much. They stole all their songs anyway.
They're all Irish.
And it doesn't take. Well, I don't know. I'm not monetized. I just gotta. I was playing with the music player on Spotify now, and there was one I was.
Yeah, there's Sam. Hi, Sam.
I started my started the live off with Shout at the Devil.
Yeah.
Because Dust Devil Garage, and I spent that. Yeah, they hit me with a copyright claim, but that's all right because Motley Crue owns all their own music, so it'll be going. At least the money will be going to Nikki Sixx if it ever makes money.
Yeah. Hey, well, I'm gonna jump off here, fellas. You all have a good night and see everybody in the chat. I'll talk to y'all later next
Great
week.
seeing
Yeah, what time is it?
Channel.
That's right.
It's
Okay.
9 o'clock, a little after 9.
And here about 20 minutes, we'll jump on over to your place there, Brian.
Yeah. I'll hang out for a little bit.
See ya.
I got time.
Brian, it's March 18th.
March 18th. Okay.
We're at this place called Trucker's Pub right off the interstate. It's where, if you ever come through Effingham, they used to have a great big sign that said Nike.
Yeah.
Right there.
Okay.
Right behind there. It's like behind Denny's and all that crap. It's in the back. It's right on the back side of TA Truck Stop.
Okay. Yeah. Put that in your phone, honey. We'll do that.
It's 318. And then we got some other ones going on. We got a big festival that's going on at we're playing the river down at MVP in Newton. It's going to be a busy year.
That's what I was hated was the summertime outside shows. I hated those where you just sweating your ass off.
Well, the one down at MVP, the stage was the original Farm Aid stage.
Really?
And they cut it down and reinforced it. And, there's not much left of the original stage, but it's right on the Amberall River. There's a friggin' pig running around, chickens, dogs.
There was this place in I don't know if you know where Festus, Missouri is.
No worries, man. You're all good, man. No worries.
It's a house that they built into a cave. It was a cave, and they built a house into the front of it.
I've heard of that.
Well, it used to be a roller rink and a bar and stuff. And supposedly, you go back far enough, the old stage was still there, and it had live music. And like Bob Seger had played on that stage, and a couple other big name people have played on that stage. I'm like, damn, I just want the stage. Just give me a piece of it or something to hang on my wall.
Oh, back to 38's POS's question there. If anybody's putting it together travel routes and stuff, as the event gets closer, you'll see that we all just kind of organically do that. You'll get into contact with people that are like close to you. And as you get more involved with this No Name National stuff, people are coming through your area, This is a big community. Yeah, exactly.
Except, Iris, you don't take 50. You don't go through St. Louis, do you?
No, I take 57.
57
right
down
there. You end up right in Sikeston. I only got to stop once because we had to fill up the Javelin. Or no, I don't remember. I think it was the truck because I was hauling that damn ambulance and it was sucking the fuel.
Mm.
No, I got one gig we're playing this year. They ain't set the date, and they wanted 3 bands, right? And they picked 3 bands. 4 hours a band. Guess who's the drummer in all 3 bands?
Oh, man.
So it'll be 12 hours of music, and it's my sound system. So I'll be bringing down there at that MVP, they got a spot that I can put my 5th wheel camper in, plug her in. I can just pass the hell out. I don't have to go home,
Hey, everything.
That work now?
You get like.
Sounds like you got it.
Yeah, I had to figure out what the hell I was doing here.
Oh, that's right.
I'm still learning too, so you're doing all right.
Yeah.
You're like the guitarist and the bassist and the lead singer. They all show up in these little bitty cars. And then the drummer's always got to have a truck or something to haul his stuff. And then the sound guy's got to have a truck to haul his stuff in. You're both of them.
Yeah, I got the sound systems in a big ass trailer, and my dually hauls the trailer. Or if my sound guy that I gave my stuff to, he learned it all, brought it home and learned it all, he'll haul the trailer, and then I'll take either Blanche or my pickup, and I just throw all my drums in the back. Otherwise, my drums are always in the trailer. I don't practice. I just show up and play. That's the way I've always been ever since I was a kid. People say, I need a drummer. They call me. Never played with them in my life. I just go set up and play. And I did that twice in St. Louis at, I don't know, you remember a place called Mississippi Nights?
Mm-hmm.
Played there about 5 times with bands I'd never played with before in my life.
Oh, I've seen it happen a lot.
Pops, that was a big one. I was in the last band to play the original Pops the night before it burnt down.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't go to Pops before it burnt down, but when it got rebuilt, I got kicked out of there for being too drunk. I'm one of the only people I know.
That's pretty hard to do.
Yeah, it's real hard to do. Me and my buddy got kicked out.
Of course, the
Kansas
only reason
City,
to go
boy,
down to
that's a rough town. Of all the towns that people warned me of, yeah, Kansas City. That was the only one in the whole trip that scared me.
Well, Kansas City ain't bad. St. Louis isn't when you got to worry about getting shot.
Yeah. Stay off Kings Highway.
And don't think that St. Louis and East St. Louis are the same city. Don't ever think that. If you ever see a sign that says going to East St. Louis, don't take that exit. Ever.
Nope. They should just put a block off on that.
You get down by the arch and it's all graffiti, and you go through the weird industrial place with kind of weird.
It's like they got 55 and 70 highway. All those highways all meet right there at St. Louis. And when you're driving through on those highways, all you see is abandoned buildings and stuff. They should at least just tear those down. You know, they ain't doing anybody any good. Ain't nobody gonna buy that property. Let them build something there.
Yeah.
But you've been working on everything.
I've been working on everything.
Not like me.
I got a lot of projects on the go this. Just trying to stay ahead of it. We've been doing everything from pulling tractors to drag cars and everything in between, you know.
Nice.
I got a 52 Chevy chop top. I just put some paint on there this afternoon and trying to get that painted piece by piece and get the engine done up for it. We got a world of stuff going. The engine shop is full. Yeah, got another project came in today. Got to get that one going. That one's outside though in the cold air, and I can't get it started to get it stopped. So I'm waiting for
what year is that that bore machine that you're using? What year is that? That thing's got to be like early 60s, 50s.
No, that's not one of the real early ones. I've seen a few that were earlier model than that, but shit, they haven't made those things for years, so you know it's old. You know.
Oh man, it's just neater than all get out.
It works good though. It's nice and tight. The bore's great hole. So I mean, and you still buy knives for it. So it's
wow.
Pretty good old outfit, you know. The only downside of that one is I don't have the stand for it. So if you got to do like a 409 or something like that, where the deck's parallel, you're screwed. You can't use it. But if you got a parallel deck block, you can bore anything from what the hell? Or I think I can go down to 3-inch up to 7-inch or something.
Oh, really?
You can bore a monster hole. Might not be quite set, but it's up there pretty good. I've never gone.
Hey, I don't want to interrupt you, but we're gonna take off. We're gonna go get our stuff set up. So.
All right, and I'll watch for you, and then I'll redirect over to you, Brian.
See you in 20 minutes or so.
Great seeing you tonight, man.
Catch you later.
See you.
So have you got that dart ready to go?
Yeah. I've stared at it.
When's the Ford motor going?
What's that?
When is the Ford motor going in?
Oh. It is close. It is close.
You need that 428 I just built.
It all comes down to whether or not I use the K member. If I use the K member, it'll have something a little different in it.
Yeah. Yeah,
but
then if you call it the fart.
Or close. I've got another avenue that I'm working on too.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna go way old school.
You gonna share it or?
Well, she's coming. But it's gonna take some ingenuity because I got to figure out how to make a Chevy oil pan fit on an engine that is notorious for being a throwaway engine.
Well, there's a few of those. There's a few of those. It's I know you're not talking about an Oldsmobile because that pan's already at the back. So
I'll give you a hint. The intake ports don't go this way. They're stacked on top of each other.
oh boy. Okay.
Oh.
You know what I'm talking about?
I'm thinking I do. I'm just trying to put my hand on. I know I've seen one of those goofy things. Drawing a bit of a blank. It'll come to me when I don't need it. It's what is that thing? Now you stumped me.
They're an odd little engine.
Yeah. A little engine's not going to make you any power.
Oh, I only weigh as much as a half full beer can.
Yeah. But you can always strap a turbo to it.
I almost did that. That was close. And it still might be, because the engine I'm using, the exhaust goes forward on.
If you let my son get anywhere near it, he'll put a turbo on it. I have a Kubota lawn tractor with a Volkswagen turbo on it. So.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I've got a little 3-cylinder Kubota diesel, and the little shit one day put a turbo on it. So it mows the grass. So I mean, the only problem is it gets the motor oil so hot that it actually, when you try to idle it, the oil light will flash. So. Long story short, our lawn is a little bit too amped up.
Pop out for a little while, then I'll get back on Brian's. I'm going to go in and mess with Zeppy a little bit. So
sure thing.
I'll see you on the next here in a little while.
Yeah, it's hard to get one past you, 38 POS.
I'll see you guys in a bit.
Catch you later.
Good seeing you, Irish.
You got that little 350 Chevy you could throw in there?
Yeah, that's a possibility. If it stays with the K member, it's probably going to go that. That'd be good. I got to figure out how to make it steer from the front.
Yeah. Well,
I think I can do it.
Do you have to, or could you put a Chevy 2-pan in it or something?
I'd have to cut the pan and then move it, turn it into a mid sump.
It does. Yeah, it needs to go forward, doesn't it? Not backwards.
Yeah, because the K member, they got the steering, the center link that goes right where your oil pan is, and then they got the K member up front, so it's restricted to that dang.
It'd be cool and put a straight axle under it.
That's a possibility too, because I measured that 48 Ford of mine, and it's identical.
Yeah, that would be that. Actually, that car would be a pretty cool looking gasser. It would, it's got that kind of an oddball old school look, and you could crank it up there pretty good. It would be interesting.
And the way that Mopar put the motors in them back in those years, you got to do something to get the weight to transfer, because every bit of that engine is in front of the front axle.
Yeah. The only thing is you can do a lot. Those Caltracs, that's a leaf spring car. And Caltracs will move a lot of weight to the back of the car, on launch. It's quite interesting. Or make a long ladder bar for it. Like my kid's 57, that thing with the turbos in the front of it right behind the headlights, you hung 120 pounds on the nose of an already heavy car. It's long enough ladder bars, it transfers the weight and it'll lift it right in the air and go, So I mean, you can move weight around mechanically if you have to.
Yeah.
Or just load a little ballast in it. If you got a bunch of tire weights around, just throw a few buckets of them in there.
Or like you say, stick a straight axle in it, put that nose to the sky and let her fly.
I've never messed with, I want to build a straight axle car bad. I've never messed with one, and I don't know if people think that works good or if it actually works good. I really don't know the answer to that.
I've lugged around quite a few of them Chevy, subframes and that. They're heavy.
Yeah, they are.
A whole front end straight axle. They're light.
They are. You shave a ton of weight off. I mean, there's no question about it. I think that's probably half the advantage. More so than the nose pointing up. It's probably taking the weight off the nose. But like I say, I've never messed with one. I can't really. I hate to say anything too much about it because I'd have a learning curve. But look at most of those cars that race, they ran a big long ladder bar or something, So
yeah.
I kind of think they were getting more help from the back than they were from the front. But it's
And like
again,
the cow track, I want to run them all the way up to where the cross member is, where the torsion bars mount in. Just like a cow track, run them all the way to the front.
Yeah, well, the cow track actually puts pressure right on your spring, so that can only go the length of the spring. But tracks a ladder bar, you can make it go as far as you want. We custom make ours. We measure the point of intersection, and we run them right up to the intersection point. And then that generally works pretty good until you start getting too much horsepower, and then everything changes. Yeah.
What is this? He said too much horsepower.
Yeah.
What is that?
Yeah, I said too much horsepower. We kept spending money to make more horsepower, and finally we just decided to make too much horsepower and castrate it until we could get it down the track. Well, put it this way: when I saw my son's whole differential flying through the air, I knew we made too much.
You didn't have a good enough differential.
The differential was fine. The held the differential. That's and then we stiffened them up, and it was starting to actually break the ladder bars, and those ladder bars were heavy. So we finally put an edge in the back of the car, and that seems to stay. But you got a 2,000 pound, 3,800, a 2,000 horsepower, 3,800 pound car. So it is hard on parts.
Yes.
That's what she scales out.
Yeah. With him in it, it's 3890 or 3850 or 3890 with him in the car. So it's a heavy car.
Wow.
It'll run low fives on a what the hell are we running, a 15 pound tune. So we can make. I mean, we can easily put 30 to it if we can stick it to the ground. So it can break a lot of. Like I got 35 pound, 35 spline Moser axle twisted a little bit. But the nice thing with Moser, they'll warranty. They know I'm doing things with them, and they'll still they work. You send them out a new set of axles. So 10-year warranty on there.
Wow.
10-year?
Yeah. I was surprised because in the racing business, almost nobody warranties anything.
Yeah, and guaranteed till you open the door.
Yeah, but I talked down at PRI. I showed them the picture of the differential flying through the air, and I said, the axles are twisted a little bit on the spline. And I said, will you still warranty them? They said, yep, no problem. Send them down.
Wow.
Give us 3. We'll have you new ones. So can't go wrong.
What rear end are you running?
It's a Moser 12 bolt. It's one of theirs, and the 35 spline is the heaviest axle you can put in the 12 bolt.
Yeah.
So, but the Moser 12 bolt has got a heavy casting. It's a lot heavier casting than the original. Axle tubes are way heavier than the original. I mean, it's been a very good unit, but it was a good unit when we were bracket racing. Now we're really overdoing what it's meant to do. But it's in the car. We'll keep doing it.
Well, I had a bad turn with Moser because I bought Moser axles for my 8 3/4.
Yeah.
And ended up figuring out that the driver's side one was bent.
Ooh.
Because it was really hard to get in there and stuff. I was like, well, it's a new axle and stuff. And a new third member. So I was like, yeah, it might be a little tight getting in there. And I drove it, and it would break the rear U-joint. And finally I pulled it back apart and looked at it, and sure enough, the driver's side was bent. Well, I called them and I said, the driver's side's bent, and I hadn't even been able to race the car. They said, oh, well, you probably bent it, you know, so we're not going to warranty it.
Really?
Yeah, they were dead set against warrantying it.
I mean,
So I was like,
seems kind of strange.
yeah, I was like, I'll go with somebody else next time I want axles.
Huh. Yeah, they haven't really given me any trouble at all.
No, and I've talked to a lot of people, and they all say the same thing. They stand behind their product, and they'll warranty about anything. Short of you cutting an axle yourself.
You might have got a hold of one jerk too,
Yeah, it might have been. He might have been just 2 days away from quitting.
Well,
2 bad days away from quitting.
Yeah, that is possible.
I don't know. But yeah,
there we go.
Dealing with people, you never know who you're getting a hold of. Sometimes the company gets a bad name, which kind of, I hate to see that.
Well, that's a call from. We went to Hardee's today, and we were sitting there, went through the drive-through, and they said, "Oh, we'll pull over here and we'll bring you out your food." So, okay, so I'm waiting and waiting. About 20 minutes later, nobody's come out. And then this girl comes walking out with a bag of food. I was like, okay, fine. And she's like, did you order this? And we're like, no, ours was the other order. Oh, well, this is these people's. And they just got there. Oh. I mean, they just pulled up and they made their order first or something. She's like, oh, well, we still got to make yours. I was like, so I just left and I called the DM and they called me back and kissed my butt.
It's ruined now, It's
I'm like, they said they'd refund my order that I had and give me a free meal, and I'm like, do I really want to go back to this place?
Yeah.
Are they gonna spit in my food because I called the DM on them?
Yeah.
I
don't know. I'm so discouraged now whenever you go to anywhere like that where you need service.
Service is not service anymore.
Ever since COVID, it's not going to happen like it used to.
No.
I don't know. It is.
I noticed since then that the people that are getting hired now are just whoever they can get to work. So yeah.
I actually try to probably tip people more than I used to in those kind of jobs anymore, because at least they're going to work,
Yeah.
I mean, so easy for somebody just to sit home and get paid to do nothing. So
that'd drive me nuts unless I had millions of dollars where I could play with stuff.
Yeah, you'd have to have a bunch of really expensive hobbies to keep you going, because it would. I mean, it feels really good for a day or two if you got to stop after you've been really busy, and then you start to go crazy.
Yeah, well, I mean, back in 2009, I was off for 9 months on living on unemployment.
Oof.
It was like $250 a week.
Yeah, you're not going to do much on $250.
I about starved to death. If I hadn't worked side jobs with my buddy's company,
yeah,
we would have lost the house.
Yeah. You can't make it on that.
No.
I mean, especially now, it'd be even worse. But I mean, you can't do it.
No, I don't know how people can just sit and okay, well, that's all they're going to give me.
Yeah.
And that's all this is where I'm at for the rest of my life.
Yeah.
No, I can't do that.
That's some people are cut out for it, I guess.
You just got to keep pushing.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, I worked myself from a high school dropout. I dropped out in 9th grade, went to trade school. And I went from that to making 6 figures a year.
Yeah.
Because I busted my ass.
Yep.
Nobody gave me nothing. I just had to bust my ass, and I finally got there. It took about 20 years, but still.
Yeah. But if somebody does give you something, it's not the same either,
Yep.
Right.
Exactly.
I mean, if you go out there and you make it happen and you've earned it, it means something.
Right.
Somebody hands it to you. It's well, all it is somebody else's effort. You're taking advantage of it.
Right. And there's too many people these days that are okay with that.
Or there's strings attached.
Yeah.
Strings attached to everything.
Yeah.
It's easier just to be your own.
Free. I mean, there's always strings attached.
Mm-hmm.
But you see some people, they'll get a gift and they'll make hay with it, but it's rare.
Yeah.
It's almighty rare. Usually if you get something for nothing, you give nothing in return. That just seems to be the way it is. It's just human nature, I think, you know.
Well, it goes back to when I was a kid. A friend of mine, his dad owned a bunch of gas stations. They had money. And he bought him this old Datsun pickup. There's nothing wrong with it, but it was back in the days of the mini trucks, and he wanted it lowered and, everything. Well, he'd wreck it about every 2-3 weeks. His dad would take it to the shop, fix it for him, give it back to him. Well, he'd just drive it and beat the snot out of it again because he didn't care.
Yeah.
Because he didn't have to repair it.
Yeah.
But if it broke, his dad would repair it.
Yeah. You see that all the time.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
Especially in fleet vehicles. Oh man.
Yeah. Yeah. My son is doing a bunch of work on service trucks right now for people.
Yeah.
They do. They get the hell knocked out of them,
Mm-hmm. Because they don't care.
Yeah. It's not
They're
my
not paying
truck.
for them. No.
Well, see, I worked at one company, Auto Electric, that you sign whenever you got your work truck, you signed a paper that says that if you do any intentional damage to it, you have to pay for it.
Yeah.
If they can tell it was intentional damage for some reason, and not just like a car accident or something like that. But if you did, you're beating on it and you broke it, you had to fix it. You had to pay for it.
You bought it.
Yep.
When I was driving truck, most of the guys took pretty good care of their trucks because they had to live in them.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, some guys were fussy, unbelievably fussy, but you did see a guy that just ran his stuff into the ground. But then he had to live in it.
Right.
I mean, probably his house looked the same way. I don't know.
Well,
when I drove for long haul, but short haul, oh man, people just beat them to pieces.
Oh yeah, it's like any other service vehicle.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. If it's a 9 to 5 deal, nobody cares.
Right. Yeah.
One of my first jobs for my dad was I was on booger patrol. Yeah.
We can stop there, Barrows. That's a bad job. My first job was picking berries. Okay, mine was all right. Yours sounds pretty nasty.
That's
because when they come in for an oil change and a full service, we'd go in and vacuum them out and clean, the whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and the backside bottom of the seat. Yeah, if you buy a used car, that's called the booger zone.
That is bad.
And to this day, every car I got out there, newer ones like that, has got one of them steering wheel covers on it. Yeah.
I see Bruce finally decided to show up to the live tonight.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, Bruce is in here. I'm still trying to get him to
there
go
he
ahead
is.
and trying to get him to take the leap and go ahead and sign up for No Name.
You're in, right? Everything horsepower, you're in for the No Names?
No, I didn't sign up just because it's a long drive and I'm not sure what fuel's going to cost, and I don't know if it's something if it's something feasible to do it, I'm going to be able to actually do or not. And I hate to say I'm going to do it and not, but I'd actually
Where are you out of?
I'm out of Canada.
Canada.
Oh.
I'm just across the border from Vermont. I'm my farm.
Oh, that is
on the other side. Okay.
Well, you're about as far as Barrows is.
Yeah.
Probably what, 3,000 miles?
I'm not. It's I'm on the East Coast. Where's that race going to be? That's in Missouri, isn't it?
Yeah.
Sikeston,
just below St. Louis.
Yeah, I'm about 1,500 miles, something like that.
Yeah.
It's it's It's
Well, I know you can
Yeah.
drive from Memphis to Barrow's house in a day and a half.
That's a long day and a half.
You can do it.
we used to run down to Arkansas all the time. My uncle and aunt were down there, and we used to go down and get cars and bring them back up here and sell them. And we'd leave here. We'd run 32 hours straight and get down there to Batesville, Arkansas.
Okay.
Run down through Memphis there a lot. We'd run right straight down the 81, the 40, and go right in through West Memphis, and then jump up on the 64 and go across Upper Arkansas.
Okay.
But that so we've run that route quite a bit, and I go down through St. Louis quite often when we go to the city as a rain infantry. So that I know those roads well. I also know how much fuel it takes and how much it costs me to do it. So
Yeah.
that's the biggest problem. I go down there with a truck and trailer. Hell, I'll spend today's world. What the hell? I'll spend probably $1,800, $2,000 in fuel.
Yeah.
Ooh.
So yeah, that takes a bite out of it. So I don't know.
I was sweating it taking that big 390 FE Ford
Boy,
all the way that far.
yeah.
Yeah, and you
But it
didn't
didn't
make it out of the
anyway.
state. You didn't make it out of the state.
Well, if I'm gonna throw mine in a trailer.
I'm trailering this year too. I'm not going to try that this year.
No, I've got I bring one of the 57s down. If we
Nice.
go.
Wait.
Either bring my street car or my son's twin turbo car, but that thing is kind of ridiculous, and I'm not sure I really want to drive it anymore. I used to love driving that car, but a bit of a handful now. He's young and rubbery. He can stand it better than I can.
Oh, what do they say? If it doesn't scare you a little bit, it's not fast enough.
Well, that's true. That's actually 100% true, because I keep making mine faster because it doesn't scare me at all. And then the kid's car though is like I say, that one. If you just run that car on wastegate and don't try to add boost to it, it's pretty scary. It's a lot of car.
Oh, hubby's garage here. He's another one that's got an original gasser Tri-Fi Chevy
Oh,
Really?
that he's been putting together.
So it's an actual
Yeah.
gasser that was run, and
He's
he's
got
rebuilding.
records and everything. Yeah.
Wow, that'd be cool to see.
I have an old 56 Chevy dirt track car. It's sitting up in the woods, and the chassis and the roll cage and everything is scary to death to look at it. I would never.
Old water pipe, stick welded.
Yeah, and one water pipe up beside the other one with a little bit. But I'd like to cut that outer body off and stick it on a chassis and make a gasser with it. It would look absolutely terrible because it's a car that saw action, so it beat up.
Yeah.
But it would be.
Oh, that'd look good.
The exhaust comes out the doors on that car. It's got big.
Oh man.
Powers right out the door. I would really like to. I'd like to stick that on a chassis and make something out of it. I gotta let these dogs in here. They're driving me nuts. Come here. My dogs are complaining. I guess they want attention. They hear me. Now I open the door. They go, Max, come here. Come on.
Yeah, that was another expense this week. My wife's dog we got up yesterday morning. My wife's dog, her back legs wouldn't work.
Ooh.
Oh no.
So I had to take her to the vet, and she was a little low on fluid. They didn't know what exactly was wrong with her. They think she might have got bit by something that gave her mild, what do they call it, paralysis.
Yeah.
Like palsy or something. Yeah.
Yeah, but they think it was a bug bite or something like that, maybe a tick. But she's fine now. She's running around. She's happy. But that was
That's
another
good.
$400. That was another $400 I didn't want to spend this week.
Yeah. That gets. small animal vets are worse than big animal vets.
Yeah.
I don't. I usually doctor my own. I've been around this stuff farming so long. So you get way around a lot of stuff. But every once in a while, you have to go see that. It's deadly.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's just deadly.
I'm in the wrong business.
Well,
With
yeah.
mine, it's usually a house call. I got to call a vet in.
Ooh,
I got a
that's tacked on
I've
a
only
little
got
more,
one
too.
horse, though.
Yeah.
How many have you got?
right now. I got 7 here, and then I got a couple partner horses up in Ontario. So
Yeah.
Wow.
we breed them. So springtime gets real busy here. I got a vet here almost every day in the spring during breeding season because we
Oh, I'm sure.
breed 4 mares this year, and we do it with frozen semen. So we check them when they're ovulating. We try and breed right on ovulation. So we're checking mares every 12 hours. So it's vet bills in the spring. But the thing it is, those horses, those reiners we have, the mares we're breeding, we won a lot of money with them, and their babies have won a lot of money, so they sell for a good price. It's worth doing it.
Yeah.
There's none of them, nice $5,000-$6,000 horses anymore. That market's dead. The rich people can afford to buy them. The working people can't. I was lucky.
Like muscle cars.
Yes, the numbers matching stuff exactly.
Yeah.
I was
It
lucky.
blew me away that one of the top breeders for reining is William Shatner, Captain Kirk.
Yeah, Captain Kirk. Yeah.
Wow.
Never would have thought that in a million years.
He's in his 80s and he still shows. I've seen him show down in Oklahoma City. He does pretty damn good,
He does.
My uncle,
reining is awesome.
My uncle that I partner with, he's in his 80s and he still shows reiners too. So some of the guys keep going good. It's ain't too bad getting up there if you can keep doing what you want to do. Them guys, I admire them when they're able to go like that. I think that's
the last Appaloosa I had. He was a reiner.
Yeah, that's kind of rare in the reining world. It's like Arabs. You don't see too many of either one. There were a few good reiners back in the day, but hell, I think old Bob Anthony was the last one to make one famous, and he hasn't been in the pen since the 80s. So it's been.
Then there was that gal. What was her name? She was big in bridleless bareback reining.
Oh yes. Westfall.
Yeah.
She was. I've seen her show on 30 there one time, and I mean it was a big time. She was heading for the finals, and that thing got stopped and kind of got launches too far and sat on its butt, and they zeroed her. It was. I thought they got booed pretty good. It was that was not a popular move by the judges, let me tell you. But she's a good hand, that girl. I mean, and she got a hell of a lot more better balance than I do, because I'm not going to sit on one bareback. I can ride one.
Oh Lord, no! I can't no more. I get off. I can't walk.
I haven't tried it in a while.
Of course, I had to switch to an Australian, though. I can't even ride a Western saddle anymore. My knees just won't take it no more.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah. Prosthetic rubbing her leg and rub it raw. And we got some of these, they got swivels that'll go on your stirrups. And that helped her 100%. It was people with bad knees that were using it. And apparently it's knee, ride. Maybe you could try something like that.
That sounds like your mic is cutting out there. You were cutting there.
I was.
We went from raining to cutting. Wow.
Yeah. I tried that. I fell off.
That's what my little I got a little Arabian quarter mix. She looks more quarter horse, but till she runs, then you can tell she's an Arabian.
Yeah.
But that's what she is. She's a cutter.
Oh yeah. They had the Arabs were putting a bunch of money into. They had that half quarter horse deal where they had a pretty good security for their prize money. I don't know if they're still doing it or not. I knew a guy that was up there winning a bunch of money.
I was actually setting her up years ago. I was going to ride the Appalachian Trail.
Oh yeah.
And try to take it all away.
Well, that'd be interesting to see that. It'd be. I always wanted to go and do the Grand Canyon mule ride. I thought there'd be no better way to see the Grand Canyon. But then they told me a lot of those mules like to walk the edge, and they kind of lost.
That'd be it for me.
Well, yeah, the thing is, my uncle had mules for years, and I went hunting with him, and there's a place called Knife Ridge, and it's only about maybe 4 foot across.
Mm.
And it's 1,200 on one side and 15 on the other. And the mules would just walk across there like it was nothing.
Yeah.
They didn't even care. The horses, on the other hand, he had 2 of them jump off going across there.
That's because horses are smart enough to know they're going to die.
So
and I'm with the horse. I'm just not.
Yeah.
I'm
Knife Ridge
I'm
ain't
not scared.
too bad as long as the wind ain't blowing.
Heights are one thing that boogers me pretty good. I don't really like being up in the air.
Neither do I.
No.
My biggest thing is if I got nobody around me, I can walk up right to the edge of a cliff and look over. I'm fine. If there's anybody within 10 feet of me, I can't do it.
Yeah.
I get the bad fear of somebody pushing me off.
Yeah. Yeah, well, you got to quit saying mean things to them before you walk up there.
Maybe.
Might help.
I could.
In Twin Falls, right where Evel Knievel set up Dewey's jump.
Yeah.
Right at the bottom of the canyon, there's an old cherry orchard that they turned into a golf course.
Okay.
But there's an old switchback road that goes down. It's a 1-lane road, and it's got convex mirrors up there. So every time as you're coming up, you got to wait for the guy coming down at every corner. And it's narrow and it's straight off. Yeah. I hated going down that canyon.
So you can pass 2 cars on the straights, but not the corners.
In the cutouts, there's a little spot where you can get around somebody, and then it's back up. I hated that.
Yeah. They do that on the wood roads up here, up north, where they got the provincial forestry land and stuff. They build those roads like that, and those trucks they load the hell out of them because they're on a private. And they have those pull-off areas, and you get on the radio and make sure somebody knows you're coming. And the guy that's not on the hill pulls over and waits for the guy that is. That's it. Those things. I've seen some of those roll into the mills, and hell, somebody told me they had 200,000 gross, and they probably did. I mean, they had them loaded until everything was falling off, and with really high bunks, and it was pretty crazy stuff,
When I was driving truck, we were over in Virginia, going through the mountains up there, going to a paper plant, and we got passed by a logging truck, and he's flying, and we're talking to him on the radio. Well, we got talking to him. It's like, well, if you all ain't from around here, if you see a truck coming, just ease on over. He's gonna blast past you. He says none of the trucks pay attention to the speed limit. They all been driving these roads forever, and they know them.
Yeah.
Just stay out of the way. And they would. They'd pass, and it looked like they were going to flip on the corners. I was just so amazed how those guys could drive up through there. And it was at night too.
And they're kind of strange the way that the trailers are set. They're made to, as you come take a corner, your back tires will follow in almost in the same track.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
they have that long beaver on them.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, they got some of those things. You all got to watch the back of them as much as the middle of them when you're turning, though, because swipe in the back will take a car out in the corner, you know.
Yep.
Behind the axle. Things are they're kind of goofy.
God forbid should they shift. Oh, because the logs are the trailer.
Right.
Oh, and they shift and they just roll right over.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. They just strap those logs down over the axle, and I think there is a reach pole up in there, isn't there?
What's that?
I think there's a reach on those trailers that goes to the truck.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, they're hooked, but it's just by one beam. The logs are really the trailer.
Yeah.
That's the structure of it.
It's almost like an old horse wagon there that just the reach back to the up to the front end.
Yeah.
Yeah. I used to. You see those guys hauling them back empty. They load the bunk right on the back of the tractor.
Yep.
Yeah.
That pole sticks up over the cab. I've seen them guys hauling them back through when I was down in that country. Around here, they don't do it that way. That's a southern thing. Oh, our roads here are so damn bad, though. They'd probably shake one of those right in half.
They get shook in half anyway.
I'll tell you what.
That company that I do some maintenance work for, and that, yeah, they are so tough on them trucks.
Oh yeah. Well, you go up into those woodlots, it's not exactly, housebroke. It's a bad spot for equipment. My cousin had a transport company, and he would pick up logs coming home. He'd haul cement board going south and pick up logs to come back. And all those things, those trucks took a beating going into the woods, because they'd sometimes go a mile up a wood road and load and come out. I mean, they were loading legal, so they weren't as heavy as some of them other guys, but still, it was pretty good test on equipment.
Oh yeah.
He bought everything heavy spec to tolerate it, because I mean, otherwise everything would just fall apart.
That's why I want to get a waste oil burner, because I do a lot of service work for him, and he has troubles getting rid of his waste oil. So, good Lord, I change oil in 2 trucks, and there's my free heat for all winter long.
I was gonna say if you had diesel, you could just run black fuel if you wanted to. That's what I did when I had my diesel. When I changed the oil in it, I just mix it in the fuel.
Yeah,
it ran just fine. It was a 92 Cummins.
Yeah,
non-intercooled. It ran just fine on that black fuel.
The old 12 valve.
Yeah.
Price of fuel this year, you might want to do more of it.
Yeah.
What's it like up there with you?
What's that?
What's it like up at your place?
Oh, we buy fuel by the liter here. So that's you want to get screwed, adopt the metric system. It's what the hell is fuel right now? Right around $1 liters. Basic. If you want to go broke, $10.
You broke up through that whole thing.
Somebody playing the piano.
I'm hearing.
Oh, that's my daughter.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, Addie.
No, fuel here is $2.50 a liter. So a liter.
$2.50 a liter, and that was what, 3.7 per gallon.
3.875 or 3.750. I think it's 3.7. I'm getting confused with stroke and metric conversion here, but
right.
I think it's anyway. It's right around. I think it's 3.875, but I'm not 100% sure.
I can't remember.
Yeah, it's basically figures out right close to $10 a gallon. So it's
wow.
Add under.
It's down to I think 4.25 around here for diesel.
But why in the hell is it double gas? I mean, it makes no.
It used to be like just right over regular.
Yeah. We went down to the PRI, and it was like double for fuel than gas. A lot of the places we went, depending on the state, but
yeah,
it's ridiculous. I saw the like of it. I guess everybody just blames it on Putin, I guess.
Well, the thing is, the diesel was sitting there and gas shot up, and they're like, oh, wait, we need to get diesel up there close. And it went on past it.
Yeah, it went trucking past it. But, I mean, it's a byproduct they get when they make gas. There's no reason.
it's unrefined.
It's less refined, yeah.
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 I mean,
yeah, they basically take the dirt out of it, and well, see, now they got to take the sulfur out of it too.
The diesel engine was designed to run on peanut oil.
Peanut oil, yeah,
Right.
Built to run on, and then the oil companies figured out that their byproduct from making gas, they could run a diesel engine on it. Well, they named the fuel after the motor, not the motor after the fuel. Everybody thinks it's the other way around, but
right.
They're all running around trying to build electric cars and everything else. And I mean, biodiesels are honestly probably the smartest and easiest thing you can do.
and like you said, it's what it was designed to do in the first place.
Right.
They're doing everything to kill it. The only thing is, we've played around with vegetable oil a bit, and it probably wouldn't be real good for overweight people because you'll get really hungry when you smell that stuff.
Sounds like McDonald's French fries going down the road. Yeah.
We had Farmall M diesel, and my father showed up in the dooryard here, and he said, "Yeah, guess what I did?" I said, "I can smell what you did." You'd run that tractor for 2 hours, and you wanted French fries.
Well, whenever they first came out with the hybrids, I thought they were going to be diesel electric. I thought that's what they were making when they did the hybrid.
Yeah.
And I was trying to figure out why they haven't done that, because the trains have been doing that for years. I mean, since like the 50s.
They're using the diesel engine.
And it's so much more efficient than anything else we have.
Submarines. I mean, that technology goes back a long time ago.
Yeah.
And it's extremely efficient because the diesel doesn't use that much fuel when it's set up like that as a generator.
It's just idling.
Right.
There's very little pull on it.
Right. And it's extremely efficient. And I had actually thought about maybe getting another truck and getting a small diesel and trying to build a diesel electric.
Like a little 3-cylinder Perkins or something?
Yeah, something like that. On a generator that I can, run like a Tesla motor in the back with.
Yeah.
Like putting an S10 or something like that. Some little small truck.
That's one of my favorite engines. It's a little Perkins 3-cylinder, mechanical everything.
Yeah.
Run on anything that'll burn.
Yeah. No distributor, no nothing.
Yeah.
As long as it's got fuel going in and compression, it's running.
Yep.
I bought a new John Deere tractor in 2008 because I kind of they started making them again there for a little while. Just mechanical injection, manual transmission, the whole deal. 100-horse tractor, and I bought the damn thing because I said, we won't be able to get one of these much longer. It's probably a good thing I got one. But that is dead simple. It's got the same injector pump on it that my old 1979 International has. So it really does the same standardized pump. Their Bosch pump. But I mean, you can't go wrong with that. These new things, they're just a nightmare.
I used to be scared of diesel because I never messed with it. And then I got that little Massey out there and I tore into it and got it all put it all back together.
Yeah.
Why was I scared? They are so simple.
Yeah, there's nothing to them.
Yeah, and damn near indestructible too.
Yeah.
Unless you do something really stupid.
And everything on it is made to be rebuilt.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
In the field.
Yeah.
With work to be done.
On old tractors, even the gas motors were. You know, we've got one here right now, an old International we're doing for a guy. And, you know, you just drive the sleeves out and drive a new set of sleeves in, and away you go. You know, valve guides, same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Made with a drive out guide, just like a big diesel. It's quite impressive, you know, when you start looking at that. And that old stuff was made, you know, just to keep fixing and keep running forever.
Yeah.
We just don't make stuff like that anymore.
And it was made to sit outside, open to all of the elements, and still run.
We get
Go
stuff
ahead.
from the Kubota dealer here to whenever they need head done or, you know, block or anything like that, or flywheel turned, whatever. And they brought a block in. Guy lost the radiator hose and ran it till it was red hot. They brought it in, wanted us to check the block, see if it's cracked, and then bore it and put new pistons in. You can only bore blocks 10,000ths. That's it. You're done.
Really?
You got one shot at it. There's no sleeves in them. There's no nothing. You can bore them 10. The sleeves are thin enough. You can't bore them anymore.
Wow.
I was shocked by that. I couldn't even imagine it on a big diesel motor. But today's world, big diesel motors aren't what they used to be.
Non-sleeved diesel tractor motor.
Yep.
International did that back in the early 60s and got away from it immediately.
Well, it's a throwaway engine.
Exactly.
That's all it is. You know, I mean, and like they're tearing down the Allen coal plant here that was built in the 30s. There are several large motors in there that are original to that plant that still work.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Tell me they didn't make stuff to last back then in the 30s.
Exactly.
They did. I mean, stuff was over-engineered, crazy heavy, and you know, because of that, they didn't make the power per cubic inch that the new ones do for sure.
Oh yeah.
But they were so over-engineered and turned so slow, and hell, if you keep good air filters on them and change the oil, they just live forever.
Yeah, they don't care.
Yeah, no,
they'll just run.
All that old stuff was that way. You know, I'm that 52 Chevy I'm working on right now. I'm inside that car because it was a chopped roof when it came in, and they wanted me to finish it, so I'm trying to cut all that interior garnish molding down to make it fit. And I'm looking at all this stuff with the stainless trim around it and all that garnish molding and everything. I'm thinking to myself, you know, you'd never see that today. You'd never see something built like that today. There's no way in hell that would be. Hell, it would probably cost you $200,000 to buy a car built like that today. You know, it's and that was, you know, common run of the mill stuff back in the day. It's just amazing to me how they built that back then and made money, and now all that's out the window. You just can't do it anymore. And I don't know where all that changed, you know.
Well, they could do it and make money, but their profit margin wouldn't be nearly as big as it is.
Well,
and that's what it's kind of boiled down to. It's not so much that they couldn't do it; it's that their profit margin wouldn't be enough for them to say they made a profit.
Yeah, that may be true, and I'm not even sure though that they could, you know, with all the regulations and everything being what they are now and all that.
Yeah.
Well,
that's where it's at, red tape.
Yeah.
And I think that's why so much of this electric stuff is going on now, because the electric is still kind of the wild, wild west. They haven't really dove in. You don't have to deal with emissions so much with them, you know.
Yeah, well,
you get around a lot of stuff by going electric.
In the long term, we're going to have to deal with emissions on that because, I mean, we've got disposal issues and power generating issues and raw material issues that nobody's even begun to look at yet. You know, it's like some utopian fantasy land right now, but I think the reality of that eventually is going to hit and may cause a bigger disaster than gas does.
Well, the thing is it's about like the wind turbines. A wind turbine will never make up for the carbon footprint that it makes to build it and set it up.
Yeah,
it'll never make up for it. Right.
They claim,
and they're not maintained. They're just when they fall apart, they leave them standing there and stand another one up next to it because it's cheaper to buy another one than it is to fix the old one.
And somehow the blades aren't recyclable. They just have to sit in a landfill. I don't get that. I don't know. I thought the blades were made out of some kind of fiberglass, reinforced fiberglass.
Yeah, I don't know. Some of that stuff, you read it. Today's world, trying to figure out what's true and not true is a little difficult too.
Yeah.
Well, my buddy bought a Tesla, little Model S.
Yeah.
He got one of the good ones, the ones that had the lifetime warranty, and the warranty went with the car on the batteries.
Yeah.
Nice.
But I asked him, so what's it cost you to plug it in? Well, first of all, he had to rewire his garage because he had to have 480 out to the plug. So it cost him that. Then he said, oh, it costs about as much as it did to run the hot tub in the wintertime. I said, yeah, but Rodney, you got rid of the hot tub because it cost too much in the wintertime. He said, yeah, but that's different.
Well, I almost had a one of the smaller Teslas as a hood ornament today. One cut me off.
I've tried to work on those Teslas here a little bit. My son's buddy is a Tesla mechanic, but they won't sell you parts.
No,
you cannot.
It's dealer only.
Yeah, yeah. One guy came in here. I fixed the door on it. He got run into, and I poked the dent out and painted the door. And when he showed up, he's holding the driver's door closed. And I said, that wasn't the one that was hit. And I'm like, he fixed it? I said, yeah, it must be. The latch was broken. Wasn't too hard to diagnose. Could not get a latch. They had to drive that car into Montreal, 75 miles away, to get the latch fixed, holding the door closed. And
that's ridiculous.
Yeah, it was stupid. I could have changed the damn thing here, and just that, to me, that's not good business. I'm not sure how they're going to turn out on that one. And it had a bad ball joint, and I looked everywhere. Could not buy a ball joint for that car. They listed them, but nobody had anything. I don't know. If you can't,
that's the way they are here. You got to go to Salt Lake, 3 hours away.
Really?
So
if you can't service them, what are people going to do with them? Because they don't have a great dealer network. Everybody's dealer is 3 hours away.
You throw it away and get another one.
Yeah.
I guess. I don't know.
It's only another 60 to 100 grand.
Right.
Range.
But now they came out. I seen a news article about Tesla's making one. It to me it looked like it was like a 2-seater. That's supposed to be like $28,000. But how many people just need a 2-seater car?
Not many.
Is it going to be a smart car size?
It was more the size of maybe like a Honda Fit or something, like a 2-door Honda Fit or Civic. Kind of a smaller car, just something you wouldn't want to take on a long road trip around town. That's about it.
Yeah, they're goofy to drive too. I drove one. Because it's electric, like I'm used to letting off the fuel, coasting up to a corner. You can't do it. You got to hold the pedal down until you get to the corner, and then let go.
Because it's like a golf cart. As soon as you let off the accelerator, it slows down.
And they've got a generator on them, so whenever they're going downhill or whatever, they're generating power.
They self-generate.
So depending on how high you turn that switch up, the damn thing jams the brakes right on when you let off the gas. So it's a different driving experience. It didn't turn me on any. I just soon listen to an engine and grab gears. But
exactly, I don't even like drive-by-wire. No. I don't like.
No, I'm not a big fan of that either.
No. And if you overload that shuts off.
Yep.
Or it gets stuck, like that poor woman on the freeway. Have you ever seen that video?
No.
She was in a Hyundai Santa Fe, and she calls 911. She had hit a deer with it like the week before, and it wasn't that bad damage, so she was still driving the car. but somehow it messed up the drive-by-wire, and she couldn't shut it off because it was a push to start. She had burned up the brakes trying to stop it. The throttle was stuck on the floor, and she couldn't get it to go into neutral. So she was just along for the ride until it ran out of gas.
That would be fun, wouldn't it? All this computery crap, I'm telling you. My kid's pretty good with it. He robs LSs out of cars and cuts the wire and harness down and makes them fit and everything else and gets on the computer and tunes on them. I don't want anything to do with it.
It doesn't excite me in the least.
No. The only thing I would say I do, and I sort of like it just because I get less phone calls because nobody knows how to run a carburetor anymore. So a lot of these, a lot more well-to-do people I build cars for, I put a Holley throttle body injection on it. I don't get too many phone calls. They turn the key and it starts the way they're used to a rig starting, and it sometimes makes my life.
The Holley snipers.
I either use the Sniper or the Terminator. They got the Terminator body unit. I always used to use those.
I've done quite a few of them too.
Yeah.
They're not better, but exactly what you're saying.
Yeah.
It's normal for what people are used to now.
Yeah.
So they can just jump in, hit the key, and go.
Nobody has to gas or do anything and flood them because they did too much or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
They just it's like a modern car. You flip the key and off you go, and that's it. That's all.
Right. So if I had a classic that I was driving every day, I might get one of those for it. But most of the time, I'd rather just have a carburetor.
Yeah.
Those new Brawler carburetors, they got like 6 circuits in them, and honest to God, if you just spend a little bit of time tuning them, they run as nice through all the throttle positions as a fuel injection rig will work. So it's quite impressive, actually. You'll pull a plug on those and check them. Plugs look just about like an injected plug. So our own stuff, I just soon run something like that. But, depending. I mean, like the kids' turbo car, that's easier with injection maybe than carburetor. But I bought a blow-through carburetor at the swap meet. I found a guy that had a nice alcohol carb for $300, which they're about $2,000 new. So
easy, yeah.
This one was new, and the guy didn't like it, and I got it home, and they have an adjustable power valve in them. So when you put them under boost, that it actually power valve works backwards in those. They work under pressure.
Right.
And they're adjustable. Well, they were screwed right in tight. So I'm sure the minute he came up on boost, he was dead lean. And so he dumped a $2,000 carburetor for a power valve adjustment. That is sitting on the shelf. If I ever want to turbo something on my own, I'll probably get the carburetor instead of the injection system. Just because I've got frustrated with that injection system on my kids enough that I don't really want anything to do with it.
Yeah. Like I said, most everything I got, I'd rather have a carburetor on. Yeah. But if I had something that I was specifically, I'm going to drive this every day, I might go ahead and put a sniper kit on it because I think they've got it kind of figured out enough.
Well, they do. They run very. I have one customer that I've had to service one. It's a Terminator, but they're all the same components. He had an oxygen sensor go out or an O2 sensor go out last summer there, but it's been in the car for years, And he called me up, black smoke, and I called my son and asked him how to fix it to get the guy home. I just went in there, shut the correction factor down, and he was able to drive it to my place. And otherwise, it was trying to put fuel to it. Oh, hell, it smoked black like a diesel. And then once we turned that down, he was able to drive it to my place and put another. He drove it home. It was very simple. And that's out of quite a few. That's my only real service call I've had to make. So that's, and that's been several years. So they got them figured out. I'll say that.
Tim, I put a Phytech on my Aspen when I first had it up and running, and that was the worst thing I could ever done. I had so many problems at the Phytech.
Yeah, I haven't heard good things on those. But I don't know if the self-learning stuff is not good in them, or I don't know if there's a way to get into them and program them and make them better.
I don't know.
Not sure. I never played with one, and I never wanted to because everything I heard made me just buy one.
Well, I put one on my Aspen, and I don't think it had enough CFM for the engine.
Yeah, it's very.
And I was driving it up to a car meet, and it just died on me. And I got on the forums and was talking to people. I said, "Oh, well, just wrap the side of it a couple times because the needle gets stuck in there every once in a while." Sure enough, it fired right back up, and I drove it home because I was like, "I'm not gonna go." And then I took it to the track, and I went and got teched and came back, and the thing wouldn't start. Wouldn't start. And I had because you have like a regular like Holly pump, and then it went into a canister that had a high pressure pump.
Yeah.
The high pressure pump went out.
Oh yeah.
Well, my buddy had to tow me to his house, and we get there, and I was like, "Well, I got to get home." So we took that off and put my old 750 vacuum secondary on it.
Yeah.
And I'd always run with that Phytech. I put that 750 on it and hooked it up, old school, and that car came alive with that 750 on it. It was like a whole different motor.
Yeah.
And I was like, I'm never going to try that Phytech again. I ended up selling it.
Well, that sounds about like the right decision.
The only time I would do that is if I go extreme boosted. If I put like something heavy, power outers to it.
Yeah.
And I got a lot of money into the engine. Yeah, then I would look more towards. I would probably do an LS.
Well, the thing is, when you're doing boost though, injection is so much easier to tune.
Yeah, exactly.
With boost, I know you can do it with carburetors, but it's so much easier because it's all through the computer.
I don't trust my learning curve.
Right.
But they don't like that Holly system with the self-learning deal, and the big stuff fuel injection had the same issue. We run a really large profile cam, extremely large.
Mm-hmm.
And for some reason, there's something about that cam profile that you cannot run the auto correction. You'll get the car tuned and running good, and you'll make one pass, and it won't run anymore. It'll be lean or fat or do something stupid, and it took us forever to figure out. We finally just turned off the correction factor and tuned it manually, and it's perfect.
Yeah, I think it has to do with the vacuum that the vacuum signal the cam's given to the
something
injector.
Weird.
Yeah.
Then the under boost, I think our throttle valve is a little slack, and it puts pressure back into the TPS, and it would continually take the TPS out. You'd make a day at the track, and then the TPS would malfunction. So the kid, he took and bought a shock sensor and hooked the shock sensor to the gas pedal, which is basically a potentiometer, the same as a TPS.
Mm-hmm.
And then he goes into the Holly and just programmed that shock sensor to read full throttle and zero. And he got away because I think the boost was blowing into the TPS and actually screwing up the contact in the TPS.
That's possible.
So he moved that shock sensor onto the fuel pedal under the dash. So, but I got very frustrated with that stuff. Like that's why I went and bought the carburetor, because I was just I was over the injection. I was over the car was quite a bit of fun with carburetors and nitrous, and I wasn't having fun with injection. So but I guess I'm an old fart. So
well, simple is easy.
Yeah. Well, what you know.
Keep it silly simple.
Yeah. Well, that's one of those father-son, arguments that you get into. The old school and the new school kind of clash just a little bit, but I think
it's just a few different ways to look at it is all.
Yeah.
I know if I divulged in to electronics like I did with the mechanical side of it,
Yeah.
I'd be right there with them too.
Well, you'll get out of it what you put in it.
Exactly.
But like anything else, my heart's not there to do it. I'm just not interested enough to. You can't learn something you don't want to learn.
Right.
Exactly.
Well, like my truck, it's kind of, I guess you'd call it middle school, because like I got the MSD programmable box for it, which controls all the spark and everything like that through the computer, and then I got the carburetor sitting on top of it. You've got the
grid box?
No, I got the older MS2 with 6AL2 programmable.
Yeah. I know the one you're talking about.
Yeah, I got one of the old ones because I bought it back in like 14 before they started being trash. Because the newer ones, people are having all kinds of problems with them.
We got some guys running them, and there's no real big issue with them. The ones we've had, we got a few guys with LSs that are running them, and the carburetors and LSs, and they run that same style box. When you have that, and one guy too with a small block Ford nitrous car, he's got one of those, and my son tunes it. But I had to go buy those old dongle plugs to get into them. You can't buy a wire at the computer store to get into them anymore. That's old school.
Yeah, I don't know why MSD hasn't moved it up to the USB plug yet, because
they do.
You got the old 10-pin, and then you got to get the thing to swap it to a USB.
But the grid is their new unit, and that is a USB.
Oh, okay, it is.
Yeah, and that one, but that one too, you can control boost and timing and everything.
Yeah, that's what I like about that one, because you can do nitrous where it retards the timing.
Yep,
and it'll ramp it.
Yeah,
and you can ramp it in and out. You got your launch, and you can do boost too if you buy the bar. What do you call it? The bar sensor, whatever, the PSI sensor for it.
Yeah, you got to buy a 3-bar map there. Well, depending on how much you blow out.
Right.
Yeah, you can buy that.
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah. Oh, they're a good unit. They you can do a lot with them. They just they updated it over time, and they can do even more with that new unit.
Yeah, with the grid system, but I don't want to pay for the grid system.
Yeah, no, I know.
I know some people that run it, and it's great for them, but I'll stay with what I got.
You got one that's working, you just keep it.
Yeah. Well, that setup with a 250 shot in my Aspen ran a 620.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah,
that's pretty good.
So it does everything I need to do.
Yeah. You need to have something like that where you can pull timing with nitrous. Otherwise, you're screwing around the timing. That sucks, I mean, 200 shot, you can kind of push your luck if you really want to, but you're getting there. We actually we got sent the wrong jets with one of those systems one time on a dual quad or a tunnel ram unit, and they sent us jets for single carb unit. So we thought we were putting 150 to it, and found out we were putting 300 to it, and we weren't pulling enough timing, but never heard anything.
Oops.
I was amazed, but I went by the graph and the instructions, grabbed the jets, and off I went. Well, come to find out, we had the wrong graph and the wrong jets. So didn't run awful for a
color any on your exhaust?
What's that?
Did it color any on your exhaust, or?
I think didn't hurt a plug, didn't hurt a piston, didn't hurt anything.
Wow.
I was a bit surprised, really, it put up with it like that. And we were running pump gas and that race fuel additive, the 112, the purple stuff there.
Yeah.
And hell, it took it no problem. Now when we figured out what we actually had, because I finally made a phone call and I said, something doesn't look right here, Finally made a phone call and I talked to the guys down there, and they're like, yeah, that's a 300 shot. And I said, okay. And we'll back that timing up just a little bit, and pulled a few degrees out of it, and there was never a problem. But we were lucky,
Yeah, that reminds me of my 240, because I bought I bought a injection kit off of somebody, and a guy told me, he says, "Oh, buy this jet, and that'll give you a 50 shot, and that's all you should need for that little 4-cylinder." I was like, "Okay, cool." Well, after doing the numbers and doing some more internet checking, I was actually spraying 125 shot on it. That old 4-cylinder stayed with that 125 shot. I ran it forever.
Yeah. Well, I tell you what, if they're, if the rings are wore out enough and everything else, you can get away with it.
Yeah, that's what it was. It had probably 175,000 miles on it at least.
Well, it had end gap already filed in from nature, so
exactly.
You're good to go. That's it's true though. You can get away with that stuff on a worn out motor better than you take a fresh one with good rings. If you butt those rings, by golly, it's game over.
Oh yeah.
But old wore out ring is going to be harder to butt, so you get away with it.
I might have been able to go to a 200 shot on that thing.
Yeah, you never know. Pull the timing out of it, you probably would have. It's that's end of the day that gets to be, or put good enough fuel in. A lot of times we try to standalone nitrous tank, or fuel tank.
Right.
You put really good. They sell some fuel. It's $275 for 5 gallons over here. If you put that in your,
you're talking about like the oxygenated stuff?
Oh, I don't like the oxygenated fuel because they actually get lean on it.
Oh, okay.
Extremely high octane, non-oxygen.
Okay.
One thing, oxygenated fuel, you can get. I see guys when they're tuning at the track there. They come in, the car is dead lean, and you go and they bought oxygen.
I'll talk to you later. I'd run 104 in my auxiliary tank for the nitrous.
Yeah.
And then 93 in the regular tank, and it worked fine.
Yeah. Oh, it depends what your compression ratio is,
Yeah. Well, it's 10.5 to 1 with iron heads.
Yeah. Well, you're all right with 10.5 to 1. You can get away with that for sure.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if I'm going to set the truck up for nitrous. I got the nitrous on it, but I think for right now, once I get it running, because it's the same 408 small block that I ran the Aspen. So I'm going to drive it around and see how it does, and I might put 100 shot on it. I'm not going to go nuts with it again.
You'll put nitrous on it.
Probably, but I'm probably not going to go because I had do you know Daddy's Money Garage? Have you seen any of their stuff?
No.
Well, I actually gave them my intake, and it's a direct port intake. I was running 150 shot on that, and then 100 shot on a plate.
On a plate.
Yeah, and right now I'm just down to the plate, so I might just run that 100 shot on that plate.
Be safe for that. That'd be fun.
Oh yeah, that'd be more than fun for that motor. What's up, Mr. One-Eyed Cat? How you doing tonight?
Just listening to you guys talk. It's like I'll be happy to get a motor together. I'll file the rings if I want to add 100 shot. At least the rings will be ready for it.
Just file them to 40 thousandths, and you can dump as much nitrous as you want in it.
I don't, just a little bit. I'll be happy with a clean motor. The one that's in it now has been in since the 70s. It's tired. It's, running.
Maybe it's already there.
What?
Like he was saying before, maybe you're already there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's ready for nitrous.
Now,
Straight until the piston comes out the bottom.
No, I got another motor for it. I'm going to sweeten it up when I put it in. It'll already be a big improvement. I got somebody willing to work with me on a Voodoo cam for it. And he's like, this will really wake it up. Because I want just enough cam that it's got a cam. Nothing fancy. I don't want to spend a ton of money, I was
like a 110 lift on it, or 110 lobe separation, something give you a little lump.
Oh no. We was texting about it last night, and it's like, man, he's got me all hyped up. But I just want to get to No Name Nationals this year, and then next year I want to have that other motor in it.
Oh, okay.
So we got to get there first, and then we can improve the second year.
That's what I'm trying to do. I just want to get red there this year, even if I have to drag it up and it's not running for some reason. I just want the truck there.
Yeah.
Yep. I'm bringing mine regardless.
Yeah, I felt I should have thrown mine on a trailer last year and brought it up there just so people could see it. I don't know how many people asked me and said, "Man, why didn't you bring it? Why didn't you bring it?" Because it wasn't running. But I should have brought it as just a showpiece.
Yeah.
That's why I'm trailering this year.
Wow.
That way I know it's going to be there.
Yeah.
I would be willing to drive mine, but if something happens, I want to.
And you're driving from Pennsylvania, so yeah, I'd definitely say trailer.
15 hours.
Well, see, I'm trailering mine, and I'm only 2 hours away.
Yeah, lucky you. If I was that close, I'd be driving mine.
Well, see, I'm gonna be hammering on mine because I got at least 5 races already. So I might break something.
You got so many, you're about going to have change the oil before you hit the last run.
I might need to.
That's why if I break, I hope it's something motor and tranny because I'm putting new in that next year anyway. As long as it's not the rest of the drivetrain, I'm good.
Well, I got a feeling me and Jeff might run more than once. I think it's going to be that close.
Bring it. I'd be more than happy to spectate that.
That's going to be a good race because me and Jeff has went over all the math on it, and we should almost be dead nuts. I mean, bumper to bumper the whole way down.
That's good racing.
MVP.
You can get side by side. That's good racing.
Well, Bruce, before you can drive your Warlock up there, you have to sign up for the No Name Nationals.
And I know somebody that's kind of close to you there that he knows the way.
Yeah, you can follow me.
When do they close to sign up for that?
Last year was what?
When does it close?
Yeah,
it's
July.
Can you
August?
Halfway into
sign up?
first week of September. You got all summer, but
yeah,
you know, if you got,
I mean,
subs, that's the only requirement.
They don't close registration for it.
Excuse me. I think it was in the first week of September last year.
Yeah, something like
that. Something like that. Yeah, it was like a month out.
Yeah, that way they can do their logistics on the other end.
Right.
Of course, you know,
like Harry
went all the way through, but
Barrows, pull up Aries' last comment. That's funny.
Oh, I missed it there. Where's it at? Unfinished moon pies?
No. The one right above Jason's garage, where he's talking about drinking the Kool-Aid.
Drink the Kool-Aid. That's pretty close to the truth, though.
The biggest thing it does for you is it gives you the incentive to just do it.
Yep.
That's the biggest thing it'll do for you.
Well, we went as spectators.
But I know you're coming from quite a ways there, everything. And you got to cross the border too.
I actually would like to go do it. I just, like I say, I got to see if it's going to be realistic or not.
Yeah.
All right. Love to have.
There was a couple guys last year that flew in and camped out there at the track.
Oh, one guy ended up hitchhiked out, didn't he?
Yeah, that's right. There was one guy that hitchhiked. I can't remember what his name was.
I don't know.
All the way from Spokane, Washington. Heavens Mopar.
That's wanting it.
Yeah, so he could have just hitchhiked to your house and rode down with you.
Hey, Holy.
Well, that's always a possibility too. I know.
If I show up the track, I want to have something to race, so I'll be. I won't be flying or hitchhiking. I'll have something to run. But
who was that last year that was coming from New Zealand? I told him to fly over, buy a car, race it, and sell it, and then fly home.
Yeah, I forget who, but yeah.
That's been done.
I don't know which way this thing is going, but can you swing a tree? If you can swing a tree, I'll throw you the keys. And my car gets there. I've got a track record of failure so far, but
yeah, I'm same way.
if my car is there, everything, and you want, I'll throw you the keys.
There you go. I'll race
I'll say it right here.
I've raced other people's cars before when I got to the track. So
oh wow, Bruce
and
already
I'm bringing
got a
a
call
trailer,
out.
Yeah.
So drive it like it's yours.
Be careful what you say.
Well, no, you got to tell him to drive it like it's a rental.
Yeah, well, either way,
drive it like it's Patrick's. Like Patrick, yeah.
I get in one at the racetrack. They pretty well get licked. It's I'm not real gentle, so it's don't ask me to drive if you don't want it broke, because it could happen.
No, Bruce, do you see that? You already got a call out. Truck for truck. Auto Salvage Outlaws says he'll run you in his.
Ooh, oval against a star. I'm sure he'll be bringing a Ford.
Yeah.
Ford, of course, somebody's got to bring a Ford this year. Steve
None of the
last year. Ford's had a rough go last year.
Oh.
Yeah.
Let's not talk about Fords. I don't want to talk about Fords. I want to talk about, what was it, 15 different firing orders for the same motor? Something like that. Burnt valves. We just want to talk about that.
I don't know. I kind of like Fords. I make a lot of money off them. They all.
Now there's a true mechanic.
Hey, everybody comes to my place. Of course, I'm always busting on everybody for having a Ford. I like a lot of different cars, but I like to pick on Ford people, And that they come and look at my dooryard. It's like, geez, how come you got so many Fords here? You're a Chevy guy. I said, got to work on something.
They keep coming to my house and breaking down. I don't know what it is. Ford.
Yeah, I don't know.
I've driven a little bit of everything. I've been fortunate having cars. I've drove everything I have usually goes to the junkyard when I'm done with it. Yeah. I figure if it's already money spent, and I'll drive it till it dies. And now there's been
I'd like to have a Model A pickup. I just make a little hot rod out of it. I tried to buy one of them last year. We put a motor in for a guy. I tried to buy the truck. He wouldn't sell it to me. But that's a Ford I'd like to have. That and a 65 or 6 Mustang Fastback. I got a soft spot for them. But
yeah, I like those older Mustangs.
Yeah, I like that first series Fastback. After that, they got kind of fat, and I don't like them as much.
Yeah,
but
I like them up to about 70.
That's pushing it.
Maybe 71. As long as it's like a Boss or something like that, one of the fancier ones. But
they got big.
Yes.
I always found that 6.56 Fastback a very clean design. It was a very good.
Yes, it was.
Of course, when I was young too, I got a cousin. He still got the Shelby, and my other cousin, he had one. He was doing it wasn't Shelby. So of course, some of that's in the back of my mind too. From being a kid, but just you know how it is. You kind of go back to that stuff that you remember.
Right. A buddy of mine, when I lived in Wisconsin, had a 73 Fastback. Which means
those are
The
Big.
back window was a sunroof. You couldn't see out of the back window
Yeah.
because it was so
Yeah.
flat.
They look like you could land an airplane on the back window. Them things.
Oh, I
Yeah.
know.
They're,
Well, if you're good.
they're
And then they put
well,
those louver things on them to try to cut the glare, and that just didn't
Yeah,
work.
you really couldn't see.
Well, the coolest thing about
Yeah,
that car
yeah.
was it had the Cleveland in it, but it was powerful enough to where it ripped the springs in the back. We took off one time. He was driving, and all of a sudden the car sat down, and the back seat flipped up. Both spring purchase came up to the floorboard.
But those Cleveland heads are exceptionally good. I mean, most of the Ford heads are very weak on the exhaust side and iffy on the intake side. But those Cleveland heads, man, you can make some horsepower with those.
Yeah.
Yes, you
well,
can.
we put that motor in a 67
Hey,
convertible
busted radio.
Galaxy.
Yeah,
And
you
it'd be good in that big old car.
That
Got your
cannon
shirt the
valve.
other
my son puts the LS heads on a Ford fixture on our flow bench. So now he's got the idea, since it's the same bolt pattern, he wants to put a set of Cleveland heads on an LS motor just to piss everybody.
Now that'd be interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it'll work. You got to do some work with the. You got to get a special cut can, but you can make it work. There's some guys in Vermont that they've actually got one. Was it that, or was it a Cleavor they did? I can't remember. Maybe it was a Cleavor. Maybe I'm saying something wrong here.
Cleaver, that's pretty common.
Trying to mess with it, and it was some goofy.
And the beauty of
the LS head
they're
on
a dry intake.
Ford.
What's that?
What's that?
It was Tall Garage that was putting the LS head on the Ford 300, wasn't it?
Yeah, on the 300. Yeah, straight six.
I haven't heard any update on that lately. I haven't
I
seen
don't either.
I know he was moving his shop. He just extended his shop, and he's been real busy doing that kind of stuff.
What was he going to try and do? Cut one head in half and make a six?
That's what he did.
Yeah.
Yeah, he cut two heads. He cut one cylinder off two heads and welded them together.
I think Redbeard is the one that welded it together for him, right?
Yeah, it was Redbeard that welded that head for him. And that was kind of the last. He'd had it bolted down to it, and that's kind of the last I seen of it.
That would be interesting. I'd be very curious to see that actually run.
Sounds promising.
Yeah, it does.
I hope it works for him.
Yeah.
I mean, the old Ford 300, I mean, that was Ford's bread and butter engine. Good Lord.
Well, yeah, that was Ford Slant 6. It's the same. It's got the same. It never dies.
Yeah.
No, they did. They were tough enough engine. They weren't super powerful, but they're quite torquey.
No. Oh yeah.
But they still have plenty of torque.
Yeah, and you can find plenty of Ford pickups that are nearly gone.
Yeah.
And that straight six is still running.
Yeah.
The truck will be completely disintegrated, but you can reach over there and turn it on, it'll start.
Most of them, so it don't matter who built them, seem to be fairly durable.
Yeah.
They weren't very powerful, any of them, but they all seemed pretty durable. And we laid brick on a gas pump, ran them until they got hot and stopped, and they never did blow up. Let them cool off and they'd go again. So, I remember doing that when we were kids. And hell, I think they were too gutless to blow themselves up. You know?
I had a Chevrolet 292 in a 67 Chevrolet pickup, and it wouldn't go over 80 miles an hour.
Yeah.
But you knew when you hit the key, it would start every time.
But the venturi in the carburetor was about as big as a golf ball, you know?
Oh, yeah.
I think if you put a carburetor on them, they might actually run pretty good. Because I'm pretty sure they hit a choke point there. You know, probably when they got to about 4,500 RPM, they were out of efficiency.
I just remember when we put that motor in that truck, how tall that 6-cylinder was. A 292 is a tall motor.
Oh Lord, that was the first one I ever tipped over on an engine stand. Went
They
to
got a
go flip
lot.
it over, and that sucker got away from me. Wow, they spin.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Whack! And it
I'm not
flipped
sure.
me over.
I'm not sure what the stroke is on a 292, but it's got to be massive. Tall as that block is.
They're comparable
Yeah,
to the 300.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if they had a bigger bore than the 250 or not. I don't know if they just stroked them, or I'm not sure how they came up with that engine.
Yeah.
I never.
But it was a good motor. I mean, it ran
I
fine.
mean, I used to take the old Chevy 235, and then I'd put that Offenhauser dual on it,
Mhm.
and then take two carburetors off of a Ford Pinto because they're a Weber 3236. Stick them on there, so because they're a progressive two barrel, wake them things right up.
Yeah, that.
Wow.
That would. Those are expensive. Those intakes and headers and stuff for those 6-cylinders, though.
Boy, they've come up.
Oh yeah, they are.
You gotta want, because they're, for what you're going to get back for your investment, they're expensive to build.
Now, when I say they'd wake right up. Yeah, they wake right up to about half of a Chevy 350.
Yeah.
For about the same amount of money. That's where you got to draw the line on this stuff. If you're looking for just horsepower, I just did a video a little bit ago on that. You can dump a lot of money into these little engines and still not make the horsepower out of a stock V8, small block V8. So
there ain't no replacement for disc.
that's right.
For a minute, okay?
That's other than some of these, like the big block Ford and that, the crank's so heavy and
Good God.
I mean, like sometimes displacement isn't so good. but I mean, and some of those things too, they get so much bearing diameter and everything, you can't really rev them that much because you have so much bearing speed, and there are some issues with some big blocks, but having said that, there's no replacement for displacement. I mean, it's the easiest horsepower you're going to come up with. Yeah. It's just sometimes durability gets to be a bit of an issue if you try and turn them too hard. If you respect the torque aspect more than the power aspect, they'll live.
Exactly.
When you start, yeah. If you start to hone on them, not so much.
Everybody asks, how fast you going to spin it? I'm going to spin it as fast as it wants to be spun. I don't know.
To the moon. But I looked it up, and a 292 has a 3.8 stroke and a 4.125 bore.
No kidding.
Yeah.
That's shit. If we do that with a V8, we get a 421.
Yeah. That's a big old bore for that 6-cylinder.
Yeah, I hear you, Ari. At one time, that was a cheap thing to do. That ain't a cheap thing to do no more. I remember that Fenton duel. It was a little more square than the Offenhauser. That was the cheap one. It was only like $150 back in the day.
Yeah, you can buy those things still from Speedway.
Yeah.
They sell all those dual manifolds and headers and everything. I think they're still marked Fenton, if I'm not mistaken.
Squirrel.
Oh, there we go. Ford 300 is, yep. Yep. Definitely. And for all the problems of the FE, I love the FE. They had a torque and a horsepower curve that was just laid out. But if you ever have to change the intake manifold gasket on them, sell it.
What time do I like my 351 stroke to 408?
The first one I ever did that on was on a 53,
That'll be fine. Yeah.
53 or 55 Ford truck that had an FE stuck down in it. A Ford truck, the hood only opens about that far. And we did it with the hood on, everything. Oh, that was, yeah. That intake weighs about 100 pounds. Ugh. Yeah, that was not a fun job.
I remember when you were messing with those Ford heads. I thought you was going to hurt yourself.
Oh, Lord. Each one weighs about me.
Hello, Zero. Zero popped into the chat. Hit the like.
Oh, yeah. Zero's here. Yeah, those aren't heads anymore. They're traction devices.
The hard part was dropping that 460 crank in there with the piston still in it. Oh. All by myself, yeah.
Well, that sounds interesting.
I don't know what a crank on a 460 weighs, but it's
enough.
It's about me. Like you said, everything. Yeah, they're big.
Yeah, they must be a good 70 pounds, those cranks.
Oh, easy.
Yeah, I'd say that easy.
Small block Chevy's 52.
Right, I was gonna say, I think my Chrysler one is right around 53, 54 pounds. That's that 4-inch stroke I got.
I got a 440 torn apart here now, and the crank is a two-hander. You don't grab it by the snout and pick it up. It's a very heavy crank.
No.
But well, fellas, my phone's getting ready to die, so I'm gonna let you go.
Oh yeah, and
what was your name again?
Todd.
Everything horsepower. What was your real name?
Todd.
Todd.
T-O-D. Yep. You bet.
All
right, guys.
More than welcome on here anytime, man.
Yep. We'll see you around.
Great seeing you.
Nice meeting you.
Man, who would have ever thought this internet stuff would be fun for a bunch of old car guys? You get to meet all kinds of people like, well, wow. I stumbled across his channel, a while ago. Man, he got some cool stuff.
I'm going to have to look him up.
Old school machining stuff. And yeah, it's just cool stuff. And he knows his stuff.
He's got me beat. I mean, all I get to work with is a 225 and a 440, and that's all I'm worried about. And these guys are, more, stroke and this, that, and it's like, okay.
Hey, just kind of venture out. Go ahead and put a turbo on that slant 6.
Yeah, there you go.
I can't imagine how much power. That's just wild how much power they can get out of those slant 6s with a turbo on them.
I don't know how they're doing it with it, though, because the stroke's so long.
I know.
Usually, a turbo motor, they like the short stroke.
Right.
Fast spool. Seems like to me on a regular, you pull it out of the junkyard slant 6,
right.
You'd have lag for days on them.
Well, I think some of them, they use the 190 stroke crankshaft and the bigger bore. So they got a real short. They're not
Yeah.
actually a 225. They're like a 200 or so.
Oh, what was his name? He was on John's live a little bit ago. He does it with the Chevy with the 250.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason he likes the 250 is because of the short stroke for the turbos.
Right.
Over the 292.
Right. Well, I mean, a 292 would probably be a real lazy motor for a turbo. Because I remember that one. That's the only one I ever had, but it didn't rev very fast, but I bet you I could have pulled a house with that truck.
Oh, good Lord, yeah. My 58 has got the 292 in it. Well, somebody's put it in there. It didn't come with no 292, but it's same thing. But it's got like 546 gears in the back of it. Yeah, 60 mile an hour. That thing's swapping. Those cylinders are swapping holes as it's coming down the road.
Right.
I mean, she's wrapped tight.
That was my 67, because my 67, the guy, when he bought that truck, he said, I need a long bed with 4 tires on it. And that's the only options he got. It actually had a 250, had a 256 cylinder in it when I bought it, and 3 on the tree. No power brakes, no power steering, no nothing, not even a radio. It had the punch marks for the radio, but it was never cut out. And the heater was the same way. You could see where it had the punch out marks to cut the heater, but the heaters were never cut out.
Didn't even have a heater in it?
No, it didn't even have a heater.
Wow.
Whoever bought that truck said, I need a truck with 4 wheels and a motor. That was all he wanted.
Must have lived down south.
Well, it was in Washington, but that motor used about 4 gallons of oil a mile. So my dad had a deal with my brother-in-law to get me a motor that would work in that truck. And he had that 292 laying around. So we put that 292 in a weekend. And I drove that truck for about 4 months before I blew the transmission up in it. Transmission finally gave out.
I've deleted a lot of heaters now. Holy cow. I don't know what's going on, but you look up an oddball heater core. Holy cow, you can buy 2 vehicles for the price of 1 heater core.
Really?
That 55 of ours, because it's the F500, not a half ton or not a 3/4 ton, takes a special heater core. And we'd have to send it off, have it rebuilt, record. Yeah, and it was like $1,500. I was like, no way.
Easy.
It only gets drove in the summertime.
Wow. I mean, because a heater core is such a simple thing.
Yeah, water goes in and around a coil and air blows through it. That's it.
With fins on it. I mean, it's a very simple heater.
Well, it's extra cooling if you're got overheating problems.
Yeah, I've used them for that too.
Nothing like
blowing up in the summertime.
Blowing the heat in the middle of summertime just for the extra cooling.
Yep, I've done that.
Get stuck in traffic, roll all the windows down, turn the heater on. Yep.
It'll help. Yeah, it didn't even have a heater box or fan or anything in it. Nothing, no ductwork underneath the dash, anything. That was the most bare bones vehicle I've ever had in my entire life.
We're lucky. We still have an old school radiator shop here.
I wish we did down around here.
That'll still braze them and everything.
Mm-hmm. He'll cut them out. He'll put new cores in them. As much as you're willing to pay for it, he'll do it.
Wow.
And it's
I don't know any around here.
The guy that's in there now, Lyle. It's A1 radiators in Blackfoot, Idaho, and it's still the same old building. And the guy that runs it now, Lyle, it was his great grandfather that opened that.
Wow,
It's
that's
been
cool.
in the family ever since.
See, we have a place up on Jackson that does what's it called? Jackson Armature. And they rebuild starters and all that stuff. And heck, a lot of times it's cheaper to take it up to them and have them just replace brushes and stuff in an alternator. Because usually it's just the brushes or the bearings that are bad in an alternator.
Yeah.
Coils are usually good.
Yeah.
Like water pumps too.
Yeah, it's usually just the impeller
Yeah.
or the bearing.
Or the bushing. Yeah.
Yeah, luckily I got an alternator guy around here. He's been in business for 50 years.
Yeah. I
It's
think
like
that's the way Jackson is. It's about the same. It's an old building.
starters. Yep, he just got a little shop. He's been doing it forever. Walk in, the first thing he says, "What do you need?"
Another good one too is somebody that can reline brake shoes.
We wouldn't have anybody like that around here.
No.
We had one, but he went under. Well, he died, and it was
That's-
Well,
gone.
then he really went under.
He went totally under.
He went totally under.
Total. Oh man.
He went so far under, he got famous. They put his name in
Yep.
stone.
What's the 3-hour mark? Yep. Okay.
But there's a lot of them old ones. You can't get brake shoes for them anymore.
Yeah. So you'd have to get it that way, or do some kind of modification kit to put disc brakes or something on it.
And sometimes you're just better off doing it that way. It's cheaper to go that way too.
Mm-hmm.
Like on this little 5-on-4. Why did Dodge do that?
Small bolt battery.
Oh man. Yeah, you can find drums for it still. Yeah, it's all still available somewhat. But by the time you buy new wheels for it, oh, good Lord, you're into it. A fortune.
Mm-hmm. And don't let somebody try and sell you some quote unquote police wheels for it. They're
supposed to be bigger or wider brake?
They're wider.
But there's no room around the ball joint.
Anything with the Dodge that has police with it, just tack on double, whatever it would be. Because like Ford used HD and Chevy used HD, Dodge used Police Edition, which was the HD stuff. It was twice as much as anything else.
Oh, that's got its own number, yeah, price tag.
I remember an old Mopar police alternator. That thing looked like a jet engine sitting on there. The old, open.
Yeah, the old
you can see the
amp alternator. Yeah.
It looked like a supercharger or a turbo on there. My dad says, "No, that's the alternator."
Yep, that's the old 100 amp, the heavy duty.
Hey,
you went from a 65 to 100.
Does your Dart have the left-hand thread still?
Yep.
That stopped in 71.
It does now, but I'm changing them.
Yeah,
just because if you ever have a flat and you have to go into some place to get a warranty work done, you can
snap every single one of them.
Yep.
They will snap every single one of them, unless it's an older guy working on it.
Oh, on my 53 DeSoto, That one was fun. They're not lug nuts. They're lug bolts.
Yep.
And they were left hand on that side too.
I understand the theory behind that, but it's not really that important.
You get into big, heavy stuff. It's still that way.
Yeah.
Heavy equipment and stuff like that. It's all. I think it's for weight though. They do loosen up.
I can see that in heavy stuff, but cars and stuff, I don't see the issue with it.
If you look at the head of the stud though, there's an L on it.
If you look,
they're all marked.
Yeah.
But nobody looks.
Yeah, that was the first thing I did when I got the 68 axle for my Aspen. The guy told me, he says, "You know those are left-handed threads." I was like, "Yep, I'm putting all brand new lugs on it, all new studs." Oh,
Hey,
there's John.
You mean that alternator?
Oh, there it is.
Yep, the old 100 amp.
We rebuilt one of these 2 days ago. Going on the van.
That thing almost looks like a Paxton supercharger.
It was a Chinese rebuild, and we took all the Chinese out of it and made it an American rebuild.
That is cool about them, though. They're easy to come apart.
Oh yeah,
A Chrysler, they just, and it's all open.
I got what, 5 of them? I got 5 of them up there. my thing that probably need to be rebuilt.
Well, while I was there, I found several cores. I said, "Hey, put my name on all of those, and I'll commission a rebuild on all of them because they were all original stuff." Travis, if you need them done, I'm getting ready to post a video on this guy. You can send them to him. He was doing a Model A Ford starter.
We got a guy in town that does them. They'll do anything, any starter, any alternator, any generator.
That's cool.
Model A.
Yeah. 2831.
Model A was 12 volt, right?
6 volt, I think. I think the A was 6. I think the Model B was 12 and 32. I think.
I can't remember.
Because the early Fords started as 12 volt, and then they dropped with everybody to the 6. 6 volt? All of you know.
Volkswagen used 6 volt all the way to 66.
Wow.
All I know is a 6 volt horn on a 12 volt system.
Yeah,
is loud.
It'll wake you up.
Loud. So I figure if they don't see me coming, they'll hear me coming.
You don't have to do much to convert a Volkswagen because the wiring in them is so heavy.
4 wires at that.
Yeah, you gotta put a few resistors in, but it's not much.
And it uses the light, the indicator light as a resistor too.
Huh.
Yeah, but you could probably rewire a Volkswagen in an afternoon.
It's got the wiring harness for riding a lawnmower.
I'm sure that's what I'm saying.
It's not much.
3.5
There's a panel.
hours.
If you pop the trunk on a VW, there's a panel behind the dash. It's plastic and it just pops out, and you can get to everything. It is the easiest dashboard access of any vehicle ever made.
Wow. I've never messed with them. I've been around them, but I've been around them. I just never messed with them.
You can do a 12 volt conversion in about 3.5 hours. And that's taking your time.
We did an R&I on the engine. We did an R&I on the engine in 17 minutes when I was in community college because the school record was 20. And we did it in 17 in a 66 Beetle.
Wow.
Yep. So one
Yeah,
of us up
Baja.
top and one of us on the bottom, right? So one of us got everything on the top, the clutch cable, top, the heater boxes, and all that stuff. Then one of us got on the bottom with the jack, and I mean, you get to ripping and rolling. You can get one out of there fast.
Yeah,
And
I
if it's a
still want a
Baja
Baja.
bug, it's even easier because there ain't no
Yeah.
heater shields or no
Right.
nothing. You just right there.
The heater boxes actually take more time than anything else doing a fast R&I on one.
Wow.
So seriously, this is how we do it. He'd throw the jack under there, and I'd line it up on the oil, right? And then as soon as that thing was on there, and I had the bottom bell housing bolts out, he would pull back on the exhaust, right, and just drop it straight out. It would. You get a system going, you can get those things out. I think the record though by pros, oh my gosh, they've got it down in just a couple of minutes.
Wow.
Yeah. We weren't that proficient.
Yeah, I remember my cousins, all of them, they got into them real big. Every single one of them, all four of them had a Baja.
That's why I learned to drive. It was a Volkswagen.
Yeah.
Yep. Used to
My dad's old sign for his business, his logo was his street Baja, his 68 bug.
See, I want to work a deal with Barrows for that bug he's got. Or is that your dad that has that one? I think it's so cool.
Dad. The doodle bug.
Yeah, that thing is so cool.
All right.
Hopefully it's going to be at the No Names this year. Dad is
cool.
Really trying.
All right. I'll show this. This is an engine swap, and it was done on a car that is clearly set up for doing fast engine swaps. Okay. And I got some thoughts as to how they've set this car up, but you want to see this.
And your car packs up and you have to have a new one put in. It takes your local garage a while to do it, naturally. For the humble Ford Escort, for example, if everything goes smoothly, a fully equipped garage is supposed to take 3.1 hours. The Record Breakers program ought to be able to trim that a bit, don't you think?
Yes.
5 Royal Marines from Portsmouth practiced for 2 weeks and came to the studio to meet Roy Castle and Julian Farino. And this was the astonishing result.
Now, the ruling is this. That they're already on the starting line. We've seen that the car is actually working. They have to start up the engine yet again. And then as soon as the engine is stopped, that's when the clock starts. Then they change the engine, and then they have to drive the car with the new engine those 10 meters down to Julian. And when the back wheels come to this 10 meter finishing line here, I'll play my whistle, and the clock will stop. So you ready over there? Are you all set, lads?
I gotta see.
Okay, start the car up. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! Now!
Oh, yeah.
It's already unbolted.
You gotta see this. They're more worried about the hood than anything.
Whoa! Oh, I don't believe it! Fantastic. Time of 42 seconds on the hand.
There we go. 42 seconds. I got thoughts of how they did that. I'm guessing they probably have something like
extra motor in it,
or a single bolt on a flat flange for the CV axle or something. There's only one, and they welded the diff to get it to work. There's a lot of things I can see they've done there, but
I was gonna say a Geo is kind of close to that, but you gotta pull the front hubs off and then pop the axles out, and it'll all come out like that too.
That's pretty wild.
That's Barrow's bug or his dad's.
I could see ways that you could make a ringer. Is the old man going to try to come down to Sikeston?
He's trying.
That'll be cool.
He was gonna come last year, but his health didn't allow it.
I hope Vizard could make it this year.
There's a really cool one.
There's Sir Rat. That's the one we took the twin I-beam and put it upside down.
Yeah, that was a really cool build on that car.
And then we took the spindles off and put them on backwards so it'd steer from the rear instead of the front, and then run a Ford Windstar power rack to it. That was a hard build. That was the hardest build we've done so far.
So, Barrows, do you have an Eastern time clock behind you? What's the deal with that?
Time waits for nobody, right?
Right. So you have your clock. It's not really Eastern time, but it's close.
It's no the clock that's only right twice a day. It's right twice a day.
That's my orange paper up there.
Okay.
Except for mine don't move.
I checked that orange paper right there is moving in 39 minutes. Now, you know what happens when you got to make changes midday, don't you? You go to the smaller orange paper.
Yeah, see, Bruce, you only got 229 days to get your head right.
And like I said, I know somebody that's pretty close to you that can show you the way.
Yep.
He can pilot you right in.
This out. See, if I want to express partial days, I can do it.
At 229.5.
So I can start going to that, you know. See, I can start changing them every.
Need to do that like the week before. Do it in hours.
Okay, so I look at it like this. So every 14.4 minutes, I'll take more off of that. So I can start changing. Well, you know this is a good idea, right? So I'll go with 0.02 because that's what's left. See?
Tim, I actually haven't talked to him in a couple weeks. I probably need to call Donald and see how he's doing. But the house is still in the same condition it's been in since they put out the fire.
I had a close call just a little while ago. My fan on my furnace came unplugged.
Ooh, that's not good.
The element just kept going and going and going. And I guess it relays through that plug. And it actually lit my subfloor on fire. And I had smoke coming out through all my heat registers.
Ooh. At least it would have kept you warm for a little bit.
I woke up and I was running around the house with the fire extinguisher looking for the fire, and I couldn't find the fire. So I had to dig the furnace out, and oh Lord, it was
wow.
That was a big old scare. But it was one of those quick connects, and it just popped loose, and
Oh, I bet you, Auto Savage, if you sub to Bruce, it might give him the little edge to get over the hump. He's so worried he won't make that 500. I keep telling him how easy it is to make that 500.
I'm telling you, the biggest thing they don't do is register. I watched these people just agonize through 100 subs. Well, if it was this hard to get 100, I don't want to register yet. Meanwhile, somebody else registers, gets 100 in about 2 weeks because they register. I see you, just waving on the way by. And it's like, why don't y'all see this?
Yeah, because once you register, you get the help of everybody.
Content.
Check this
Yes,
out.
It's not an automatic thing. You got to keep doing content.
You do,
if
but
you don't
the thing
have
is,
videos,
it puts you on the radar.
Support you.
You know Dakota, don't you? Dakota's Timeout.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
He put up a video this afternoon, and if you haven't seen it, I stuck it on my community tab. But he put up a video, and I said, "Man, this is the best video that no one's watching." And I said, "Here's your title, here's your thumbnail, here's your description. This is why nobody watched it."
Yeah.
So he put the same video up with a different thumbnail and a better description and tags, and now it's got twice the views and a bunch of comments.
Exactly.
The same video. And so that's the kind of stuff that once you get on the map and you start doing, and you start getting people like Barrows and Travis and Don and people who know this game to help, that's what'll make it take off for you.
We're here for you.
Yep. NoNameNationals.com.
The title is everything.
The title's
everything follows it.
Okay, check this out.
That's what the beginning of this live was about, how to help you. I mean, put a lot of thought in your title.
So Dakota's video was titled, I can't remember what it was titled, but it was bad. And I said, hey, man, you should title that Small Block Chevrolet Tunnel Ram 2 Holly 4-barrel Edelbrock for 1981 Camaro. Use every bit of that 100 characters, because the title on the video is like the address on the envelope. It's that important. If the title sucks, YouTube does not know what to do with it.
Right.
That's the first place it catches. Then it drops to your description, and it runs through your description from your first letter that you put in all the way to the last one. And it grabs every keyword and then throws it out there to people.
I remember
everybody
video
that gets into that.
Somebody titled it, "What's Up, Boys?" And I'm thinking, okay, if you didn't know what this video was about, what would you think this video was about? If all you had was the title, is that a book you'd pick up at the bookstore in public? I mean, who knows what that is? People don't think. That title is everything.
I hate to say it, but, Big Mike's Hoopty Barn, I love him. I love his channel. He is a great guy. But every one of his videos is Cornet episode 62.
Kills it. Well, he's got the Cornet episode 62 title market. Like all 14 guys who search for Cornet episode 62, they're all subbed. All 14 of
them. If he just put in the year 60, what year Cornet is that? Something. Anyway, if he just put the year,
you're right,
model, what I'm actually, short little what I'm doing to it. He'd have.
See, you use like 80% of the
times
title.
More than me.
Use 80% of the title to get it where it needs to go. Use the other 20% to make a consecutive playlist in the title. That's it, right? And it would work every time. So in Dakota's video, he had a tunnel ram sitting on the floor in front of a rocking chair. I said, dude, put the tunnel ram in the rocking chair. Right, and then in the thumbnail you put, "Is the tunnel ram retiring?"
Yeah,
because the rocking chair is on the front porch. It was begging for this,
and there's
right?
So many ways you can go with that.
Yeah.
Horsepower
the content
is
is right there.
The idea is just keep. Yeah.
Oh, it's like my video. I need this like I need a hole in the head. And I got it right there at the freeze plug. That video actually did pretty well. I was kind of amazed.
There's wild cards to all of this. That it's going to happen. Some of them are just going to take off, whether you put any title in it or not. Yeah. But the chances of that taking off are slim.
Right.
But if it does, it does. It's like hitting 000 on the roulette wheel.
If I go back and look,
sometimes it happens, but not very often. If you put a chip on every marker, you're going to win somewhere.
If I go back
Yeah.
and look in history at all my videos that have done well, it never had anything to do with the video. It had everything to do with the way it was titled.
Yeah.
My
I believe
floor
that.
pan videos for Ford trucks, that video wasn't great in itself, but that video had a really good title.
So people clicked on it and started watching it.
Yeah.
Exactly. But you have to realize everything is clickbait.
It is better.
But
no, Tim,
it's
it
not.
is.
Now, bad clickbait is like putting a girl with bikini on rubbing up against a 911 Porsche, and then your video's about you working on a POS 1965 Dodge Dart. That's clickbait. That's
Check
bad
this out,
clickbait.
Tim. Check
But
this out, Tim.
everything.
The clickbait only works if it's already on their screen to see it to click. If you didn't get the title right, it never got on their screen.
Right.
There was once a guy that had a repo video. It's one of the best, probably the best repossession video I've ever seen. It was fantastic. This guy went into the hood in Little Rock, Arkansas, and tried to hook a car. And the guy, the debtor, was jumping on the lift and trying to drive the car off the lift. And the family pulled up and was drawing guns and everything. And you know how the repo guy, titled his video? Compliance video for something. In 3 months, it got 476 views. And I went into the comments. I said, hey, man, if you retitle this as White Trash Pulls Gun During Repo, it'll do better. That video's got almost 1 million views now. And it's all the title. That's all it changed.
Because YouTube doesn't know where to put it.
Right.
If you title it right, the title gets it to them. The thumbnail makes them click once it's already to them. You have to address the envelope right, but the thumbnail will get them to click if it gets on their screen, and then the content will get them to come back.
Yep.
Right. I know I need to do a little better job of titling mine.
Title's so
I think
big.
I think they'd do a lot better if I could title mine just a little better.
I found that when I go into a quiet room to do my editing and I don't have other things going on, I'm better at it. I have to have a place where I'm not saying I go into the closet or, and hide and I shut everything off,
Well, Barrows, you
but
don't
I'm
ever
not
have to
got
be in the
other
closet
things
with us.
I edit everything between midnight and 4 in the morning. It's just when I do it. It's when I can think to do it.
You'll find a groove that's easiest for you, whatever groove it is. Like Irish was saying, he prefers the chaos. He gets more done on the chaos. If that works for you, go for it.
Yeah, I like to zone in. Like I said, I put my headphones on and try and block out everything around.
And my timer is the percentage while it's uploading. I sit there and I watch it all the way through. And a lot of it's because I got I'm doing all this stuff on a 15-year-old laptop. It's a i3. I mean, one step above Vista. And when I upload my videos, I got to watch them again to make sure nothing hung. So like the video would be going and it pauses and the audio keeps going. So it forces me to sit there and just do it.
I'm using an ancient Toshiba, and it is way not what the system requirements are for Filmora or StreamYard.
Oh
so
yeah,
I'm having to upgrade, and everything is so expensive right now.
Well, I was going to upgrade mine until I had to cut the tree down.
Yeah, gosh, tree cutting's expensive.
$2,300.
Oh yeah. Jason, still no.
Good to see you, Indirect. Yeah, a lot of people forget about the tags.
Yeah, Auto Salvage Outlaws, that's like a story of knowing a lottery winner, though.
Yeah.
That's kind of what that is. That's a lottery winner story.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of success stories that are a lot more regular. Like Barrow's is a really good one. Look at the subs he's managed to marshal, doing it all the hard way. Travis has built a lot of subs doing it the hard way. Don is doing it right now.
Yeah,
And I did have a short go viral.
Yeah,
I'm still gonna
one.
do an easy off video. I still want to do an easy off video. See if it'll take off on me.
Two Hacks Jeff's a good example of somebody who just grinds away. He's got over 4,000 subs now.
Jeff should have 1 million subs by now.
Jeff's doing it.
But I'm just saying, I mean, he is that caliber of YouTube creator.
I'll always be sub number one.
But you know what I'm saying? He's got the voice. Yeah. He's got the.
I recognize that in
everything.
Jeff way back there.
Same here.
Natural.
But like we were saying the other night, he's got a face for radio. Oh.
To start.
There. And you'll have wild shots, you'll have wild cards, you'll have duds.
I know.
They're all over the place.
Yeah.
The secret to that is just put them out. The more you can get out, the more chances you have of getting that viral.
Right. You got more ingredients in the soup.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
You'll do a video that you think is awesome and the public won't like it.
Exactly.
You'll do one that's a total turd and it's just like, why do people watch this?
Yep.
I did a video that was a really great video of taking a 318 to Louisiana. Man, it had a crawfish bowl. It had music at Jackson Square, New Orleans, and everything. That video is hardly watched. Man, I got one of a drunk girl getting chucked out of a football game. It's got 250,000 views on it. It is not fair. A fair is where you go eat cotton candy and play carnival games. Fair is not how YouTube works.
Yep.
Right. My big block, small block motor mount video, that short, that went like almost 10,000 views.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
it was just kind of one of those, videos.
Well, there's part that you can't control at all. Like, for example, you have no idea what the universe just happens to randomly be searching for the day you put a video out. So let's say in your video, just randomly, you ran over a volleyball in the middle of the highway, right? And just by total coincidence, there was the algorithms, this formula we will never have a copy of ever. It's guarded, like Fort Knox. But just that day, that however many people were searching in however many area for that one thing about a volleyball happened. And then your video takes off and you don't know why. That's why you have triggered the algorithm in ways that were coincidental that you can't replicate just through effort. It's like that front end video on ball joints that Jay from Rapid Transit did. He did his part. He titled it well. It was a good video and all of that, but part of that was luck. Part of that was the public was just searching for the right things, the right time, and it triggered the machine on him. And he couldn't do that again with the exact same video in 100 more tries.
Right. That's why you're talking about the one where they're breaking the ball joint loose.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
That one. So there is an element of luck to it too.
I mean, and with shorts, it is a total wild card.
Oh, yes.
That short I did where I think it's titled Throwing Darts and Flipping Birds. And shorts is totally different. You can title them a little different because they're a wild card. Anyway, I'm talking about my dart and Landon's T-Bird. He had it in doing some transmission work in the shop. And I'm showing you the car and everything. Okay, and then I titled it. I put the description in it. The description, full, make, model, all that stuff I talked about in the beginning of this. I posted it as a short. I got like 400 views off of it. Landon, right after that, he did his short. It's basically the same thing from a different camera angle, but he's doing it. He did it. He posted it. 2,500 views. Like that. It's where it lands, just like John says, when it lands.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And shorts are hyper that way.
But don't build a whole channel, everything based on
Oh,
shorts.
good Lord, no.
Yeah.
Unless you can do it like Dudes with Wrenches, because he does full-length videos in less than a minute, filmed this way.
Well, what he's done though is he's taken the whole production of videos and compressed them into a short.
Yes.
So basically, he's just mastered the format with as much information and filming and quality as you can get. And that's not how most people. It's not really what shorts are made for, but that's what he's doing with them.
And personally, I hate shorts. I don't like watching them. I don't
all.
like doing them. But I like Dudes with Wrenches.
Well,
yes, he's great. Yes, he's fantastic.
And
hey, and Tim, the biggest thing on editing you're going to find is don't over edit.
Exactly.
It's so easy to do more stuff that you know how to do and try to get all your stuff in, and the audience doesn't appreciate it that much. But the bigger thing is it will burn you out in a hurry. So edit minimally and only add as you can do it sustainably. That's not too taxing on you, that you get a good return for. Because you can spend way too much time in the edit bay, and then the video doesn't get but a few hundred views, and you're like, oh my gosh, I killed myself and spent 6 hours in the video editing and got nothing for it. So over editing is a killer.
Well, even showing your personal flaws is a plus, because it's everybody has them.
Sure. Hey, DaVinci Resolve, I've not tried it. I know it does a lot of stuff. I know a lot of people are pushing it, but I actually use the one that. So the big brouhaha with Filmora is Filmora tried to cancel all the lifetime leases and make people pay money for upgrades after we bought lifetime leases. I use Filmora. But Filmora backed off of that. So if you have a lifetime license, you still have a lifetime license. But I'll tell you this. Just Mopar Joe and Andy Wood, they do everything on their phones. Everything. And they have 10,000 and 25,000 subscriber channels and do everything on their phones.
That's all I've got's my phone. I found I have iMovie. It's like, man, I can edit videos.
Joe does it all in iMovie. Andy's got a program. His phone's a Samsung.
If it works for you, man, just do it.
Yeah.
Go for it.
Yeah, look at Andy's stuff. It looks great. Look at Joe's stuff. He does it all with iMovie. Look at the videos Joe puts out. I'm telling you, they
put out yesterday was great.
I'm too blind to do everything on my phone. I record on my phone, but that's about it.
I edit on the laptop. I'm just saying you don't have to.
Right.
I've always done 90% of the editing on my phone, and then I send it to YouTube. And
one thing you can do that'll help you a lot if you edit on your phone, get one of these memory sticks that's made for a phone. This one plugs in the iPhone on one end, USB on the other, and I can take my files off my phone and put them right in my editing software. Then you don't have to worry about trying to transfer those big files. This thing is cheap and saves a ton of. And also, if you're out in the field and you're running out of space on your phone, because a lot of video eats up a lot of gigs of memory, this thing is like 128 gigs.
Wow.
I don't even know how much room's on my phone. I got way too much video, and I keep pushing it, but it keeps taking it. So we're going to work with it.
Well, what I usually do is whenever I download the videos to my computer, I instead of just copying them, I cut them from the phone to the computer. So it takes that memory off of my phone and puts it on my computer.
That's a good point. This actually, the software is made where you can choose whether you copy or cut. So when you put this in there, it'll ask you if you want to delete them off your phone after you download them onto here. It's pretty clever. Whoever came up with that was pretty slick.
And I keep hard copies of all my raw footage. I'm real old school, but I've got hundreds of these, and they're full of every raw video I've ever done. So if anything happens, I can always go back and re-edit.
Just burn it onto a CD.
Oh, see, I got my 2 terabyte.
I got that too, and it's all on my. I put it in there as well, but I've always got
I dump everything over into there once a month.
So auto salvage. This is a sand disc,
and
okay?
these things are
And there are
cheap.
there's different kinds of them, okay? And it has the iPhone Lightning on one end. You can get them for Android, but it's got the iPhone connector on one end and it's USB on the other. And then on my computer, to keep all the memory off that, this is 5 terabytes. And this thing is barely bigger than playing cards. And it's 5 terabytes. And you don't have to spring. Okay. You don't have to spring for the expensive solid state ones because this is just for storage. You're not processing anything on here. So the smart money is if you have like a solid state computer or like an iPad or Mac or something, that'll have your good fast processor. And then this is just for storage. But anyway, that's how I store big video without taking up room on the computer.
I have to look into one of those, John, because the one I got it actually has to sit on the shelf, basically. It's pretty good size.
Mine's if you have 5 terabytes, $100 bucks.
$100?
Yeah.
Yep.
Wow, I have to look.
That's all that costs. These little things are about $30. $30, 128 gig.
That'd last me a while.
Well, my first smartphone Trio, and it had 64 megabytes of memory, and it filmed in 144 potato. It was terrible. And the thing is, every time we raise our capacity for storage, raise the quality that we film in, so it eats more up.
Yeah.
Yeah, hubby. My nephew has a Handycam. The only thing I don't like about it, and the reason I went with Canon, is because Canon has the auxiliary mic, so I can use a auxiliary mic with it. But I shoot it all on camcorder. I like camcorders because they're only for video. So everything in it is dedicated to video.
Don, how many than that did I say?
And it'll shoot in extreme definition. What you're seeing on the computers, I turn the definition way down though, otherwise my computer's too slow to process it. And I use Windows free editor that came in the computer. That's what I do all my editing on. And it's just to cut the fat out. Is all the only editing I do.
Tim, that's 128 right there. This is half of your iPhone by itself. And then this is not 5. This is 5 terabytes. This holds a pile of video.
Yeah, you can get a SanDisk, one of those, for 158, which is I guess it'd be the high dollar one.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah,
that's a Western Digital.
I'm looking at Amazon right now, and anywhere from like $80 to 110, 150, whatever you want to spend.
That's a Western Digital from Best Buy. I got it. I probably got it 2 years ago now. These things, I got them just on sale at Office Depot. I think $30 for 128 gigs. I mean, geez.
Yeah. Or you can get
the new iPhones are a whole terabyte.
Yes, that's 5 iPhones.
iPhones. iPhone 27s now, or what?
I think it's 14 or so. I don't know. This is an SE. Fits in a shirt pocket. It's the smallest iPhone they make, but I love the size of it.
I don't know. I've got this. I think it's what? It says iPhone 8, wasn't it? 8. Come on, cat. Jesus.
There's the one eye. In there. Oh, almost. I missed it.
You want it?
No.
It should have been one of those images already burned into your retinas.
It might.
Wow, we got busy grinding hamburger today, so she was locked upstairs.
No, she was in a box.
Personally, I don't like the GoPros. I can't get the hang of them. I got to be looking at myself when I'm videoing, and that lack of a forward-facing screen And the new ones, you know, that got the forward-facing screen, it's so small I can't see it. I can't tell what I'm showing you and stuff.
Yeah, I'm still wanting to get one of
I
those
have a hard
360
time with them.
cameras, so I'm gonna get one of those GoPro 360s. We're
But
putting
I've
on
seen
like
some
top of the roof.
amazing stuff done with a cell phone and a gimbal.
Yeah.
So you just get a gimbal. It's a little more bulky and a little awkward, but I've seen people do some pretty cool stuff that's almost GoPro just with that.
Right.
With your phone. Like John said, just using your phone.
Right.
Well, there's ways to be creative.
Yeah. Well, like I said, when I'm buying another four-wheel drive vehicle, another trail rig this spring, and I'm going to buy a 360 camera to mount on top of it to do 360 videos when I'm four-wheeling.
Tim, that SC is going to be malfunctioning soon. The SC2 is almost obsolete. The 1 is about dead.
Do something.
But when it comes to all that stuff, you know, what equipment to use, my biggest advice is focus on audio before you really dive into video.
100%.
I've seen a lot of really good videos, but you can't hear them. Or they set it up and they got it all, and then they walk away, and then you got your head right up against the computer trying to hear what they're saying. You got it cranked all the way up.
None of us look good enough to have bad audio.
For crying out loud.
John,
if you're
you're
going
right
to
on that
move
one.
your intro to the middle and you walk away from the camera, and I got my head up here trying to listen, and then you blast your intro in, you blow my eardrums out, and I switch off.
Oh, yeah,
Don't do
and
that.
the intro thing. Don't even do an intro. Get established.
Exactly.
Don't even think about an intro right now.
No. Yeah, when I do my intros, I always make sure that I turn down the intro because I don't want it just blasting.
And pay attention to your comments. I adjusted my volumes off of my comments. People would say, "Hey, can you turn it up a little?" Oh, okay, because I was turning it down. So I listened to the people.
Yeah.
There was a channel, I think it's Johnny D's World or something, and the guy's a real jerk too, by the way. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. His intro went on about 30 seconds of this spinning logo with this droning music before he ever got to his video. How many people are going to give you 30 seconds of a chance to even watch your video?
And if people do watch your intro, it's the people that watched you the first time. After that, they skip it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Even in big production, you notice like HBO and all of them, they've got that little thing that comes up that says skip intro. How many times do you hit that button when you're watching?
All the time.
Old Barney Miller reruns. Yeah.
They'll hear your intro hit, and it's like, oh, good. I have another minute to finish whatever else I'm doing.
Exactly.
If you're lucky. If they don't leave.
So yeah, don't focus on an intro. That's a killer.
So this isn't good on the General Lee, but
yeah, it's that close.
I think you can go right there.
That was a good live, by the way, John. That was a really good live.
Like that?
Yeah,
I was watching it on the
caught
TV,
it the next day.
so I couldn't comment. That's another good advice too, is watch your stuff and watch other YouTube on all platforms. Watch it on the TV, watch it on the computer, watch it on your phone. Things change, and you'll kind of understand where people are coming from. For the longest time, you can look up my address by going on my homepage, and there's a little thing that pops up and says, okay, contact information, email here. You hit it and it says, okay, I'm not a robot. You click that and it'll give you my email address. But it only does it if you're on a computer. If you're on a phone, that little button never pops up. It doesn't even exist. And I never knew that.
Go, get up. There you go. That's a good kitty. You get up there and lay down. I don't even know you're up there.
Watching lives and stuff on the TV, I can't comment. Well, it's because I got a Fire Stick. It's a little round remote. There's no keyboard to tap on.
Yeah, I don't know if I do. I don't know. I think mine are about 15 seconds. When I do an intro on mine.
Now, if you do an outro, do a 20-second one.
Yeah, that needs to be a little longer because then you can put your.
That's how long your end screen is.
Yeah.
And that's a prime spot for that.
Tim's asking, what was that software? I use Filmora by Wondershare. That's what Battery Productions, that's what Blake uses. He uses Filmora. Both of us use it.
I think Blake still has that video up too, right? Where he goes through and walks you through how he edited that stupid video.
Now, those guys, so here's the thing. They do a lot.
I tell you that because it was a video he wasn't going to do. He went through and he edited it to show all of us how to use his
They do a lot of editing.
Style.
Just remember, they do a lot of editing, but that doesn't mean when you're getting started that you should worry about all that because it will burn you out. Then it'll come at the expense of content. And that's that you don't want to do.
Yeah, I mean, Buzz was talking one time about getting the uhs and buts and the little sections out where you're thinking or whatever.
Yeah.
And that's good to edit out if you can edit it out smoothly.
When you got it going and then you drop the phone down and you're filming your feet as you walk over to the toolbox and then
cut that.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to see your feet.
Yeah.
Here's the thing though. Every time you edit stuff like that, think about it when you're editing it so that you don't do it in production next time.
Yeah, and you'll get the hang of it. You'll
learn. You'll be a better producer. When you're editing and you say, man, I did this screwed up 15 times. You know what? You're going to think about that next time you're shooting video and just not do it.
Right.
And you'll catch your own groove and it'll all come naturally to you and it'll be you.
Yeah, and that's the biggest thing I've noticed on some of these. You can tell people are faking it for the camera. Let it
or
flow.
They're just uncomfortable.
Right, and that's where I was when I first got going on this. And actually, you know what got me real comfortable? Doing these lives, just like this. That's what got me comfortable being on camera. I tell anybody that's getting into this, getting these lives and talk to people.
Yeah. You get in, and for one, it's live. So whatever happens,
if you screw up,
happen.
you screw up. Yeah.
There's no hiding.
You know
no
what?
hiding when it's live.
When you title your video, you title it so that somebody on the other side of the world can find it. But when you're making the video, you're talking to the camera, you're talking to Travis.
Yeah,
you're talking to Dawn. You're talking to Barrows. It's that simple.
And how I got around it, I think it's my 9th or 10th video. The first time I showed my face on camera, I didn't have my teeth in. I figured it ain't going to get no worse than this.
Tim, that's called you have to do it. Okay, good videos only follow bad videos.
Right.
So if you can't let a bad video happen, you're never going to make a good one. So just get out and do it. You'll get better as you do it.
Yeah. And if you want to see some bad videos, just go look at my first few videos. They're horrible.
Yep.
Go back to the beginning.
That little search button that says go to the first. Yep. Go back there. You'll see all the crap I did.
I was talking to 2X Jeff here a few weeks ago, and I said, hey, man, look at these blasts from the past, and I sent him my first video and his first video. He says, "Man, those were garbage." I'm like, "Yeah, we had fun, but you know."
Oh, and what's bad is when somebody will comment on one of them old ones, and then you got to go back and watch it to remember what it was you were doing.
Remember what you were doing.
Oh my God, I did that. Oh man, what was I thinking? But it's
Douglas,
fun.
I think I'm gonna jump off here. It's 11 o'clock my time.
You don't want to see that number that.
Oh, okay. I'll wait for John.
You got it. The number is changing. Here's my trick. You won't not know how I put these up.
Rubber cement.
Elmer's rubber cement.
That's what's wrong with John. He's been sniffing rubber cement.
Hey, it worked for the people that escaped from Alcatraz, and it works here.
Hey, but as long, all I have to do is work.
And see, this is my cheat sheet. It's got all the days on it.
228.
So all you'd have to do is if you had 0 right now, you just have to make about 2 1/4 a day subs.
And it's easy. It's easy as long as you put the work in.
Right. As long as you're making the videos, they'll come.
Yeah,
Build it. Build the dreams.
And you don't have to do it every day. The advice I got from Dallas, watching one of his lives, and he was talking about how he's busy. He's really, really busy. He can't get in the shop every day. So you go in the shop and you film 7 videos, or you do one long video and you cut it up in 7 parts, whatever you got to do. And then you schedule one out for Monday. You schedule the next one out for Tuesday, and schedule them for the same time every day, whatever time you want to choose it for.
Yeah.
And you set it for that time to come out all the time, and let it roll like that. That way it's doing it on the automatic. You can go off, you can do other things, you can carry on with your life and forget about YouTube.
Just
and
like
every day you got a video going out.
The times a day and the frequency and all that are all debatable, but one thing is for sure, YouTube rewards consistency.
Consistency, yep.
Yeah.
People get to know you. They get to know, oh, at 10 o'clock, this is about the time Barrow's Garage throws a video out.
Yep.
Even though he doesn't.
Well, I mean, it's like, I know Saturday night, Buck's going to be on.
He's going to do a
premiere. And then you're going to be on live. Dr. R's going to be on Monday.
8 Eastern, I will be live.
Right.
Exactly.
John will be on Fridays.
And
we just kind of get to know that. And people will do it with your videos too. And it just helps push it. YouTube itself doesn't promote consistency. Your audience will promote the consistency.
Right, because they'll be waiting for that video.
Yep.
Hey, be glad that Barrows and I don't have a life, because that way, that one Friday or Saturday evening that you don't have anything to do, you can watch.
I actually kind of regret choosing Saturday Night Live.
Right.
Because now I work every weekend.
Right?
Oh, Lord.
No, I love it. It's great.
See, if you were to like do yours only for 2 hours at a time, you could have left 2 hours ago.
I do mine too. I got a pretty hard cut off at 2.
Yeah,
and that's a good thing. This one I've run way too long now, and if you're going to jump into these lives, coordinate with other people and try to coordinate with somebody that's got 1,000 subs. There's a key to that, because they can redirect you.
Right.
And then once you can get 1,000 subs, you can redirect to the next person. And the key to those redirects that me and Buck have found out, that when you redirect when your audience is at its peak and you've got good numbers. And then you take all of those people and you push them over to the next guy to help him out. Well, YouTube sees that as you had a full audience all the way through. It didn't go down to nothing. So they'll push it on the rewatch, and you get more off of it that way. So you're helping everybody, and you're helping yourself by, you know, doing these redirects.
Here's the thing, though. Don't worry about the stats more than just making content. If you've not made any videos yet, don't let anything we're telling you stop you from doing it, because you cannot posture your way to success. You've got to get out and do it.
Right. And the stats will come. That's what I try and tell people. If you make the content, the stats, the subs, everything else will come in time.
I love watching 1,000 sub channels sit there and have gymnastics over statistics. I'm like, make more content. Like, man.
And if you only do one video a month, whew, that's going to be tough to get you.
Check this out. If you're 1,000 sub channel and you have great performance, and you're a 3,000 sub channel and have bad performance, guess which one still got more views and did better?
Exactly.
Yeah. A bad Barrows video outperforms a good video of a guy that has 100 subs worrying about analytics every time.
Mm-hmm.
There's a no-name 500 guy that I'm telling you, he is trying to posture and whiteboard himself into position. And I'm like, my gosh, man, this is like, it's like Little House on the Prairie miniseries. You lighten a fuse on this thing. Just get out in the garage and make some stuff already.
I hear you.
In my first video, I was on the front porch and I filmed my neighbor trying to get up into his garage with his truck without shoveling the driveway. And he was sliding everywhere, and he about backed over the neighbor, and he was spinning. He almost hit his house, and it was hilarious. And that was years and years and years ago. And it was a stupid video, and it wasn't well made. But you know what? I just got out and did it. And that's what you got to do. You got to start somewhere.
Yeah.
You're not writing Shakespeare. Just do it.
I can't share your video if it's not if you never made the video.
That's right.
That's true.
Well, and
right, guys, I'm gonna jump off here. I'll catch y'all later.
See you, Travis.
228.
Good to see you, Travis.
That's it.
Later,
guys. Well, it's more like 227.995 Barrows.
995.
I was going to mention your clock, Barrows. I was going to tell you your clock was right, but that was 20 minutes ago.
Right.
Heck, that's how I set the clock in my car. I don't know how to work that every aftermarket radio. I just unplug the battery and then I wait until midnight or noon and plug it on.
Speaking of clocks, there is a second clock out there. And you remember Brinker's clock, right?
Uh-huh.
Dust Devil's clock. Well, there is a second clock out there. Now, this one has been redacted. But there is a second clock, and I'm going to leave it up to them to show it. And if they don't, I will.
Huh.
There is a second. I hope to send out a clock every season to somebody who deserves it. So Brinker got the first one, and another channel has got the second one.
That's cool of 318. Hey, and he's a great guy.
He's a saint for doing that, but there is no way on earth that I would do that for people to find out if they want to match my effort.
And I'll tell you what, it's going to slow you down if you do it. Because you got to wait to send it to him, for him to do it, get time to do it, send it back to you, and it's all time. You know, if that takes 3 days, you lost 3 videos there.
It'll also slow down your development as an editor.
Exactly. And just like John was saying, you know, while you're doing that, you go through the pains of cutting and splicing things together.
Yep.
You're not going to get the muscle memory on the finger to know when to, let's pause this out. Okay, come over here and hit it again. Okay, I know.
Hey.
Oh, that angle works.
If old 318 Tim, if he polishes you up and makes you look good, you will not get that little smack in the back of the head next time you say the same thing 16 times. You want to edit out next time.
Or how many times you hold a nut in your hand and call it a bolt. But don't get over wrapped up in the production side of it. Just let it flow. It'll happen for you.
So, and usually when I record, I'll record all, like the first couple seconds. I don't worry about it. You know, because you can cut that off. But like you said, with this repetition on editing, it's like I'm getting better at my iMovie on my phone. It's
and I can tell watching your videos, Don, you're getting more comfortable. Your personality is starting to come out.
Yeah, and I've always been a little apprehensive. It's like I just got to do it. I got to talk like I'm talking to a friend.
Exactly.
I'm gonna do something I never ever do. I'll do this on Barrows's live, of course. Because if it fails, I want to do it on Barrows's live. No, actually, this is raw video. Okay, this is a raw video I took last week. The full video is going to come out on my channel hopefully on Thursday or Friday. But this is how I do an intro. I do my intro and my outro together. Just do them both at the same time, then shoot everything in the middle in between. And when I'm shooting with people, you want them to loosen up and be comfortable because they're going to be on camera, right? But you kind of got to get them rolling. So this is what it looks like for this. Just a random one I did a couple days ago.
It's people get too wrapped up about this, and there's nothing to it. Right. Now, see, this looks ridiculous how close we are here. This would be like riding in the same seat of a truck together. This would never happen in nature. Right. But on camera, it doesn't look that way. Right.
So this is how we loosen them up.
Okay. I'm here at Dominion Starter in Roanoke, Virginia. I wanted to de-Chinese the alternator in my van, so I thought this would be a good place to bring it. Tell us about this place.
My name is Michael Graham. We own Dominion Starter, my son and I over here. And I've done stuff for a long time. I started doing it in 1977. This is the second one of these companies I've had. We started this back in 2010. And my son Adam over here, he's done it all his life pretty much. So we have a lot of experience in this type stuff. So
I've been doing it since I was 10 or 11.
Yeah, he used to stand on a milk crate and work on little gym alternators.
So that Chevrolet alternators are what you start with, right?
Right, exactly.
And when you grow up, you start working on the Mopar stuff.
Right. Well, yeah. But we work on anything from we get anything. We got a starter off. I think it was a 29. I think a Model T. I think.
Yeah, we'll show them that.
Yeah, we got one of them in here. Of course, we pretty common getting 6-volt stuff and anything to off-road cat equipment, starters and alternators to pretty much. Yeah, lawnmowers. Yeah. We get motors in here off of hydraulic lifts for like tailgates, just all kinds of stuff. If it's DC and it's a starter alternator, we generally can do something for it. So
we'll follow along today because we're going to do a traditional Chrysler square back alternator from start to finish.
Sounds good.
All right, let's play this back.
There we go. So that's kind of an advanced thing. See, for that, I'm not only doing a one-take intro, and I have to cut it before and after, but I've also got other people who've not been on there, and to do it in one take with them, you have to make sure they give you what you need, but you can't let them, you know what I mean? So you got to keep it. But so anyway, that's kind of more advanced. You're not only having to get yourself to do it in one take, you're having to kind of lead them through doing it in one take. But
and you're teaching them in a half a second, and you're nailing it.
But that's the thing. And so they wanted to do a YouTube channel. They want to do a channel. And I told them, I said, well, here's the thing. I'll show you guys what we do and how we do it. And everything has a purpose, right? From how you title a video to what you shoot, how you shoot, what you don't edit, and all that kind of stuff. And
best advice on that is get you a little tripod, even if it's just a little teeny one. Something that's just set it there. Get your shot placed where you can, you're in there. Whatever you're working on is in there.
Yeah.
And then just go for it. Just talk to it like you're talking to me on this live right
exactly. Here. Talk to the camera, but remember that camera is not a camera. It's Barrows, it's Dawn, it's me, it's us. And then just do it. You're talking to us just like you would be on the phone or just like you'd be on here. And then when you watch it back over time, you'll forget about I don't look or sound like I think I do, and this and that, and you'll just get more polished as you do it.
Come on, Kat. Keep going. Keep going.
One of the best channels I think is Russell at Outfits Garage. Go back and watch his very first videos.
Absolutely.
He was a little hard to watch because he didn't have, he was uncomfortable in front of the camera.
Oh, yeah.
He had a lot of dead air. His videos were like a half hour, 45 minutes long.
Oh.
And then
Killer.
He found it, and then he clicked, and wham! It just evolved naturally for him. He's got his own style with it, and it just works.
That's another
and the same thing will happen to you.
Don't cram a 3-minute video into 10. Think about what you need to say and say it. Now, a pause is better than a pause is better than that. But a pause to sit there and think about what you needed. You should have done that before you ever turned it on. So
yeah, I get that a lot.
Yeah, well, it comes with experience.
It's like I'll get stuck, and it's like, oh,
it comes with experience. So you're making a video about a piston and a connecting rod, right? Think about it in your mind. Say, okay, I want to cover the big end of the rod, the small end of the rod. I want to cover the piston and the rings. In your mind, that's your outline. When you turn the camera on, just go and do it. And then you're like, oh, well, you know what? Next time I'll do this or that better. But you don't want them to have to wait for you to think of everything. Just think about what the video is about and let it go.
Yep.
That's the best way to get rid of dead air. But don't try to do a placeholder of people can't stand that.
And don't take it too extreme either. Don't write a script.
No, don't write a script.
Don't focus too much on it one way. You got to let it just kind of flow.
I used a script exactly one time for a very specific purpose. And that was when I did the Fuel Relief Fund video. I wanted to have a video that covered every single important detail in the smallest amount of shareable time because it was very specific and very important. So I wanted to, in 45 seconds, cover every important little detail very concisely. And I read from a script, unapologetically read from a sheet to do it. Okay. But other than that, which is a situation you will probably never have in YouTube because, we don't all do the same stuff in this YouTube universe. You'll probably never need that. I've never, ever written a script for anything other than that one weird exception. I do have an outline in my mind. I know where I need to begin and end and kind of a little bit of that's it. I have this basic outline and go with it. I mean, you should know what the video is going to be about. You're the one making it.
Right. So it's getting easier.
Yeah.
I remember the first time or two I was out there, I was going to record, make a video, and it's like I had it stuck in my head for an hour. I was just out there. It was all in my head, and I just had to do it.
Yeah. It comes with experience.
It's coming along. It's saying there's this time of year, there's not a lot of content for me to really put out there, but I'm just saying I'm a Don English channel. I'm not a car channel.
You know what else gets rid of dead spots? Going live for 2 hours at a time every week. You'll polish that right out.
Well, even saying I come on these lives, I got enough dead air. I'm sitting here, I'm still stuck in my own head.
Okay.
Everybody else is more knowledgeable than me for the most part.
Well, last night we had Tom Sormento on. Now I know
he was incredible.
I know that he's going to get wound up and go on about topics, and that's great. That's what we want him to do, is tell stories from, you know.
You could have went to the grocery store. He had it covered.
Yeah, he's great. But here's the thing. When a guest has so much that they've said on a certain topic, or you have something related, that's when I'll make sure to pop that up. So let's say that I know that the next thing he needs to talk about is this, because it fits. I look for it in the comments. But then when the comments, or let's say that they're all talking to each other about something, that's where I have the questions I have and I get to ask. And it just, you figure out ways to minimize your dead air or maximize your efficiency, and your audience will greatly appreciate that. Do the same thing when you make a video. Make it efficient. They'll appreciate it.
Well, I commented last night. I asked him about what he had in his garage, because it was starting to get thin about what he was talking about. Sure. So I changed the subject.
Well, of course, that's a great question. But if that hadn't been there, I had a list of things in my mind I wanted to ask too. So we didn't want to waste the audience's time. And when you do a video, you don't want to waste their time either. So you have a few high spots, you know, and if you have 3 good minutes of content, that's awesome. Just don't make a 28-minute video with 3 minutes of content.
I love my.
Looks like you're coming back from your NyQuil there, Rich.
Oh my God. Telling you, this cold is kicking my butt.
Oh Lord.
Your head and hair look offset like the engine in the small block Chrysler.
Yeah, especially. Well, let's see over. Oh, wait. I can't get the camera right. Hold on a second.
Right.
The clay.
Barrows knows what I'm talking about. He's got that dart.
Yeah. Hold on. I got to turn on some lights.
A slant thick hairdo. Yeah, no,
it's called a mop do.
Mop do.
Oh my God, that's not even good either. The lighting in here sucks.
Hey, Rich, you rebuild stereos. Do you do 8-track?
No, I haven't touched one, but it doesn't mean I can't.
Well, I got an 8-track in the Valiant out here. It doesn't play 8 tracks, but the radio picks up 300 stations, but 8-track doesn't work.
Look at that.
How the hell's my hand over the camera?
Hey, Tim, doing your video editing will make you a better speaker.
Yeah.
Because being your own audience is really tough.
Oh my God, yeah. Talking to yourself is tough.
With editing yourself is really tough. It's like a real realization of how much you suck until you keep doing it.
Hey, you know what, John? You ain't gonna tell me I suck. I know I
do. I'm telling Tim that we got to edit, and we start editing ourselves. It's like, oh man.
Well, there's a lot of times you go back on what you recorded, and it's like, it ain't too bad. You know, you can work with that.
And other times you're looking at your own film, and you're like, man, why the hell did I ever record that?
The hardest thing is the language. Sometimes, I'm no saint, but yeah, trying to edit the language, keep it family friendly. That's the hardest thing for a lot of people.
It depends where I'm filming. I know we filmed with Travis Bell. That was interesting. Wasn't too awfully bad, but
I'm trying to see if
it's not all tyrannical about that stuff either. I mean,
go out on the front porch in your sock feet and get some fresh air. That'll fix it.
I try to make sure to edit out the stuff that'll get the FCC in the biggest twist if it was on network TV. And
well, nowadays they allow about everything.
Well, no, nowadays the words that are transgressions are political, not obscenity related. The whole thing of censorship has changed.
Yeah, so you got a point there.
Yeah, that's
They landed me in Facebook jail for putting tranny swap in my title.
Oh, you see, exactly.
Video.
Exactly.
Because I was swapping the C6 in there.
Yeah.
So you're talking about transmission swap, and they thought you were talking about gender. Stupid.
Well, let me tell you, my grandfather was born in 1907, and he did not take kindly over what happened to the word gay.
Oh, God.
That was in his lifetime.
Hey, guys, you need Hot Wheels?
Woo, look at that.
You got a couple there.
Just a couple.
I've got one. I won that from Big Mike.
How about all that?
Yeah, that's a couple. That's a clothesline there.
Yeah, it's a clothesline. Then you got these. Let's not forget about all that.
You got any 62 Valiants?
I don't know. I have to check my red lines.
How many people's hair did you have to get to assemble all that? Because I mean, that's quite a mane you've got there.
What are you talking about? My hair?
I mean, it's like, yeah, I was gonna say, did you rob a few people? You know why? That's an awful lot of hair you got going on.
Well, that's the curse of my mother.
Man,
she's the one that had the hair, and my brother is 2 years older than me. He don't have nothing up top. He has nothing.
You got a mane like a 10-year-old. You got more hair than all three of us put together.
That's what I'm saying. My hair was never that. Well, mine goes.
I'm going on 54.
Man,
54. I got you beat.
Just under.
Let's see if I got any wood left in this wood burning stove because it is butt cold in here.
Well, usually a wood stove, it's about 95 degrees.
Yeah, well, this has a tendency to go out on me. Oh, God, it's still got hot coals in here. All right. Y'all got to give me a minute because I got to get some wood in here.
That was the bad thing about a wood stove. You burn in one room and you freeze in the other.
Yeah, but my house is so small, you don't freeze in any of them once this thing's going.
Put a fan in the hallway, blow it back the other direction.
Yeah, Tim. Joe's got all kinds of hair. He's got a mane like Simba.
Oh, just Mopar Joe. What a nice guy, too.
He's a great guy.
Hey, give me 2 minutes. I'll be right back, guys. I got to get some wood.
All right.
No problem.
Fill that wood box.
Well, I ain't filling. I'm just going to get it going.
Yeah. Well, we had two wood stoves growing up, so that was our deal, is keeping the wood boxes full.
Yeah.
If we didn't, there was a time or two that we got woke up at 2 a.m. to go get some firewood. You learn to do it early.
Yeah, Tim, that was pretty cool. A chase video.
I was
talk
there
to
for
him
that.
pretty regularly. Woo! I might have had something to do with that video he put out today. He's a good dude.
Outside in the middle of the night.
And that's what's cool about the No Name Nationals. It's why you got to register, because you get to meet all of these people before they get,
that's what it's all about.
Garage big.
That's what it's all about. I can't remember who it was telling me. I can't remember who it was telling me now, but somebody said the No Name Nationals is the only place where you'll see a crowd of people wanting to meet someone like Barrow's Garage who comes without his project car. No other event does this happen. But it happened there. I can't think who it was told me that.
I mean, one of my biggest highlights of the No Name Nationals was sitting in the bleachers with Ed's machine right next to me, Andy Wood, right down below me, and we're talking about the weather. Two guys that I would do anything to know a tenth of what they know, and we're talking about the weather. Just three guys sitting on a bench watching drag racing.
So Auto Salvage Outlaws, I stayed at the Best Western. It was okay. It's not far from Lambert's. The Drury is a little closer to Lambert's. It's the place where we put up Deke, the tech director. We put up Ron Ward there. The people who are working the event, we that's where we put them up.
Or if you're inclined, you can camp on site.
Most people, I think there's more people who camp than anything else.
Yep.
I think it was the
There is not
Quality
power to
Inn.
camp. But
Is what we
there-
stayed at.
What's that?
I think it was the Quality Inn. I think is the one we
be.
or the Comfort Inn
I
that we
stayed. I
stayed
think
in.
was that where Big Mike stayed? I think that's where he stayed.
No, he was at the Peachtree
He was the Peachtree. There's a handful of places to stay.
or Pear Tree, something like that.
Something like that. Yeah.
Well,
I
we
looked
went.
at that one, and I was gonna book it, and it was sold out before I hit the button. And that was like 3-4 months before the No Name Nationals. But if you book early, it was real cheap.
Got the insulated flannel on.
Yeah, it's cold out.
I got an advantage. I can make reservations right before the announcement. Slight advantage.
We plan on camping again. It almost doubles your time there. You know,
It's fun. I got to say, it was lively there in the evenings. I did go back and crash because I needed to get some sleep because I was going to bed at midnight and getting up at 5 every day.
Yeah, you and Dallas were running ragged.
But I waited till everything looked like it was settled down and could lock the gate. Lock the gate at 11. It's don't be coming in and out all hours of the night. That's one thing about camping. If you're going to camp, you got to get in and stay in.
Well, curfew.
Dallas is not happy if somebody knocks on his camper door to wake him up at 2 a.m. to get in or out.
Yeah, can you open the gate? No.
But the last night there too, when everything was done and we got the final, everything was all over with. Then you got to talk to Dallas and you too, John, and it was more relaxed and everything. Yeah. Just the whole event was just you got to go.
Yeah, you can only watch so much on YouTube. You got to go to do something in person.
And you knew 90% of the people there.
Yep.
I didn't have to ask a single name at check-in.
You was already digging them out of the book before they got up to you.
Yeah, it was funny because we had a line that
we
went
was all looking
out.
for up.
We had a line that went out the street the gate is on and was around the corner on Sandywood Road, and people said the road is blocked out there to get in. So I was waving people through. I'd say, "Yep, I know them. Check. Yep, I know them. Check." And the woman who was working the gate, Angie, says, "How can you do that? We never do that. You can't do that." I said, "Yeah, I can. I know all these people. I know the register. I know who's with them." And I did. I did the check-in in the pits and waved them in when I checked them off the list. She said, "I've never seen an event where you can do it. You're telling me you know all of those people you waved in?" I said, "Yes." Well, that's unheard of. No bracket event can you do that. You can't do that at any other event. So she would see me see somebody from what car is on their trailer or what they're driving, whom I've never met, and I could wave them in, and yet I knew who that was.
Yep.
So I would do that. I'd wave one through. She'd say, "Well, who was that?" And I would say, "Oh, well, that was Stephen Holtz or whatever." You know.
You know,
it worked out great.
And his face, yeah.
They said they'd never seen that before in all the years of running a track. I'm like, yeah, well, this event's not like any other one.
Exactly.
I said, by the time we get 500 subscribers and register and we watch all their stuff, we know who they are, what they look like.
And that's half the reason I was down there at the gate with you, because I wanted to watch people roll in.
Yeah, Don was the greeter.
Needed something to do. It was a long Thursday.
Well, Tim,
and it was good too.
And
we were all creators, so there was a level of responsibility, and everybody took care of everybody and made sure that the event went off without a hitch. And it was across the board throughout everybody that was there. I've been to a lot of events, and nothing was like this.
No. And I used to go road racing with a guy years ago, and it's like you go trackside, you might know the people on each side by the time you're done, you know, but and No Name is knew everybody. Now he's got it going on.
Got some fire going now.
Give it 20 minutes.
My ass off tonight. Sorry.
Tim Duddy is yes. Duddy wears the same thing in his videos as real life, and yeah,
he's natural.
Duddy is cool. So everybody, their gimmick, so to speak, is usually a turned up extension of their personality, but they're the real people. I mean,
their individuality. Yes.
I mean, Duddy is having a little bit of fun for the video, but it's an extension of his personality. He is witty like that. He's very smart and he's very cool, very, very nice guy. You will not be disappointed at meeting these people in person whom you've seen on YouTube. They're definitely not like a celebrity who has to play the part of a nice person because they're not in real life.
Wow.
Exactly. You will not experience that at all.
No, people won't break character.
Nope. And I'll tell you right now, I had one time where I was actually having people mocking me and making fun of me, and boy, did I get nasty in the video right back at them.
Well, stuff they wouldn't have said to your face, right?
Right, exactly, because they ain't man enough. Otherwise, they're going to get flattened.
There you go. Yeah, there's a whole lot of people that wouldn't show up and do that there. We didn't have any trolls turn up.
Nope.
We even had a section for them.
We did. We had troll singing section.
Really? Shit.
It was kind of fun sitting there.
Dallas makes it well known exactly what you won't say to his face.
Yeah, right.
Dallas did 22 years in the Navy. He's not afraid to mix it up.
Well, folks, this is probably going to lay flat for a minute. I got to make some coffee, otherwise I'm going to be passing out. So, and I'm assuming you guys are going to be up for a while. So
don't pass out, but if you do, make sure you get it on video.
Coffee.
Well, shut the draft on that stove too. I know what happens when you leave the draft open.
No, I just keep the door cracked a little bit. That's all.
All right. Well,
that way it lets it go.
Nothing like a chimney fire.
No, we don't have that problem. I get up on the roof and I clean it out myself.
Good deal.
All 300 pounds of my ass gets up there on the roof. At least once or once every other year. That's when you got to do it.
We do have some great personalities in this community.
Yes, we do.
You will not be disappointed at that.
It's all walks of life.
Right, there we go. We got a full pot of water.
Jeff from Two Hacks Garage. Oh man, you meet him in person? Oh yeah, he's just like he is on camera, and he's.
You'd think he'd be taller. No, Jeff he's cool, dude. He's as real as it comes.
Blake from Bad Tree, the dirty hippie from Bad Tree. I mean,
yeah. Jeremy is just what you see is what you get.
Yep.
Okay, Jeremy is the character.
The dirty hippie.
Right on down to Russell at Outfits Garage. You have to be there. But on the bad comments and stuff, don't worry about those. In fact, I kind of like them. I like getting a little troll comments every now and then.
Yeah, because you know why? You like to see that those people ain't got nothing better else to do with their friggin' life.
Everyone that comes up, they're always answered, and they're answered again, and they're answered again. Every time it's answered, it pushes your video. So just let it go.
Hey, just remember two things. One, you get to wake up tomorrow and be you. They have to wake up tomorrow and be them.
And be them.
Okay, that's one. And two, they paid you 2 cents to come in there and tell you something you could laugh about.
Well, I made that like an opinion. That's like an opinion. Everybody pays their 2 cents worth.
I was keeping the algorithm going there last week when it snowed that little bit, and Wendy was like, let's do a video of throwing the cat out into the snow. It's like, hey, we'll do one better. And I did that short about about throwing the cat out. Then I went outside and recorded it and everything. Man, the haters come out of the woodwork.
Hey, you know what you should have done? You should have actually made it look like you were going to throw the cat out into the snow and then do a quick change up and land in the snow yourself.
That'd have been good. That'd have been really good. That would have been really good, actually.
Some of my comments is, when are you going to get thrown out into the snow? It's like,
that would answer it.
Yeah.
That's exactly. They put their 2 cents in. That's what you got paid for reading their comments.
As long as they comment, that helps the algorithm.
Exactly.
I
My gas was high. I went over and I filmed, the gas pump, and I happened to be at Hard Times Gas, gas station. It's the name of the company. I showed their logo, says Hard Times Gas. Looked up and I said, yep, Hard Times indeed.
Yep.
I got so much, dirty hate stuff off that. Oh, it's this, it's that. People were talking about all kinds of wacko stuff, just going off on it. I don't care. It pushed that little short all the way to the top.
That's right.
Oh, it's going now, man. I could see it burning.
The trolls are fun because that they've already decided they hated you before they ever watched a video.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
So really, it's not even personal. You just know that they're miserable and they hate whatever they're about to watch because they just hate their life.
Now, you know what, John? The thing is like what I was saying to you guys before. A lot of people were upset with me because I'm 300 pounds. Okay, when I took that 57 Chevy engine apart, I left the block attached to the transmission and kept it in the car. That's what a lot of people were pissed off about. They were like, "Why don't you get an engine stand? Why don't you get an engine hoist?"
You did an end frame.
I'm like, why? You could do it in the car. Why not?
You went old school. You did an end frame.
Yep.
Yeah. Why not? Okay. So I'll say something on that. What bugs me is let's say that there's one way that 99% of people do it, and there's one way that 1% of people do it, right?
Right.
Okay. So let's say that the 99 consider the 1 to be wrong. That's almost always the case.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. That one guy who does it differently is going to do one of two things. He is either going to validate all of your criticism, or he is going to say, maybe he's on to something and cause innovation. Right. You should be happy for either.
Right.
Why are you complaining about the guy doing it different? Why? He'll do one of those two things. How is that not a win for you?
And here's the thing. If you followed my videos from when I took it apart until I actually got it started, you could see I actually got the car running.
Yeah.
So what was their point? Nothing,
Well, the point is, some people they get their ego wrapped up around doing things right and priding themselves on knowing the right way. But the only thing is, it was all just stuff they've heard or practices that they've heard. And they don't actually they're afraid to challenge what they think they know.
Right.
And that to me is weak-minded.
Yep.
That to me is called you're never going to grow. Okay.
Right.
So, for example, there's a popular channel that reused some piston rings one time and got all kinds of hate for reusing those rings. I said, well, first of all, you reuse rings every time you start your car in the morning, right? I mean, you're not putting fresh rings in every morning when you go to work. You're reusing rings. That's one. Number two, if the reused rings fail, that validates your practice of always buying new. But if the reused rings succeed, you now rightfully have something that should cause you to evaluate why you're replacing them every build. Either way, it should be welcome. To the open-minded, progressive person, that should be welcome. But if you're a small-minded troll, of course, you just declare it bad.
Yeah. It's like, reuse rings, good. I don't have to buy new,
But see, the person who just decrees something to be right or wrong and has no ability to want to look at that any other way, that's what trolls do. And trolls are always things people. They never care about ideas, and they don't care about the humanity of anybody. They're all wrapped up about things. And if you watch, they have this in common. They're all about, well, my car, the numbers match, and I have the correct this and that. And they talk about it as if that makes them superior in life, as superior human beings. That there's a lot of this bankrupt mindset in that real small 1% of trolls we deal with, and you will see this theme in them.
And when it comes to, while you guys were talking there, just went through all my videos and I categorized them by view. And I looked at all of them, and you just said, well, why didn't you put it on an engine stand? Why are you doing it in a carport out in your driveway? Why didn't you have this? Why didn't you have that? Almost all of my views, I have a shop out there, are when I'm working outside. Not from when I'm in the side of the shop. When I'm out like everybody else is and working in the dirt and working like everybody, I get more views off of them.
Yeah, now
because
see, I can't.
Not everybody's got a shop. Not everybody's got an engine stand. Not everybody's got an engine hoist. If you're doing things around that, you got more.
I don't have a shop, so I can't work out there in the blistering cold. Like right now, I think it's below 30 out here. It's like really, it's dropping. So with me going out there with what I've already got now, 102 fever, running around like a maniac. I'm looking for death. I'm not looking for a video. I'm looking to die. That's it, And a lot of people understand that because I haven't produced a video for like 6-7 days now. But I can't do anything about it because that's my conditions. Right. The conditions that take your health away. No, your health has got to come first before anything else. You know what I'm saying? And then the videos come in. But if you're in a situation,
tidbits on your Hot Wheels behind you.
If you don't have a shop, no, this is just something I'm not talking about that. If you don't have a shop and you don't have all the proper things that you need in order to do these things, like I have a diesel heater, but I'm not going to go put it in the carport because I'm afraid it's going to melt the plastic, and then I'll be having problems there. I got a tarp underneath the 57 and over the 57, so it's like. If I put that thing in there, it's going to heat it up to the point where it's going to melt the plastic. And I don't want that, first of all. Second of all, I don't want the car catching fire because it's one of those jet propulsion ones, Yeah. So.
What I was saying, though, is, you don't have to get wrapped up in, I got to have the tools or I got to have the right environment or, whatever. More people don't have all of that stuff than the people that do have that stuff. And the people that don't have it are the ones that are watching.
Right.
Hey, Dean. So check this out. Because the trolls are almost always things people. They don't care about people as humans, really, and they certainly don't care about ideas. They couldn't care less about that. So when you're on the peninsula of things, it's always about their idea of what is correct for that thing. And this is why they'll never defend people they don't agree with, even when those people are right about something. Because they disapprove of the way that person manages the things that they want to be superior to.
Oh, one-track mind.
I see that a lot.
One-track mind, folks. That's what that is.
Wow. I like the backyard mind. I like the oddball, the out of the ordinary, this is all I got to work with.
Dean, if you want to see this in hyperdrive, look at Cabral's channel and the comments in there. This particular car, the 340, it's superior to the 318, and this car has these numbers, and that's why it's better. And if it's a 4-door, you are a person of low character because you don't have a 2-door. I mean, that whole channel's like that. Whole channel is eaten up with that. It's like, it's to me, it's just cancerous.
I got a 4-door 57 Chevy. Does that make me a loser?
I think it's awesome. But
then I got a 69 Olds with 2-door. So
look at how the people on that channel will talk about the No Name Nationals. It's a bunch of 4-doors. They have cracked windshields. The cars don't look good. It's all about the things and how the things don't meet their approval.
Yeah.
Never once have I heard any of them talk about any of the merits or the virtues of all of the hundreds of people participating. Oh, it's never about that, ever.
I always got nothing. One thing, there's somebody that I get that watches my videos. His name is Bubba Ayers. And he always, no matter what, he's always positive. You know what I'm saying?
I love Bubba.
Left and right, 9 ways to Sunday. No, I wouldn't do that way. You should take it to a shop. You should take it to a real mechanic. I'm like, hello, I'm not ASC certified, but I can tell you countless places where I've actually worked at as a mechanic. So, you know, before you even start going there, you know who you're dealing with first. But the thing is, like I said, you know, they don't know these things, you know.
And, you know, there's a million ways to build a car.
Yeah. Oh, yeah,
Only
definitely.
you're going to build it your way.
Way, yep. It's
and
like
it's
I said,
my
way, highway.
What
That's
you want it to do when it's done.
Yep.
You know?
Yeah, and everything that I've done on that 57, I did the paint, I did metal fabrication, I did reupholstering, not only the engine, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, and I brought all the parts back to the car that somebody cannibalized off of it to bring it back to where it was before it was, you know, left for dead, you know? And that's why it looks almost complete now, because the only thing I'm missing is runner board moldings and what is it, a license plate light. That's it.
I have a guy right up on the far side of my little town over here, just not too far away from me. He's got a 56 Ford Crestliner. All it's missing is the emblem that goes into the upholstery on the back seat. That's all it's missing. That car hasn't moved in over 20 years because he's missing that one. It's only about this big, little Ford shield, and he will not drive it unless he has an original one of them that's in good shape.
I can't foresee letting a car sit that long because of a little emblem. Like my cars, when I do the interior, I'm going to be doing the seats soon. I did the headliner; it's in there. I just got to tuck it up underneath all the moldings surrounding the outer perimeter. But when I take the seats out, I'm going to take the top out one piece at a time, and I'm going to refabricate it. But it's going to have like black matting going down, and it's going to have like turquoise borders. Okay, and they had these big, I guess they were called like mother of pearl buttons in those seats. I can't find them anywhere, but I'm not going to make that stop me from driving the car when it's done. Exactly. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, that's the biggest advice I got to anybody who starts on any of these car projects is get them running. Yep. And do little things as you go that keep it running.
Think
Otherwise,
about this
you'll pull it in the garage, tear it apart, and you'll sell it to me for $500.
That cat that is waiting all this time to get that emblem, he's waited all this time to make it perfect. And then once it's perfect, he's going to do nothing but stress about how it can't stay that way. And the guy never enjoyed it. He never got to enjoy it at all.
And anybody that
rebuilt motor,
anybody that
sat dry for all that time, so it needs rebuilt again.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and waste away.
And the
journey is over. It never happened.
And anybody that would like to see that car doesn't care about that emblem.
I'm telling you, if you go to the car show, if you go to a car show, you will see old guys there who have worked all their life to have this perfect car. But when you go to a car show, they look so incredibly bored because they're sitting in this lawn chair just hoping somebody will appreciate all the work that they don't know went into it. And yet, it's the fun of the journey, having the car out there for 20 years as it went through its evolution so people could follow the journey with them. They missed that whole part.
Yep.
My car sat outside since 1976. When I got it, it looked like it was dumped in a junkyard 50 years ago. It had multicolors on it. It wasn't the original paint or anything. It still isn't now, even though I did it over. But the thing is I made it mine. You know, like I'm not keeping the top white. I'm taking it and making it black. It's going to be black and turquoise, just like the interior. You know, so that's my thing, you know, because that's what I want to do. That's how I want to make it look. I got brand new tires for it. You know something, you guys, these tires that I bought for this car are so small, this car is going to look like a freaking lowrider. And I wasn't trying for that. That's just the way it's going to look, you know. The tires are about like that much smaller in height from the other ones.
But it's what you got.
Yeah, that's what I got. I mean, I bought a whole set of tires thinking, yeah, that's the greatest. I've never bought a single complete set of tires for a car in my whole freaking life. I finally did, you know. And I'm sitting there, I'm like, I put one on. I finally put one on. What was it? A couple of days ago, at the company I work for, and I'm looking at it, I'm like, holy crap, that thing is so freaking tiny. That's smaller than the 60 series.
Hey, Tim, he quit watching the Meekum and Barrett Jackson auctions. Well, you know, check this out. What do you find more inspiring? The big production that you quit watching, or you're sitting here at 1 o'clock in the morning with the three of us. So clearly you find the other end of the scale more personally inspiring than all that fancy stuff.
Yep.
And I'll tell you right now, there's a shop in Las Vegas that's very famous. He's been on TV for a very long time. And you can go into that shop and you can buy a $50 t-shirt and walk around, look at all of his stuff and do it. Go around and look at all of his stuff. You'll feel very good about what you do. Get right up close and get right up where them cameras ain't getting. And you'll feel very good about the stuff that
I know
you
that
can
our
do.
car show, we're going to have a big car show on Thursday evening of the No Name Nationals at Lambert's. Okay, we have a big car show, and it's a car show that a lot of the snobs that wear the the white New Balance and sit in the lawn chairs and all, those guys would never approve of our car show. But you will find it more inspiring.
Trailer Queens.
You'll find the car show more inspiring of the stuff that people are actually doing and putting together and having fun. You'll have a lot more fun at that car show.
And if I said it once, I said it a million times. Trailer queens are the people that bring their car that somebody else did $100,000 worth of work to. They'll pull it up to the spot, drop the tailgate, roll the car out. They won't even start it. They'll roll it out into the parking spot. They'll put the tailgate back up, take the truck and the trailer, move it over. When the car show's over, they reload it up again, doing the same thing, and they drive it home in a trailer. How do you enjoy something like that? You know
what's really cool? So the guy that was filming for me, he has a lot of experience filming, but he doesn't know anything about cars. Okay. Yeah. He's not a car guy. So the way he sees and describes things, I find very interesting. So when he he was filming No Name Nationals, and he said, this event was interesting. I've never actually been to anything with cars where the cars were doing anything. He said, I've been to a lot of car shows, but I've never been to one where the cars were moving around. And here they're doing burnouts and racing and stuff and cruising. And I've never been to one where they're doing anything. It was just interesting to hear how he described it.
Yeah, well, that's the way it is with me, like car shows and this and that. I'd rather watch people roll in and then sitting still in a parking lot. You know, they're fun to look at, but or not, you know what I mean.
And then his other observation was, he said, when you go to a car show, like he said, some of the car shows I've been to, everything there, they try to make it look like a new model car. They try to make it look like it was when it was new, and they wind up making them all look the same. He said at No Name Nationals, nothing looked the same. He found that really. So it's interesting to hear how non-car people view what we do in our community.
Actually, John, the thing is, they turned around, they said to me, though, I should keep the top white because it's a turquoise car, and the white matches for the the time period. It's not about the time period. Everybody knows it's a 57 Chevy. So it's like, why should I care if it's white or black? Really?
Well, Dean, the thing is people can do whatever they want. Trailer. Look, I don't begrudge anybody for driving 500, 1,000, 1,500 miles and trailering their car, because I got to tell you, that's a long way to be breaking something. I get it. Whatever.
The point behind the trailer thing, John, is that if you're having somebody else doing the work, you're not doing it.
Yeah.
You're not personally enjoying it. You're not experiencing it. Okay. And if you're trailering it everywhere and you're not starting it, that's like sitting there in your living room having a conversation piece on your coffee table. You're never going to be able to drive it because you're going to be afraid to drive it. You understand what I'm saying?
Oh,
That's not the point of an old car. An old car is for something for you to enjoy, for you to actually take out and do something with, not to sit there as a conversation.
But if people want to own one to do that with, that's fine. That's fine. It's their car, but they shouldn't expect other people to participate in their idea of enjoyment because that's not reasonable.
Right.
Like, don't sit here and get me to want to be impressed to put on a hazmat suit and go look through 3 layers of glass of what you have in the garage and be impressed. I'm not going to.
Exactly.
You know what? If that's the preconditions, I don't want to. I knew a guy one time wanted me to drive his new Corvette, and I knew how this guy was and the stuff he worried about. Like, nope, no thanks. I don't need that.
I'll be right back. I think
hardcore car people, but see, there's a lot of difference here. Okay,
yeah, you can be hardcore everywhere.
So you have car show people, you have bracket race people, you have the people at the No Name Nationals, you have the kind of people that like to go to the big corporate events. You have all different kinds of car people, so they can be hardcore in their own kind of ways. So that's the thing. You have different subsets that are hardcore in different ways.
That's what's cool about cars is they fit everybody.
Well, everybody uses cars.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, for example, my video guy who knows nothing about cars, he still drives a car every day of his life.
Yep, and he'll tell you about it too. He'll tell you a different way than we're used to.
I mean, he might have bought it because of the cup holder, whereas I might have bought my car because of the design language. Okay, he might buy a car because of the color, and I might buy a car because I like the parts interchangeability. I mean, we have different reasons for it. So hardcore can be in different ways. The hardcore show crowd, to me, is really difficult. The hardcore race crowd is really difficult.
That's why I didn't like restoration work. It was more lean towards that kind of crowd, and I don't fit in that kind of crowd.
There is nothing worse. There is nothing worse than the guy that will begrudge your paint job because you didn't get the guy who's 95 years old that still lives in Detroit to put the right crayon mark on an axle housing.
Yep.
Are you kidding me? I mean, I get it. We got to have those people in the ecosystem. Okay, we got to have those people. They're insufferable. I don't want to hang out with them, but I'm glad they exist because they are custodians of this, nerdy high level stuff. That's fine, but it's when those kind of people, want to take over the culture is the only correct way to be is where it gets really hard. And that is a pretty far-reaching example. And that's the far corner of the things person. Yeah, Yellow Bullet's full of them. That if you want to go see trolls.
And we're all of different decades. I mean, there's, the computerized crowd now, the carbureted crowd,
points.
Cars are they're flexible to anything and everybody, and everybody's got a knack for everything. And the cool thing about No Name Nationals is we had all groups and we were right there together.
If you want to bring a Prius to No Name Nationals, knock yourself out. I mean, whatever.
And you know what? Everybody there will have a good time watching you race that Prius.
Sure.
Is there any EVs registered for No Name?
Well, people don't register by car because too much changes, but I would not be surprised to see an EV show. We actually were really close to having a Tesla there last year, but Just didn't pan.
Now, see, John was talking about paint jobs before, when I was away. I did mine in rattle cans, but the same principles apply when you're doing with rattle cans as you do with regular paint. You wet sand. And when you get done wet sanding, and you'll see in one of my videos, the back end on the passenger side, it has got so much reflective, shine to it. It looks like a factory job. And you'll see the rest of the car where I started wet sanding. You can see all the running down from, the pigmentation and all the defective, whatever you want to call it. But ultimately, when I get done with the car, after I get done wet sanding and I polish it, I got the DeWalt polisher, 3500 variable speed. And, once you do that, can you really tell if somebody actually knows how to paint, whether it's with a rattle can or with a spray gun? No. Because if they know what they're doing, it's going to look the same.
And it's all to the results that you're looking to get out of.
Yeah, that's the big
car.
one. Well, the other thing is that when you do a rattle can job, like I said, you're going to do one of two things. You're either going to validate why they don't want to do it, or you're going to intellectually challenge them about why they think it was a bad idea. Either way, it's a win. So if you're confident and you like the results, do it.
Yeah.
Do it.
Anything's better than what it looked like beforehand, I'll tell you that.
Do it.
And more people have access to a rattle can than they do an air compressor and, everything that goes along with all of that.
Rattle I can't say $20 a can.
The direction you want to go.
Yeah, I can't say that, though, Bear Rose. I do have a compressor and I do have air guns and the hoses. I just don't. Yeah. I find it easier for me, because I do the same principle whether I'm doing it with that or if I'm doing it with a rattle can.
I'm just saying, the whole audience. Yeah.
There's a cult following for painting cars with rattle cans now, and these guys can get amazing results. Paint Society did a rattle can job on a fender matching paint that was already there and got really amazing results. I mean, if people were all told never do that because it's not the right way, we would never see the innovation that we have on doing rattle can. I mean, we would be missing out on something that's pretty cool. Whether or not it's a fad, a trend, or here to stay, who knows? But you know what? The fact that those people actually did it, and it's interesting, and I'm glad they did the experiment. I'm glad they didn't get bullied out of trying it.
Like me.
Right. You are one of those. That's right.
I keep a rattle can as part of my box in the trunk.
Yep.
Dean, there's a lot of channels that like to judge people who've done nothing. That's amazingly true.
Yep.
The doers get criticized by the dreamers all the time.
Yep.
All the time. I mean, well, there's a bunch of Bondo work on this Continental kit, because where they had on the quarter panel where it had an indent for the outline of the bumper, my uncle had filled it with Bondo, and you can see where it was cracked around the outline. So I literally duct taped the whole bottom of the quarter with yellow duct tape just because I was driving it to Watkins Glen, and I didn't want it to blow off because I didn't know how tight it was.
What's a 98 about, John?
Well, Barrows, he can't wait for these days to go by fast enough, so I have to start doing them in hundreds. See, I got the small orange paper now, too.
The countdown begins.
Oh, it's begun all right.
That's a little orange kicking my ass.
Oh, really?
Tell me, get my ass out there and do something.
See, I got to get 2 more rolls of carpeting because the carpet that I put in there, I didn't put it the right way. Like they got, if you go to Walmart, they got low profile black carpeting. Okay, it looks just like automotive carpeting. And if you put that in the right way and cut it, it'll fit. It'll look just like it'll stop without the mat. Okay, underneath the gas of the driver's side. But my problem was I cut it the wrong way. So, and you can't tell that until you open it. You know what I mean? And you get it measured out and everything else and all the other jazz. But it's 6 foot one way and it's 7 foot another way. So I have to go get 2 more rolls. But I wanted to ask you guys something. Here's a question for you. Where do I get the sound barrier stuff? The sound deadening stuff?
Home Depot.
Really? They have it at Home Depot?
The slap and stick. But only put it on the bottom. Don't put any on the roof.
You're the one that told me about that stuff that's on the top. That stuff that's up there now is the original stuff that's been up there for 65 years.
And it's still okay. It hasn't burnt.
It's still on there. It's not even fallen off. It's still up there.
Okay. Leave it up there and just roll over it.
Well, that's what I did. I put the vinyl headliner over it. And, I just got to tack it in. But I just wanted to find some sound barrier stuff for the other under the seat stuff.
It's smaller meal, but it's like, it's way cheaper than Killmat or Dynamat. But you don't have to do the whole floor.
No. I'm not concerned with that.
The spaces in between the bead rolls.
Yeah.
Places where you'll get a drum effect. And stick it on there. And just in places. You don't have to do the whole car.
No.
I've seen people go way overboard with Killmat.
Oh yeah. They do the door panels. They do the
and they do the roof, the headliner.
Well, see, I seen somebody that actually had the same stuff up top as mine, and he scraped it all off. And I'm like, why did you do that? You should have just left it alone, you know? Leave it up there. Don't bother taking it down. Just put the headliner up.
Mine's just regular bat insulation, like you'd find in the walls of your home.
Yeah.
That's what Ford used in there.
Yeah.
But where the bows go across, and to hold your headliner, and it pushes up against the roof.
Yeah.
Because I have a dark color, that roof would get so hot on there that it would burn the insulation, and it actually burns the loop in the bow loop in the headliner, and that's what why the headliner in the car fell down. It actually burns that.
Wow.
All right, that sounds feasible.
That's why a lot of cars have got a white top back in those years, because they were bow headliners, just to reflect the heat away.
Oh.
Damn.
Well, but you know what I mean? Even though, with the top outside, I'm going to paint it black, so.
And good Lord, it was hot. It got so hot in there, it killed my camera, and it melted the cord for my wireless mic.
Wow.
That
you know what I'm
going to hot.
I'm going to call it
take that heat right now.
Dark green.
I'm going to do the old air conditioning the old-fashioned way. 2 vent windows open and all 4 windows down. That's it.
Yeah, but that only works when it's moving.
Right?
Yeah, but I'm not going to sit there and suck up heat in there. If it's sitting
I'm going to bolt out. It's been fun. Barrow's been a lot of fun. Thanks for hosting me.
No problem. You're welcome.
See you, gentlemen. See you, Rich. See you, Don. Y'all take care.
Two.
Chat.
Actually, I better dive out too, because I ain't got many more minutes left on a StreamYard.
Oh yeah. Oh, you're
they only give you so much.
Oh, you're burning them up already.
Oh yeah, I just burn right through them. But it's great having y'all on here again tonight.
5 hours.
Wow. Yeah.
That's no surprise. I've seen you go to all hours on here before. We get yakking and it's
like I said, the time just stops.
And I got to figure out what to do with the rest of the time that I'm up, because it's already 1:15 in the morning here.
Yep.
You know, Rich, seriously, if you're looking for a little short, like 1 minute little content, short videos, pick one of your Hot Wheels out there and just do a 1 minute short on it. Talk about the car. Something like that, or pull one of your radios down and throw it up on this channel, man.
All right.
Get it going.
Yeah.
While you're waiting for weather to break and stuff.
Yeah.
That's why I did that pot roast recipe on there. Hot rod pot roast or something like that. When you're stuck and you can't get it to it.
Yeah, because I can't do anything outside that weather. I'm not going out there in that weather, not with this,
I don't blame you.
Like Don's doing with these hunting videos and throwing the cat out, you know?
It's about all
Yeah,
I
I think it's funny if you actually threw yourself out into the snow, you know, like showing a cat, and then you fell into the snow. I think that'd be hilarious, you know.
There's only about 3 inches. I would have probably hurt myself if I did.
What color was the cat?
Gray and white.
Gray.
Well, I was gonna say if it was black, you could have put a black coat on, like one of them big old heavy, you know, duty things, and kind of like just fall over, you know.
It just actually it was a one take thing, and it just worked. Because she tossed the cat out, and it's like she come back to the door, and the cat's like this because she was stuck. She didn't know what to do.
Yeah.
Some of your best stuff can come that way.
I only got one sub out of it, and that's because that was a dog lover.
But that's one you didn't have yesterday.
Right? Right.
Yeah, so I'm gonna do some kind of competition with one of these Hot Wheels, you know, like Big Mike did from Hoopty's Barn. I got to do something like that, but I just don't know what yet. So
I'm
if anybody,
a winner from Big Mike.
oh, you got to see something before we go. Hold on a second. Give me a second. I got to find it. I think I have it right over here. I was going through these the other day and I found an error, a big time error. Let me see what the heck did I do with them.
You might want to hold on to it then.
No, I'm not gonna get rid of that, but it's definitely an error. Here they are, right here. Okay. Okay, you tell me what's wrong with that picture. You see that? You see this one here? That's a 69 Charger, okay? That's a correct card, right?
There.
Now, what's wrong with this picture?
Oh,
that ain't gonna charge. What is that?
That's supposed to be a C8R. And it even says it on the bottom, C8R. Why is there a 69 Charger in there? See what I'm saying? Same car, correct card, and then same car, wrong card.
Makes you wonder how many of those they did.
Yeah, I only know of one other person that has one. And he was on Facebook. As soon as I posted it, he's like, yeah, this. I'm like, oh, shit. You know, so.
Makes you wonder if there was a run of them that went out that way.
I wonder if it's like that upside down airplane on that postage stamp.
I seen one guy that posted one like that for sale. You don't even want to know the price because he's never going to sell it. $999,000.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah.
How many bids have you got?
Digits.
I'm telling you, it's like that's the weirdest thing that I've ever ran across. And I don't know where. I think I got that at ShopRite down over in a town away from me. They were only like what, $1.18, $1.50, something like that. So I said, the hell with it. And what I did was I collected most of them that look like the treasure hunts, or you know, if they're not treasure hunts, at least they look really close to what they are. You know, what they're supposed to be as far as treasure hunts.
That's what Don's got there is a treasure hunt.
Oh, I got a treasure hunt too. It's right up here. I got 2 of them. And I don't know if you know about the pink crate. These 2 cars right here, those are treasure hunts.
Mm-hmm.
And then this one is too, but I didn't know it until I got it home. These look like a treasure hunt, but they're not.
Yeah,
So,
Big Mike was going through all of his doubles and stuff like that.
Yeah,
I think all of them that he gave away were treasure hunts.
Yeah,
I don't know much about them, but this is what it's a Hot Wheels art cars. I don't know if it's a treasure hunt or not.
Put it up on full screen because, yeah, that might be one.
Yeah, if I remember right,
it's like that.
You look at the. There it goes.
Yeah. Look at look online and look for a treasure hunt Camaro. I'll show. It'll be exactly like that.
I don't know. I just keep it here. It's like, hey, I'm a winner. Every time I look over, I know I'm a winner.
I think I'm the one that gave the question on that one, wasn't I?
Yeah, I forget the question now, but it was like, yes.
What color did Ford paint all of their industrial blocks? I remember the question.
Blue.
No, yellow's the same color as that truck.
Yeah.
The industrial ones were yellow.
Oh, really? What do they call that? Can't think what they call it. A pinata. Color of a pinata. That's the color of his truck.
F155 Y block. Oh, pretty close. It's an F500 though. And it is a 55, and it is a 239, even though the 239 was only offered in 53, 54. But in the trucks, the big trucks, they painted them yellow and kept them going till about 59.
Jesus.
That's where they threw all the garbage. They painted them yellow, industrial. That's where I got that question from.
It's why I don't know the answer there, Bear Rose, is because I was born in 69, not 59.
Because I had a Y block give to me that was supposed to be, what was a 292 that they bored out to a 312, supposedly. I got diving into it. It came out of our 55. No, it's a 239.
Hey, you want to know what's also funny too? Is like everybody was asking me when I put the new pistons in, did I do them, oversized? I said no. I said I did them standard. They go, why did you do that?
If you don't bore it,
it's the pistons that were in it. The pistons that were in it, they only shattered within the rings, and they separated from the top and the bottom. So the bottom of the apron was still going up and down in the cylinder wall.
And it didn't scar it?
No, it didn't. Both cylinders, number 2 and number 3. I was surprised as all hell. There wasn't a scratch on them, man. And when I put the new pistons in, now those cylinder walls look like brand new because they're brand new rings, brand new pistons, So, I mean, even though all the other ones look like they're old as hell, those two look like brand new, And I just used the standard size. That was it. I didn't do anything different,
Well, factory tolerances are so huge.
Yeah.
It's not, this is 1957. They got tolerances you can measure with a tape measure, This isn't, 2021 Chevy. No, this is 1957.
Yep.
Things were made to run loose as a goose.
Yep.
That's why they run, well, everybody says they'd only run for about 100,000 miles, but if you took care of them, they would go longer than that. But
yeah, but see, when I got the car,
400,000, you couldn't get out of them.
When I got that 57, it only had 61,000 miles on it. And that's how I had this other guy named Gary Smith. And he was into, the funny cars and all that stuff in his younger days. And he turned around and he told me, he gave me a search bar list. And he says, I know a lot of people are telling you that, your engine is not factory made, it's period correct. But he says, if you look up these numbers, you're going to be able to tell whether it's a period correct or if it's a numbers match. And when I started searching everything, I searched the starter, the carburetor, the exhaust manifolds, the engine block, the heads.
Yeah, because those numbers, they fit for, that era of years. And then you take the car that it would go into.
You take the VIN number. You take the VIN number from the car and the engine numbers. And if they match up, it's not a period correct. It's a numbers match. That's how you find out.
And 57?
Yep.
I'll have to send you that later.
I don't know if you're on Facebook or something else, man. I'll have to send you a picture of it.
I am, but don't bother messaging me because I never open it.
What about Instagram?
When they did that to me, I dropped all of it.
Oh, you're talking about
YouTube.
when you had the problem with it. Okay.
Yeah, that was one. That was the straw that broke the camel's back. Was that?
You don't. I don't need. Like I said, I don't even
not
share
worth it
that
to me.
information with a lot of people. You know what I'm saying? Like they don't know my real name. My name is Catfished, and my area where I live is Catfished. I don't need weirdos showing up. So.
Oh, and never give out your YouTube channel email address.
No, I never do that either.
That's always only for your YouTube channel.
The only thing I ever give them is my handle, which is Rich220 Automotive Restorations. That's it.
My contact one is my Yahoo address that I've had for years.
Yep.
Yahoo, that's still a thing?
Yeah, of all things.
I know. I got a Yahoo account. I get so much spam, I don't even use it anymore. But
me neither. I let it go like years ago. It's probably like 999,000 freaking junk emails. And then they started saying they were going to charge you for it. I'm like, charge this.
Come get it. Yeah.
Yeah, right.
But always keep that separate. If you need another one, create another email, get another Gmail account, and use that one to give people. Never ever give out your channel email address.
No, I don't do that.
That's where a lot of people are getting hacked, and when you start getting promotional stuff, people will start contacting you. Hey, we'll send you this if you do a video on it and stuff like that. Be careful of that stuff.
You
click on the wrong thing, and they got your channel.
Yep.
No.
Yep, that's what the scammers are going for. They're going for your personal information. And you always have to be cautious with that on anything online.
And I heard somewhere just recently that, how kids wanted to grow up and be cowboys or firefighters or whatever they wanted to be, pilots, whatever, when we were growing up.
Right.
The number 3 thing that kids want to be these days
is an
influencer, a YouTuber.
Yep.
So they can get tens and tens of views.
Yeah.
Well, I'll be on YouTube. I'll go through these shorts, and it's like you look, and it's like, oh, you got 198 subs for this person, which they finally got out there for people to see, and then you go to their channel just to, and it's like, and it's all just total crap.
Now, you guys talk about cowboys and Indians from when we were kids, right? Do you remember these?
Oh, yeah. Do you know how many of them I have found in heater ducts?
These are from when I was a kid. These are the ones I had as a kid. There's no orange tip on it.
Has it got the cap roll? Does it take the roller caps?
A little 6-shot. Oh, it takes the tape.
There's the spool. You put it in there and you roll it up, and then click, click, click. Yeah.
Yeah, I tell you what, you take that whole roll and smack it with a hammer. It makes a big one.
Yeah.
Yep.
I don't know how this one doesn't open up.
Yep.
But it's still the same thing.
Man, at least it still works.
This one works too, I think.
About the most work you're going to do with that's getting something in your own eye.
Yeah. But what is it? One is
I remember those.
Hubley.
I've dug them up from the ground too. We go out to dig a hole for somebody, move a ditch for somebody. I found, well, they're not in that good a shape. That's for dang sure, but you can tell that that's what they were. Yeah.
Yeah, because this back here that's a plastic handle.
Mm-hmm.
Those and them old, you remember the cheap Hot Wheels? They weren't Hot Wheels, but they were just a body with a wire for the axle and 2 plastic wheels stuck on them. The cheap ones that.
And the axles were never straight.
Oh, never. And the wheels didn't turn anyway.
And it was the metal was just crimped around the axle. That was it. It was the whole frame, and
they couldn't afford the licensing for the actual car, so they just kind of resembled a car.
Yeah, most of them was made out of lead or had lead paint.
Boy, I found a lot of them too. They like to end up in heater ducts too. That was back when I worked HVAC.
Right.
Okay. Here's one. Now you're never going to see this again. This was made by General Mills, the company that makes cereal, Cheerios.
The old ripcord.
Yep.
I used to have an Evil Knievel like that.
Didn't everybody?
Still works.
Saying Evil Knievel, boy, he'd take off across the
Oh
floor.
man, he'd fly.
Yeah, but
do a little burnout.
Let's see. Hold on a second.
You had to be careful with Evil Knievel. You rip the handle right off the zip strip.
How many times did you give yourself a fat lip doing it too? Get him down there and get him all lined up and poof! Ah! Oh.
Uh-oh.
All right, here's what you're talking about.
Go away.
And I have these too, so I know exactly what you're talking about.
Speaking of Evil Knievel, we actually went to go see him jump.
See? Look.
Little trailer hitch.
Yep.
The little Jeep. I can't get this thing right. I don't know why. It's like I'm right-handed and it's going the other way.
It's screwed up, isn't it?
There it goes.
See? Here's the camper trailer.
That's probably worth a couple bucks in itself. To the right person.
So that's what yeah. But these are the actual toys that I had when I was a kid. They're not replacements. So there's a difference. There's a nostalgia thing about it.
Uh-huh.
I broke all my toys growing up.
Stuck firecrackers in
You
them.
remember the big ShopRite truck that they had in the 70s? Oh, hang on a second. I'll be right back.
No, I do remember dragging a Tonka truck down the railroad road. And just you got to give it lots of cord. That way it doesn't bounce into the back window. Yes, dear.
I remember that. And I had a Big Jim RV. Big Jim. Good Lord. How many of you out there remember Big Jim?
Now, this thing is loaded with old toys from when I was a kid. That's the actual truck.
Uh-huh.
Marx made it back then. Okay, and this is the trailer.
Look at that. It's got the slant-eyed, like 60s Chrysler headlights on that truck.
Now, here's the funny part about it. The doors opened up on these back then, but look at the inside of this one. He's got a ton of toys in it. Let's see. Oh, here's another one of those trailers. This is a military one. Why can't I get this right? Okay, so that's one of those trailers. And then we have these. These are what we call Tootsie Toys. And these are the original ones from when I was a kid. This is how good shape they're in.
Wow.
Okay. See, they still got the carpeting from when I was in my bedroom. So, as a kid, I don't play with them. They just sit in the thing, man. Look, here's a Jeep. Yeah, they're like mint condition. See, we got this here. Okay. Yeah, I gotta find these in that shape.
Man, mine were all buried in the dirt and dragged around and stepped on.
What else we got in here? Oh, yeah, we got this here. Like a fire rescue. That's in mint condition. I think it's still got... Nope, not that one. Don't have carpeting on it. There's another one. And we got a big, long fire truck in here, too, with a ladder. All right. Yep, here it is. It's weird seeing all these after so long, you know? What else we got? Got a couple more in here. I think this is the one that was played with the most, but this is one of the original ones that I had. See how it's all messed up? And then we had another one of these, you know? And let's see what else we got in here. Oh, God, there's a whole slew of things in here. We got trailers. I don't even remember this. There you go.
I remember that. That's a big one, though. I had the
This is
smaller
one of those,
versions
the
of the
wheels actually,
multi-wheels.
the wheels actually wind, and then you let it go, and it goes on its own.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And I got another one here, too, but this one's... Yeah, the tire fell off. It's just a lot of old stuff, man, you know?
I would have blown those up with fireworks and run them down the ramp and flaming gas and, you know.
There, Tootsie Toy there. But they're from 69. That's the year, you know, the year that they were made. And you got this one. Let's see, this actually locks in. This is actually like an 18-wheeler.
6-wheel F1 car. Yeah.
So you can make a bunch of shorts about that.
Yeah. You've got some golden content here, man.
Yeah, that's old school there.
And emphasize that stuff, like, you know, the carpet that's still stuck in there. You know, you got a whole story there.
Oh, yeah, you mean like that carpet?
Yeah, exactly.
That might be your ticket right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got a bunch. I got an old Tonka truck sitting here, too. That's from when I was a kid. It's not from something else. What the hell is that? Something rolling around in there. Oh, marble.
Hey.
Green marble.
You didn't lose your marbles. You found
No,
it.
I didn't. We all know I'm nuts. Let's go with that.
Do they even sell marbles anymore?
You know what? But my real reason for being nuts is I'm a bus driver. I deal with kids all day.
Oh, Lord, yeah. Do you know what I've looked for? Jacks. Remember pickup jacks?
Oh, don't even go there, man.
Just don't step on them.
Oh, Lord, yeah.
Oh, they go through your foot, them damn things.
Oh, yeah.
Let's see.
Jacks. Don't forget the rubber ball. Oh, no, that's what were those? Super Bounce?
We used to cheat by putting a super bounce in there.
Well, underneath that. Let's see. Let's try to get this one off. Yeah.
We used to put money on that. We turned that into a betting game.
How many of you guys had these in your room when you were a kid?
Yep.
With the feathers on it, it's a flute.
Uh-huh.
See, it's got the this one's cracked, but
there's like a recorder, or not a recorder. What do they call them? Yeah.
But it's cracked. It's cracked right in half. So
I remember they used to sell them in Jackson Hole.
I got one that's still in the actual package, sitting on my other wall.
See,
you got
all kinds of stuff right there, man.
Yeah, well, he's seen the boom boxes, right?
Yeah, that's more content there.
Yep.
And push it all into here, and just follow right up with it with all your other stuff, man. You got a lot of stuff there that you could really build off of this.
Yeah, that's true.
And this stuff, you know, you can do right there in the comfort of your house. You don't have to step outside.
That's true too. Yeah.
40 below.
Oh, I went outside twice today, man. I was out there for like 5 seconds. I ran back in. I was like, it's too friggin' cold out here.
I hear you. It's what it's been here too.
I'm going to put that together. I'll get that.
Well, everybody, I'm about ready to fall asleep here, and like I said,
Yeah,
I'm
I'm about
out of
done
YouTube
too.
hours here.
All right,
Or,
guys.
StreamYard. YouTube will let you go as long as you want to go, but StreamYard, the free version, only gives you so many hours.
Yeah, and you're already up to 5.5.
Yeah, I done burned them all up this time. But I sure appreciate y'all coming out. Sand Mountain Ballistics, everybody in the chat. Tim's, I thank everybody for coming on. Go check all of these guys out. One-Eyed Cat, Rich 220, Everything Horsepower, John Will, everybody who's in.
Check out Bay Roads.
Oh, be careful with that crazy guy. Like I said, you got to be careful what you see on YouTube because I'm on YouTube.
We're all on YouTube. You got to be really cautious.
So it's great seeing y'all coming out tonight, and we'll catch y'all next week.
All right, John. All right, man.
So then,
Hope you feel better, Rich.
Keep the metal hot. Yeah, and get better, man.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
That's it.